Welcome back to the Good Talk. We are wrapping up the 10 days of 10th and the Tabletop Titans 10th tournament. I'm joined by all three of the other semi-finalists.
Heyo!
What's up?
Two of them have a Space Marine, and Adrian, of course, is behind the deck. Thank you so much, Adrian, for doing this.
Oh, my pleasure.
I think, just in general, Adrian needs a round of applause for setting up.
Amazing.
So much work.
All
Getting
the-
up at 5 every day.
Every day.
For this tournament, that was a lot of work.
Thank you.
Show running.
We do what we have to do, and big shout out to the producers. You know, we each played not too many games in a row, except for the finalists here, of course. Yeah. But the producers had to do many back-to-back shows, manage Good Talk. So big shout out to the producers, Mel and Lindsay, not me. Thank y'all.
Yeah, we put him through the ringer, right?
We did.
Yeah, and there's a lot of running around. Like the things that people don't see, they're running around to get Good Talk going right after the stream. Like that's a lot.
A lot of work.
A lot.
Long days. Well, there's a lot to talk about. We just finished the finals. It was Custodes and CSM.
Yep.
We definitely all had opinions going into this game.
Yep.
But not anymore.
I mean, Custodes took it.
Yes.
They are combat kings.
Yeah.
The CSM lists that we think are good are also combat armies. They're trying to fight you mid-board, off your objectives.
Yeah.
And they're just marine-shaped bodies that try to fight you. That's exactly what Custodes want.
Yep.
We thought it was strongly Custodes advantaged, and it turned out to be that way.
Yeah.
I mean, all the semi-finalist armies were super oppressive in their own way, right? Like we've played the Custodes Eldari matchup, you and I, and it's probably the same percentage.
It's like an 80-20 matchup.
Yeah, in Eldari's favor, and because it's very much in your court too. Like I sit there, and roll mortals.
Yeah, and GSC, like we saw what they did to Korn, and some of these other things, it's just some really really oppressive things that can get out there and slap.
Absolutely, and it's matchups are going to matter a lot. We talked about the rock, paper, scissors of high toughness vehicles and things like that. And because of this, some of these armies end up being very stratified. And we have like two really strong melee armies. We have, of course, the Chaos Space Marines and the Custodes. And we have two powerful shooting armies, right? The Eldari and the GSC. Yeah. And frankly, something that all four of these armies do also is movement. Even the Custodes, who are the slowest, they do it in a weird way. Them and CSM kind of play rapid ingress and stuff like that. But it's just interesting to see these like different pairings and how the games kind of play out based off of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're both essentially 9 or 10-inch move factions when you factor in. CSM have 1 CP, advanced shoot and charge. Custodes have a transport to give +3 inches, and the Blade Wizard squad can advance shoot and charge. So they get their mobility just from advancing a lot and charging, which is a great way to move. Which gives them a little bit of a mobility edge, I think, even over Eldar and GSC in certain circumstances. Yeah, I said it, John.
Nah.
Excellent feedback, John.
7 inches at the end of your movement phase is very good.
Oh,
it's almost unchargeable, right? Like you got me good with surrounding me, but that was such you had to really set that up.
Work for it, and I had to get lucky.
And it's something that Custodes just don't have the models for.
Yeah, fly, right? Fly infantry. Like you got fly infantry, really see how you can utilize those because they're fast. They can still move through walls. They can move over models. Like they can do things, in some of these tricky matchups that other things can't, and they can open up a lot of opportunities for you to get those types of plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple tricks that a lot of us were all doing was like so we're talking about 7-inch move at the end of the turn. Also, we're talking about up and downy. Pick a unit up, put it down. Yeah. Everyone was doing that.
Grey Knight's crazy. Our game was insane. We were playing like 4 movement phases every round. It was insane.
Yes, Custodes did end up winning the finale. Of course, if you're here, we're beyond the spoiler point. So big congrats to the Golden Boys. It was cool. How are we feeling about 10th edition, competitive 10th edition? What do we think?
I think 10th is very fun. In general, I think there's some awesome games to be played, but there are clearly tiers of factions.
Yes.
You don't want to play Death Guard, against any of the factions we played this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Abundantly clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, what do they have that's fast? Drones? Right?
They move
And
10,
they can't
yeah.
even go through walls or anything?
Nope.
Like, they have no
Rhinos.
jump infantry?
Right.
Right. So there's a stratification of some of the factions in this very early time in 10th when nobody has a codex.
Yep.
All the indexes are fresh. I imagine there are more changes on the way. Like, this is so early, but right now there's a stratification, and I think competitively we should all push the boundaries of the rules and see what needs changing,
Yes.
but to
I mean-
take it all with a grain of salt.
Right. I mean, it's classic imbalance, right? Like we have high variance one way or the other. There's crazy combos that just shouldn't be a thing. Super aggressive, and there's just an uninteractivity, right? That is super good.
Yeah, I mean, we're mass playtesting
Yeah.
the beginning of the edition, right?
Yeah, and it's valuable.
There's no
It's
illusions,
valuable.
right?
And giving your feedback is valuable, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if they don't know there's a problem, they'll never fix it.
Right.
Yeah. It's a great time to play this competitively
Yeah.
with your friends.
Yes. Yes.
Like-
That's it.
yes.
We kind of internally balance this a little bit to make sure we're not using the broken things we know are just like typos or just dumb, right? Other than the custodies. And we still had really, really competitive games, you know?
Yeah.
Tournament's going to be a little wild, so I would take a giant heaping of salt with that. But you know what? If you can internally balance it, you can have really fun competitive matches.
Yeah.
Yeah. We almost didn't have custodies in this tournament.
That's true.
That's the wild.
Right?
We did it to
We
Brian.
didn't have
day
it in our
before.
top eight.
The day
The
before.
day before. It all turned and like,
There's a good chance I would have lost round 1 with Necrons.
I mean, it happened.
Right?
Necrons did lose round 1.
Ruined.
Ruined.
Right. And I think it's really important as people are testing out competitive stuff, and even the whole breadth of 10th edition competitiveness. It's going to be big on sportsmanship.
Yes.
And all the different activations in your opponent's turn, the little like kind of checkpoints you hit. You got to check in
You
with
gotta
your
check with
opponent.
people.
You got to check with
Yeah.
people. There's communication
Yeah.
more important than ever.
Yeah,
It's
and
huge.
I mean, just take a minute, recognize like it isn't even out yet.
Right.
Like points
Right.
dropped 2 days ago.
Right.
So like just recognize when you're playing with people, when you're playing with friends, things are gonna get missed, things are gonna happen, and just take it into the spirit of the game, fix what you can fix, but realize, remember, this is a game,
Yeah.
right? And
Right.
even when you're being competitive, even when you're trying to see what's the best of the best, try to have fun.
Yeah.
This guy gets it.
Why you have to be mad, you know?
Why you have to be? It's only game.
It's only a game.
Why you have to be
Why you
mad?
have to be mad? Awesome. Well, with that, I think should we take some questions?
Let's
do
get
it.
right
Let's
into
do
these
it.
questions.
Oh, it's time. Thank you so much, Populous Monster. Adrian, thoughts on GSC hybrid weapon options? I'm leaning towards grenade launcher. Any guard units look interesting for Brood Brothers? Thanks. Thank you, Populous Monster. So this weekend I ran all Webbers with my grenade launchers, which is the opposite of what I was doing at the end of the last edition. I'm torn on them. They're weird because they are low strength, but they are devastating, which is nice. I think they're better if you run just 10 neophytes in a truck because they have the Falcon rule, so you jump out, rerolling everything.
Oh.
Is much better. But I need to play. So this is actually pretty classic. You go through to a tournament or you go through testing, whatever. You play your list, and you kind of bring things that are good against certain armies. Now the Flamers, I didn't end up playing any of the armies that they were good against.
Yeah.
Eldari, other GSC, things like that.
Yeah.
So before I jump off of it, I want to play some games with that. John and I will play some games. We'll try it out. So I'm still interested in them. The grenade launchers aren't bad, but the Overwatch on Flamers is pretty sweet. So I'm interested there.
Good.
As far as guard units on Brood Brothers, frankly, I haven't gotten there. I need to learn that book again from John and look into it. I think the biggest issue is you don't get a lot of the synergies, the officers, the enhancements, the detachment bonuses. So I'm skeptical, but curious.
What I was going to ask is like, what rule sets do you get with? Do you get the GSC rules with Brood Brothers? Do you get the guard?
I don't know if you get the detachment rules.
So sometimes you get some things, right? But you don't always get everything, right?
Right.
Like for instance, CSM, you get your marks, which gives you, but you don't have dark packs, so you don't get to use the dark.
If you're
packs
allying in CSM.
yeah, if you're allying in, no, I'm saying like for like Thousand Suns coming in. So if you bring in rubrics,
Okay.
right, as one of your allies, they come in, they get the Heretic Astartes. They lose Thousand Suns, they get Heretic Astartes. So they do get to use your strats. right? Because they have the Heretic Starties rule.
Okay.
So they can use strats, but they don't get dark packs because they don't have dark packs on their unit card, right? And so, so you do get some things like that, right? So I'm not sure how everything is layered, right? Like, but it really depends on what's the faction, right? And then does that correlate with different things?
Exactly. So in this case, the Brood Brothers, it's interesting because they don't get put in the detachment per se. It just says you may include these units in your army, even though they don't have the correct faction keywords, and they actually don't change the faction keywords at all. So they make sure that you get basically no synergies. In a 2K game, you can take up to 500 points. No Warlord, no enhancement, and then the final thing is they have this list of things that you can't use. No Epic Heroes, Ogrins, Ratlings, Tempestus, Commissars, Preacher, Engine Seer, Servitors, Aircraft.
Yeah, I don't know what you would take. You're not getting orders. You're not getting. You're getting what's on the data sheet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you really want to get some out of line section, you can. But the thing is, like, GC has always been this case. Like the main line stuff is great, so you really need to bring something new.
And you're not getting to bring it back.
And exactly.
Like, which is like the thing.
You want battle line. You want your own battle
See an argument for like a Rogel Dorn? Like if you needed B gun?
B gun. I'd have to look at the stats.
Yeah, but how good is that without the orders?
Right.
So
you're always hitting on 4s no matter what.
Sure.
Like,
5s.
Or 5s.
Right. Like a Rogodor hitting on 5s is one sad puppy.
Right.
Well, we'll have to just play around with it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Martin Easterman. What is the best Land Raider style or loadout?
Las Cannons.
Blast cannons.
The base Land Raider, I think, is the best Land Raider.
I mean, because what are the flamers, right? They're still, it's like 6 minus 1, 1.
People like them.
Right?
cute.
The Redeemer, what is it? The Redeemer,
Yeah.
the Flamer, I think it's D6 shots, you get 2D6, or is it twin linked?
I think they might be AP2 as well. Like they're decent flamers.
I don't know.
So it's
I do know it's better.
It's an Overwatch
Yeah.
tank,
Yeah.
but
And that's the one that comes with the tons of bolter shots.
right. No, that's the Crusader has a ton of bolters.
Crusader.
Crusader gets-
The Redeemer has-
No, the Redeemer. Oh, you're right.
Flamers.
Yeah. And then the assault cannon.
Right. But it's just I don't think Space Marines need it.
No, unless you're bringing, 30 or 20 desolators. You don't need 4 last cannons when you have 20 desolators.
That this man makes a solid argument.
Right? You just have something to deliver your punch.
And to just Overwatch when they deep strike and try to touch your desolators.
Right?
Okay, I'm with you. You know what? I'm with you. So I think default Land Raider, pretty good.
Yeah.
If you're just shielding desolators, then the Redeemer's pretty good.
I mean, it can be good.
Yeah.
It can be good. It'd be really good if it was damage too. Like, I was really hoping for some damage too out there on flamers like that. Like a big, come on. Like, you see the size of that flamer?
May I interest
Like
you in a
sniper
terrain effects?
treatment.
Yeah, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. 'Cause-
Thanks so much, Martin.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Martin.
Thank you, Nick Clark. Just played my first game of 10th with Chaos Demons. Greater Demons are really scary.
Really scary.
Really loving the Monster Mash.
It's very scary.
Yeah.
That's very strong.
I was really glad when I noticed there wasn't a greater demon army in this tournament.
I was actually sad that it was probably the other one I really would have wanted to play for this event.
Yeah,
They were
and
so
it's
cool.
super competitive.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
that
like-
would be an interesting thing for Custodes, right?
It's almost having knights in the tournament, right? It just kind
Yeah.
of turns it on its head.
Yeah.
It's the shark, right?
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like when you're building your list, like these are things you kind of have to think about. Like what's your game? And if your game isn't to kill knights, well, how is it to play around the knights? How is it to get secondaries with the knights and things like that? So
Well said.
My God. Breaking news. The Redeemer. Strength 6, AP 2, 2 damage flamers.
it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Right? And there's D6 shots each, or is it twin linked?
It is. They didn't say. They said strength. They didn't say.
All right, chat. I'm assuming you had it right in front of you. But
Yeah. Let us
see
know.
if it's 2, D6 shots, or is it just D6 twin linked? Because even twin linked is not too bad, but like 2D6, you need that, reliability on shots.
But no, I mean, Greater Demons, Monster Mash, it's very powerful. I think it had a shot at taking the whole tournament
Oh yeah,
on its own.
yeah.
I think Knights actually have some really good matchups.
yeah,
Of the factions we played,
Oh yeah,
they're most afraid of Eldar.
yeah.
Outside of that, they
Custodes.
just play solid games.
Stodes actually, they got to work for that.
Yeah. I
Right.
think there are factions that we didn't play in this tournament, and matchups even that we didn't play in this tournament, that will show that Custodes are not necessarily number one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Knights would have been interesting because that
Chaos Knights.
all of a sudden got some feedback. Hello, test.
Hey,
That was weird. It came all of a sudden. Yeah, I think Knights would have been very interesting because they are so shooty. I'd be
Yeah.
curious to do the demons, but they are also still combat.
They are.
I'm still
right?
scared of
They are.
Custodes.
Yeah.
They go and fight first.
so Custodes winning on 5s to 4s with a strat, if you can afford it, is a big offset.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of big boys, and you're a lot faster.
You have access to Feel No Pains as demons.
Yep.
And I think there's a -1 attack from like Shalaxi or something.
Yeah, she's -1 attack. The other one's -1 to hit.
There's a big difference between Custodes with the exploding 6s. They effectively all hit. You can just that cancels out.
2s, yeah, exploding 6.
2s with exploding 6s, you can effectively say they all hit. 3s re-rolling to wound is a world away from 5s re-rolling to wound.
True.
It's massively different.
True.
And I don't think Custodes necessarily one-shot a knight. I don't think Custodes one-shot a greater demon. And they bracket gracefully.
So you're on 6s, right? Against a knight.
Strength 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's 5s with full rerolls on an objective. But like,
Yeah.
I don't think they one-shot a knight.
I mean, it's rough, right? And if you leave that knight there, and it's got a sword, like
Dude, a Valiant is terrifying.
oh yeah,
The Overwatch?
the Overwatch.
on Custodes?
Yeah.
We're just like, I'm gonna get you. Oh,
Right.
half my squad's dead. I'm going that way. Right? Like,
Yeah.
it's horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the harpoon, hilariously, right? Like if he rolls that 6 on Custodes,
It can,
that's
I mean,
a lot of 4-ups you got to make.
yeah.
And your Land Raider?
And it's anti-vehicle monster
Yeah.
and character?
No. It's not
Just
character.
vehicle monster?
I think it's just vehicle monster, right?
Yeah, I think
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But your Land Raider's in trouble.
It can pop the Land Raider.
Yeah.
The Valiant Flamer kills all the guys. Just all the guys are dead.
Yep.
And they're so scary in combat that if you don't one-shot them, the Knights will just trample the Custodes. So like
and
it's
the penalties for degrading is like so low.
almost
now.
nothing, which is
Yeah.
why I think Monster Mash is also pretty good in the Custodes. Is
Yeah.
like, if we don't kill you, you might pick up the whole squad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We gotta try it.
Crazy.
Well, back to the thing we really want to talk about, which is the Redeemer. It's D6 plus 3 shots each.
Each? There's 2 of them?
So there's
6
two.
plus 2d6?
Oh,
Yep.
this is looking.
This
This
thing's
is
nuts.
getting
It's
just
pretty
sounding
cute.
better and better, man. Like 2d6 plus 6.
Good.
That's good. I like it.
That's
cool.
solid. That's solid, man. Sadly, chaos.
Dude, I love how John is just
There it
interviewing
is.
Alex right now.
I'm not, this is great. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm tired. I
John's
need
in
a
his
nap.
element.
Ah,
Talk
yeah.
more, John.
Just look at
Okay.
I just think it's funny that you're holding a space marine.
It took people a while to be like, why is he holding a space marine?
I like my space marine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael Cody. Yep, no. Favorite 10th miss moment? Bridger wondering out loud if he improperly seeded his random number generator while simultaneously rolling dice.
Because we keep getting the same secondaries on both sides. I wonder if I like...
No, it happens a lot. Like, yeah, it happens.
Well, you think about it. Like we even talked about it, right? With that mission where you're drawing 3 cards and pitching one, you'll see literally every secondary there is.
yeah, like we figured out like what I was gonna get on
Yeah.
like the last turn. Like we
Right?
just
Because we knew
We knew.
exactly what you were going to get because everything else had been drawn.
right.
And so like even when you're not, doing that, you're still only going to have, what is it, like 7 left over at the end? Or no, 6. If you don't pitch.
If you don't pitch, you have 6.
6, yeah.
Yeah.
That you won't get, but that means you're getting the other 12 every game, right?
Right.
So you're seeing 2/3 of the deck every game.
Yeah. I guess, like, within a given round. On the first round, there's only, like, 8 objectives that you're allowed to get.
Yeah, I think that's definitely where they could do some finessing. Is maybe
So many seem impossible. Turn
yeah.
one.
Well, no, they just are, right?
It's just a buy. It's just like a pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of good and bad, right? Because like it should be both ways, but yeah, if you get lucky and you get one that you can 10 on turn 1 and your opponent gets
Big
0,
lead. Yeah.
right? And you then are now in position to continue to score secondaries through the game. Like that's
Yeah.
big, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks, Michael Cody.
I can see why they put the max 40 in secondary though. Like if they know if you max
Yeah, because you could blank
on,
twice.
yeah,
Like,
you
two
can
full turns.
you can easily just max in like 3.5 turns.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you a lot, Cody. Thanks, Dominion. Hi, guys. Cheers for a fun TTT. 10th Imperial Knights list. Valiant, Errant, with Stubber and the Stormspear pod, Sword, Mythic Hero,
Yep.
Warden with Stubber Icarus Fist, 2 Glaives, 2 Helverins, 1 with the Banner, Vindicator, picks of the army in Armies on Parade. Thoughts?
Cool. It's so hard not to take every single enhancement. There's all so good.
Yeah.
Toys are fun,
Oh,
right?
gosh.
So I don't know the errant buddy system ability. I know the Warden is -1 damage, which is why I like Mythic Hero on him. Mythic Heroes pick 2 buddies. How many? 2 Warglaves, 2 Helverins. Yeah, so I think 3 big knights, 4 small knights is the way to go. The errant has the mega gun, the thermal cannon. That's what makes it an errant. And then you get a combat weapon. I like sword. It's hard for me to justify ever taking a fist on a knight.
Yeah. Like, what are you using it on? Another knight, right? But like, you're killing them.
But even then,
yeah.
+2 attacks. I'll take the attacks over the damage. It's +2 damage versus more attacks, and I'll take the attacks every day of the week. Period.
Yeah. I agree.
So I think that's one place where they kind of goofed on like weapon options. Of one just seems better always.
They needed to bring back where you get to, if you kill something with a fist, you get to throw it at somebody and do normals. That
Yeah.
needs to come back.
Yeah.
I'd take fists if you could do that.
And Vindicator in Knights, I think is interesting, but I think you should also look at possibly dropping a small knight and bringing some of the little retinue squads.
Or
Yeah,
whatever,
breachers
retinues,
or
Yeah.
Did you
Inquisitor,
know?
You know.
I bet you guys didn't know, Armigers are battle line for knights. So
Yeah.
your stupid, your little rogue trader squad redeploys D3 Armigers.
Oh,
Yeah, get on my level.
Whoa.
Get on my
Now, is that
level.
before, after deployment, or before the first
I have
turn?
no
after first turn is-
idea,
okay.
dude.
Because that now that we know that it's either or, right? That they have the option
Yeah,
for
to,
it.
like, look for
Being
that.
able to do it before or after the dice roll is
Everything.
so big, especially for knights.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Assets
That's
are
everything.
so valuable.
But the thing
right?
with knights is, no matter if you're alternating deploying, if you're not deploying like we do for shows,
Sure.
if you're alternating deploying, your whole army's down before they make any decisions about.
True. Yeah.
So you getting to go back and say, man, I don't want these Armigers here. You really out deployed me because you got to
Yeah.
see my whole army before you put
Yeah.
anything meaningful down.
Yeah.
Now you can be like, I got you, dude.
Yeah.
Just gonna
No, that's
shuffle
huge.
it all up.
That's,
Like-
that's. I mean, the redeploy we never saw, right? Because we did it before
Mm-hmm.
the stream. But like, it really does. Like, I could have just been like, oh, that's where you're putting those guys.
Right.
I'm just gonna be over here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore you.
It's big.
You know.
absolutely.
Thanks, Dominion.
Thank you, Haven Games. Great tournament, Titans. Does leader give anything other than joining a bodyguard squad? Ravenwing Talonmaster gets leader, but provides no list of squads. Oh, sounds like a typo.
Sounds like a typo. There are
Yeah.
a few characters that we found that like have
Yeah,
weird
because leader
situations.
the only thing leader gives you is the ability to join a bodyguard unit. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's anything else in the rules that you get for having leader.
Yeah, not explicitly. I'm trying to
That's
pull it up
weird.
right now.
That's,
Talonmaster.
that's interesting.
Well, what would you put?
Does the Talon Master have like lone operative or something?
No.
Why?
It gets it when it's near other speeders,
Oh, so
but that still doesn't mean the leader
Leader.
keyword does anything.
Is there a character key? There's a character key.
There's a character keyword.
but,
This
like,
just seems like a typo.
leader.
yeah.
Wow, yeah.
But like Commissar, we also believe is a typo. Like his whole ability is if he's in a squad with another leader to do a thing, and he can't ever be in a squad with another leader. There's
that true?
There's no way
Really?
to do it in the whole book.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So there are a few of these weird typos. Again, we're beta testing the edition.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out. It was a monumental task, I'm sure, to make all these data sheets and these indexes. So many rules. Some things slip through the cracks. It's fine.
A lot of questions about the redeploy. So that's from the Rogue Trader gang. Lets you redeploy D3 Imperium battle line. Or no, D3, flat 3.
No, I think it's D3.
It is D3. Yeah.
So good though.
Interesting stuff.
It's
It's
so cheap.
I gotta dig those out from
It was so hard not to talk about all the Imperial agents.
Right?
Because you just like, I think they're good from this data sheet.
All right, thank you, Martin Easterman, Brian, Adrian, Bridger, John, and all the new Brians. This is long-haired Brian, I think. Stompy Brian.
Oh.
Thanks for the best possible showcase entry to 10th. It's been great. Custodes busted, eh? Outrageous.
Nerf them now.
Nerf them.
Nerf.
Yep.
Nerf
Into
'em.
the ground.
Right to James.
mean,
Deserve it.
No, I agree. I think almost all the factions we played need some kind of nerf. Like, they're all the outlier factions who do things that nobody else has any way of doing. They find all the weird stuff, all the edge cases of the rules. These are the nails sticking up that need to be hammered down a little bit. And yeah, I want to see all these factions change a little bit.
Let's just, how about Aspect Warriors go up to D cannon level? Let's just bring, let's just raise the roof. Let's just
Bring everyone
going.
up, right?
What would you nerf in the? What would you say was oppressive in CSM?
I think the combination of full rerolls with all the critical rules is something that across a lot of factions needs examination. Of like, when you combine lethal, sustained, devastating with full rerolls, you reach a level of lethality that was never seen in 9th.
Yeah.
Because these things just weren't around.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't think they should be that lethal. It's that I don't think GW anticipated these combinations.
Sure.
They didn't think about it. Like, we're just discovering what these units do and when and why, and we have to decide, or GW has to decide if it's appropriate. Like, I don't know, man. Everything on 5s all the time with full rerolls is like, for 1 CP,
Yeah.
real hits and wounds.
You got to remember is that for me it's very specific things, right?
Yeah.
So it's only undivided, which normally then you don't get exploding 5s. Right. So that's supposed to be the thing. So the only way around that was putting Abaddon in something, and the only thing you go in is Terminators. So it is like, now I'm putting this brick,
very expensive. Yeah.
very expensive unit. It's the only thing that can do it, right? So like, is that now? Do you just Abaddon can't give marks? It's like, is that necessary? And
Right.
now, is it worth 700 points?
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this needs re-examination, and a lot of the things that I think need to be brought down, other parts of the book that get brought down the same way need to be brought up in some compensatory manner.
Yeah.
So we were talking about guard and indirect.
Yeah.
Like, we think across the board indirect needs to be looked at,
Yes.
but then what do you do for guard?
Yeah.
It's like their whole identity, right?
Right.
Like, it's like
Right.
the index is built around it.
And that's been always the guard problem. Like, this has been a thing for ever, right? Basically, since they, the guard have become what they are, right? You've always had the leaf blower lists that just kind of are the parking lot lists, and every time they were too strong, they get the nerf hammer, and then they just didn't get.
We won't see them for whole seasons. Yeah.
Right. And so it's like, I don't know if there is a great answer without changing the identity of a guard.
They're a hard army to balance. But luckily, codexes will give us multiple flavors of each of these factions, ideally.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. And I'm curious to see how they fix some of or if they bring down some of these factions and how they bring down some of these factions. I think a lot of people are probably of the opinion that custodians need to change. I'm one of those people. I don't know how you change them, though, without making them do nothing.
Exactly.
They're
Right? 'Cause
balanced
again,
on such a knife's edge.
Yeah. Like, what do you take away? Right.
That they don't just get steamrolled
Exactly.
in response. Right.
Right.
If you take away the fight first,
Yep. Like what we saw. Right? When I get to fight first.
will they survive? No, right?
Like, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, whoever fights first in melee is really the king,
It's a big deal.
right? And so being able to make it a defensive thing,
Right?
right now, and if the other army doesn't have it, right? Now it gets interesting if both armies have it, right? Because now it's like, okay, well, if I charge,
Now it's a standoff.
right? Yeah, now it becomes a standoff.
It's cool. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Neil Adams. Thanks for all of the awesome content this weekend, especially those behind the scenes. You truly are the titans of the tabletop.
Oh,
Thanks,
Thanks,
Neil.
dude.
Yeah, huge shout out to the producers for making everything work and
they're the
letting
best.
us be our divas in front of the camera.
Yep. And all our friends that came and played on the tabletop with us.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, I was honored to be invited. I was.
hey,
so
you did
honored.
great.
Thank you.
It was our
Crushed it,
pleasure,
yeah.
you know? You ever think you'd be playing Warhammer in front of 1,000 people?
Nah.
It's a weird thing, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like one of those things. Like you're like, okay, just don't think about it. You're just playing a game with a friend.
Exactly.
Just play a game.
That's what I was
Yeah.
trying to just
play a game.
kind of
That's the way to do it.
just think of it. I'm just
Yeah.
here playing games with my friends, right?
That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Well, you just have 1,000 more friends
right. Yeah.
with a one-way window.
That get to remind me about things.
It's
Which is
actually
nice.
very nice.
It's actually
nice.
It
once
really
you get
is.
used to it, it's hard to play without it.
Right? Like, where's chat in a tournament when I
Yeah.
need them?
Well, let's see what chat thinks. What?
Shout would let me do this.
right.
You need a shirt that says that.
Yeah,
No,
chat would let me do this.
It was awesome having you on. And again, we play Alex like weekly. We have our little sessions. We do a week. 1 week we're up at Shane's house. We go play a bunch of games. And the next week we're down here at the studio. It's been super fun. So it was awesome to finally get you on the channel. So thanks for coming.
Yeah, no, it was an honor. I really appreciate it, and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, coming in with a bang, really. It was amazing.
I mean, it's not, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
yeah, I was the underdog. Like it was. I mean, it was
For sure.
definitely the
Yes.
underdog.
Grand
right?
entrance, though.
Yeah.
Right? And thank you again, Neil. Thank you, 95 Ginger Rage. I caught part of every game, and I believe. Oh, just a second.
Oh, Adrian lost his mic.
Mic interference.
Shirt.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Sorry, Al. Hey. Thank you, 95 Ginger Rage. I caught part of every game, and I believe more. This mic keeps cutting out. More that one. Sorry.
How you doing, Adrian?
I'm doing
Adrian
well.
has his headset on, so he's literally listening to himself as he tries to talk.
Which is mostly fine, but then it sounds like it keeps cutting out, but I guess we're good. I caught part of every game, and I believe more than 1,000 views live for each. How cool is that? Found y'all before 9th. Amazing to watch the growth. Any chance in the future we could get the 3 OG Titans do a reflective good talk? That would be awesome, like a retrospective and like how far it's come.
Because you guys have been live for a while now.
Yeah.
Right? And
It's like
like
3
it'd be
years.
cool to kind of do a montage of your old stuff. Right?
Oh, with sad
Compared to the
music?
new stuff.
Sad music.
And then it's like at the end, it's like an adoption poster for me.
Yes.
It's the ASPCA tries to get Bridger adopted.
Milk carton.
1-800-HELP-BRIDGER.
Amazing.
Please house your local Bridger. Thanks, Ginger Rage.
All right, thanks, Ginger Rage. As always, appreciate it. Thanks, Beck Racing. First new army drop of 10th. Fulgrim's Demented Brood or the King in Yellow's Hidden Armada. Oh, that would be sick.
These are actually both amazing.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Balor comes back and it's Chaos Custodies. I would play it in a heartbeat.
Like, and I'm a traitor now.
Instantly. Chaos, yeah, I would play both sides. I don't even care.
That would be amazing.
That would be so cool. Chaos Custodies.
Oh, my
Put me in, coach.
Dude. That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
that would be awesome.
Nuts. Oh, man.
G-Dub, that one's free.
Yeah.
That one's on us.
That's
Please just
one-
make it.
That one's on Beck Racing. Thanks so much, Beck. Thank you, Nick Mason. All the Titans, both producing and playing, were absolutely heroic this past week. The entire 10 days of 10th was a monumental undertaking, and you guys made it look make it look easy and fun. Thank you. That's very kind.
Well,
of you.
thanks. It wasn't easy. We can say that.
I was going to say.
And it wasn't fun either.
No, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, but it was in no way easy.
Yeah.
A lot of
Effort.
sleepless nights, long
Exhausting.
efforts.
And you guys are back at normal
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We're taking one day off.
right?
Yeah.
Like back to normal.
That's it. I know. Never stop. In fact, we're actually gonna have extra streams next week because we're doing streams here and streams with Liam. So it's gonna be fun. We learned a lot. I think I also know things that we can do to make it better if we ever do like a marathon again. So I'm excited. Thank you again, 95 Ginger Rage. Custodies only won because Brian didn't want to play Tau. Does that make him the puppet master of Bridger's win? I kid. Well done, Bridger.
Oh, thanks, dude. I mean, yeah, Brian really orchestrated this whole thing.
yeah.
Pull all the strings.
You kind of had the short stick, to be honest.
I don't think.
You were like very elegant. Brian was like, I really don't want to do Tau. Like, Bridger,
The games.
will you do Custodies? I'm going to do Necrons. And Bridger was like, whatever you need.
I was sure. Yeah.
You kind of just went with it.
I'll play whatever, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You immediately were just like, yes.
I mean, I would, to be honest, in the back of my head, I was thinking, leading up to it, I was like, I kind of want to play
Because you had those
Custodians.
2 really good games.
Yeah, I was like, I kind of want to play Custodians. I also wanted to play Knights. So I would have been happy, to be honest, with anything.
And that would have been interesting.
Dude, I would have.
Like Knights.
That would
in
be
the
crazy.
field, right? You know, because that totally changes so much what happens, right?
So good.
Yeah, that would have been wild.
Thanks, Ginger Rage.
Appreciate. Thanks, Philip Kavanaugh, showing my gratitude for the content, the late nights, and the massive behind-the-scenes efforts. Love the vision of the channel and excited to see it grow. Great job capitalizing on this opportunity to bring the world 10th.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we literally were going to play a ton of 10th games just to learn anyways. Might as well turn on the camera. Super fun. Invite our friends. It's amazing.
Yeah, we all wanted to kind of learn it together, and also, frankly, like there's a lot of negativity that can go around it, and we know we try to be honest with everyone, but we also don't want to be like salt mines. So it's like, let's go through this weird time together and kind of work through it.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Phil.
Thank you, Sikag. Thoughts on SemiComp Sallies? They're leery of Desolators since incoming nerf bat.
Fair.
All right, so here's the list. Flame Aggressors × 6 with the captain in...
Land Raider Redeemer.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of fire.
Burn him out. Eradicators ×6 with Apothecary with Bolter Discipline in Repulsor. And Bolter Discipline is the sustained 6s going to crits on 5s if you're in Dev, which is what you would normally give Desolators. Infiltrators ×5 with Vulcan. Okay. Assault Terminators ×10 with Chaplain. Incursor. Inceptors ×3. Okay.
What does Vulcan give?
That was my one thing.
I didn't even know.
I'll pull
What
them
is
up real quick.
-1 to wound?
He used to
do +1 to wound for Melta
And
Flamers.
and Flame. No, that's full rerolls.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
That's
it's
what it
full
was.
I
rerolls.
thought it was +1 to wound, but no,
It could be something else.
So
Well, they're
Adrax was
chapter
+1 to
tactic.
wound,
That's
and
what it was.
he's rerolled. He's a melee buff.
Yeah.
Yes. He's +1 to wound in combat. Their chapter tactic was +1 to wound with
That's right.
Flamers and Meltas in Tactical Doctrine.
That's right.
He was full rerolls for Melta and Flamers, which was a little bit redundant with
Yeah.
the +1 to wound.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pulling it up right now.
So in terms of 6 Eradicators with Apothecary, Gravis Apothecary, interesting.
I mean,
So I like this.
What is
I mean,
the
the
Gravis
Eradicators-
Apothecary?
It gives you lethal,
yeah.
Oh,
so it makes you even better at killing.
that's really good.
Right? Because then you don't even have to make a wound roll, and then you're re-rolling damage.
And Bolter Discipline makes you have crits on 5s in Dev,
And you're rerolling all hits wounds
Against
hits
those.
already against the.
so you could fish.
No,
Oh,
not
no,
even against
just in
Oath, just
general,
vehicles
yeah.
and monsters.
Yeah.
I actually am a big fan, and he's cheap.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
And
board.
It'll come in handy a lot because Meltas aren't killing everything anymore, right?
Yeah.
Anything T9 or above, you would actually want the lethal.
And one of the problems with Eradicators, why people are taking the Uriel to deep strike them, is their movement, right? Like they're slow. You can try to outflank, but they got shorter range now. So the Impulsor, given the fact that they can jump out and shoot now, it gives them that mobility so they can actually maybe get into the thing that they need to get into.
And with it being a repulsor, you can get back in if they charge you.
Right.
Yeah.
The
So it
reverse
makes them
assault ramp.
survivable, right? Custodians
Very
can
cool.
beat up on an Impulsor instead of the Eradicators.
So I'm seeing the Vulcan tech. It's actually interesting. So 2 abilities: Forge Father. In your shooting phase, you select an enemy unit within 24 invisible to this model. So it hangs back with the infiltrators, kind of annoying to kill. And basically, it's going to give your Torrent or Melta, so Flamers and Melta, reroll wounds.
Oh, so it hasn't really changed at all. You don't reroll hits.
It's
anymore.
even better.
He gives it at range to
Is it
all
range?
units, basically.
What's the range? What's
You
the
pick
aura?
an enemy within 24, and he gives
Oh,
it.
you just pick an enemy.
Yeah. And then this kind of works, synergizes with the other ability, Seeker of Lost Relics. You select an objective marker on the battlefield at the start of the game. While he's in range of it, he gets OC 10, Leadership 5, and a 4-up Feeling of Pain. So it sits on the back with infiltrators, protecting an objective, and passes out this buff.
and can't be sniped.
That's good.
Yeah,
This is a 4 feeling pain.
right.
Wow. Less likely to get sniped.
Less likely. It solves, because he's kind of an awkward character, because he doesn't do much other than that. So you want him like
you
in a
don't want to
support
put him
squad.
in a unit,
This is kind of cool.
right? Does
Yeah.
he need line of sight?
Yeah.
He does.
Which is
So,
why it makes sense. Like infiltrators, you
Yeah.
can smoke,
That's true. Makes him a lot more
That's
survivable.
cool.
Weird, cool tech.
This is a
Yeah.
good list.
Yeah, I might have to save this one for
And that
next.
Redeemer, full rerolls. That's killing something.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's take a look. Thank you again, Sikag. Oh, just sent it again. Thank you, Spider335, and also a shout out to Melody for sorting out the super chats. This one got lost in the mix. We got it back to you, Spider. A lone operative seems way too powerful to me. What do you think an appropriate nerf to it would be? Or should it be more selective what units it's on? As a Tau player, you can take a crazy amount.
So, it didn't matter. I didn't care, right? So like that was the thing. He had 2 ghost kills, Their lone operative. He had something else. He had sniper as the lone operative. I just didn't care, right? Because I'm gonna get up in your face, and even with a lot of this shooting, like we're even seeing, like eradicators, they can get within 12. Like they're shooting it, and they're killing it most likely.
Yeah.
So like I get the powerful, and I had a very similar kind of thing. I just do think lone operative is in many cases an extremely powerful rule, but it still has play into, depending on how you play. Now, like as a top player, you're thinking, I'm not going to get close, right? Because that's kind of, as a ranged player, that's probably what you're thinking, right? So, but this does shift your focus.
It's very powerful, but I think it's also necessary for certain units. The Vindicator was insane when he first came out in 8th, and then he disappeared in 9th because you just shoot him.
Yeah.
And so he needs it in 10th. There are a lot of characters where their whole thing is like looking at you or standing on their own and shooting you. And it's not like these characters are busted.
Yeah.
The instances where lone operative is most powerful is on Primarchs who are using it to wade into combat.
Yes.
And still, it's not broken, it's just powerful.
Yeah.
It has a lot of outplay. These Primarchs are coming to you, so the 12-inch rule is less relevant. Like, I think it's a great rule in 10th. I think we needed it. It'll take some time to adjust. It's going to feel overpowered.
Yeah.
Until you adjust to it and you react, and you're like, oh, there's a Vindicator in that building. I won't give him line of sight to my character because that's how precision works.
Yeah.
Like, I'll let him see the squad, not the character.
Yeah, and I think it really depends on what they can do as a lone operative.
Right.
Right? Like, Cypher, like, lone operative is basically, like, he's not doing anything to the game.
No.
He's vecting and maybe sitting on an objective.
Right.
That's it.
All-
He doesn't impact anything else in the game.
Yeah, all of these lone operative characters who just sit in the back have mitigating effects on the game. If a Vindicator is killing one Space Marine a turn because he can't see characters, he did not get his points back.
Yeah.
If the Firesight Marksman is spotting people, he's doing his one thing, but like, okay, is that really too much?
I mean, I think we haven't seen it yet to maybe the skew extent. Like, I mean, 30 snipers on the table, like the Ranger, Illic, yeah, like that, those types of things. I think those may be a little bit too far.
Right. When you start giving lone operative to an entire squad, that's when we start being like,
Yeah.
Things that can really impact the game.
Right. Phobos Librarian, Infiltrators. Yeah.
yeah, thanks, Spider.
Slight clarification on Vulcan was with Infernus Marines, which closer range but similar idea, right? You can play them aggressive. They can do a nasty Overwatch.
Yeah. And then they also have the rerolls because
Exactly. So it doesn't have to just be a support squad.
That's cool.
Yeah, like it. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was surprised that Vulcan was able to join that squad. Right? Can he normally
Infiltrators?
He cannot. No,
Okay,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah. Right, because he's not Phobos. Yeah. What are we talking about? Thank you, Antoine. No one can stop me bringing 10 Hellblasters with Azrael and Apothecary. Plasma will go brrr. But seriously, Dark Angels as Gladius or Grim Resolve? Thoughts?
Whoa.
Ooh, saucy. I haven't dug into Dark Angels enough, to be honest, because Brian was the one that first played them as actual Dark Angels. It's really hard to give an opinion on this, to be honest. I just feel weird about the wanting to get battle shocked.
Oh, you're talking about their army roll.
Yes. Okay. Well, there's a lot of things inside of it. It's no. So their army rule of like when you're battle shocked, you have OC1. That's fine because that's just like we're ready. But for example, all of their enhancements, all of them, they have a tier 1 ability that's always activated, and they have a second tier that gets activated when they're battle shocked. They want to like feel the like guilt and like self-flagellate.
They're
and be
leadership
like,
6, right? I mean, they're Space Marines, so it's not super reliable.
Every book has a gimmick, Alex.
Like,
Every book has some silly hoop they want you to jump through. Some of them, that hoop is existing. The Space Marines Index is like, do you exist?
Yeah.
Yes, you have gone through the hoops. You get to choose your doctrines every round, and then you get extra bonuses on stuff for that.
Yeah.
Some of them are like sisters. It's like, is your whole squad dead? Here's a bonus. Some of them are Death Guard. The hoop they want you to jump through. Contaminated objectives, I guess.
That one's so weird.
But it's like Dark Angels is also a weird one. It's like try really hard to get battle shocked, and then your unit's gonna go ballistic. And I'm like, I have no control over this. I have no agency. I have no choices.
Gonna be really hilarious is when the Dark Angels player goes into the Tyranids and they're so excited, right?
man,
And the Tyranid just never
Use it.
They just never using it.
Yeah.
Right? They're just like, oh, okay, cool. We just both don't have a rule this turn.
Right.
Or they'll use it, and it'll pass all of them. It's like,
Yeah.
right. I guess we're both sad. Okay.
That's amazing. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, we obviously don't love it. So, without knowing more and studying it more, the Gladius does seem better. But hopefully we can do something cool, because it's cooler to use your actual rules. Like, you don't play Dark Angels, so you can be a generic Space Marine. Yeah. So hopefully we can find something cool. Thanks, Antoine. Thank you, Dominic Kidwell. Is Ingrown worth it?
Dude, Ingrown was like one of the few units alive.
Yeah.
In your match, right?
I tried to kill him, couldn't do it, and I just didn't try again at all. I had one turn with a lot of shooting into him with all the buffs. I did 2 wounds, and I was like, this is a bad idea. And I lost an entire. That's where I almost lost the game right there, because it was an entire turn I basically wasted trying to kill this unkillable thing. So obviously there's things that can kill him, but what I really, really like him for is the permanent threat. And it's not just can they come back? It's not too crazy for them to get the advance and charge with the whole army. And he moves very fast. Yeah. And he has fly, even though it's diminished, still strong. And that, for me, constantly dictated how close I was able to get to his army, because at any moment he could just leap out. And I don't know until it's too late.
Yeah.
And the sooner you kill him, the more likely he is to come back on full wounds.
Yeah.
You might not even want to take that fight if you have the option.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
I think it's cool.
I think he's worth it.
Does he have Deep Strike?
I assume so.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
He did
Rapid Ingress?
Oh my god. Yo.
Dude, Alex is the king
master,
of rapid
right?
ingress. The only reason I did it is because I was playing Alex.
Dude, that strat, the first time I read that strat, I was like, this is garbage.
Right, yeah.
But then I was looking at it, I was like, oh.
The wheels start turning.
Yeah, that light turned on,
see
and
the
it was like, oh,
opportunities?
this wins games.
Yeah.
This wins games.
Yeah.
Right? Absolutely amazing.
It does, yeah.
It wins games.
It did. We saw
Very
it.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Thundernuts. Thanks for the hard work, fellas. Can we hear who everyone's favorite army is so far in 10th? And what unit or model in that army got your favorite glow up?
Ooh, who wants to start this one?
You spoke first.
Oh man, I have to flip a coin. It's Grey Knights or T-Suns. They just seem to have so much character, and they have so much just little intricacies that you can you figure out and play, and it's so cool, so dynamic. Just because I've seen what Jesse could do with his Grey Knights, it's gonna be Grey Knights, but T-Suns is right there.
I'll take them.
Yeah,
Oh, man, T-Suns. They were my first army for 9th.
that's right.
Right? And I loved them. I dropped off them throughout 9th. They got kind of stale for me, and I was really interested in doing some Space Marine stuff as a painting project. But oh man, Magnus and Rubrics, just all the different things. I'm excited to get my Enlightened out, and do things with those. T-Suns look so much fun.
Mutalisk?
Oh yeah, I got two, and they're gonna hit the table. I cannot wait to put those on the table. Those things, they're like everybody else. They're like, oh, it has this, and then it has this, and then that's what that has, right? It's got feel no pains. It's got an invone. It's got crazy shooting. It's got all these extra special rules.
You're doom bolting across the board.
Yeah. That thing is it just does so much, and it's such a cool model. I cannot wait to put that on the table.
I'm gonna go Knights. It's gonna be a surprise. Knights, I think, had the most improvement in flavor, in play style, in tolerability, in ability to play the game. Favorite glow up, Valiant. Everybody loved the Knight since it came out. Never really saw it good until now. It took, 5 years for the Valiant to do anything?
Yeah, I mean that the harpoon was like a meme.
It was funny.
Right? It was just a meme.
And now it's a scary meme.
Now it's terrifying.
Now it's like, Oh, don't mess
right?
with that harpoon.
Like now with all the vehicles and everything and the way that they act and like, but that thing is just like, no, you just did. You did.
Yeah, it's awesome. Adrian?
Do you have one, Adrian?
Army I'm most interested, GSC, for many of the reasons I said. They feel simplified, but interesting and super cool to play. But we're talking a lot about most improved for me, and it's demons. And like when I saw the Keeper of Secrets data sheet, I was like, I am excited for this model that has not been exciting for an entire edition. Yeah. Let's go. Let's do this. And Bellicor supports it, so like demons, I'm really excited about and excited to play for the first time in a while. So
yeah,
it's a cool army. It's a cool.
Right.
Yeah, it's super cool.
I love demons, and there are honestly behind orcs my biggest model collection. I have everything. I love them. They were my first competitive army with Chaos Demons, and just for a few books now, I think they've been really, really boring. Like I got into them when they had all the weird like grimoires and packs and cool stuff you could do, and then they just got boring for a while. And I'm excited again. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you, Thundernuts. Thank you, Saint Valentine. There we go, Alex.
Woo!
Early Thousand Suns 2K list. Magnus, 10 Scarabs and a Thousand Suns Sorcerer. Mutalith Vortex Beast. Exalted with Forbidden Knowledge and 10 Rubric Marines. Infernal Master with 10 Rubric Marines. Sorcerer with Alterac Valley and 5 Rubric Marines. 2x3 Enlightened on Disc. 1990 points and 15 Cabal. Opinions.
I mean, you fit a couple of the minimums, right? Magnus, MVB, and 14 or more Cabal. Yeah. Right, like those. I think this has been mentioned a couple of times, right? You get those in there, that just unlocks things. Because we're talking about like Bellicor. What is Bellicor's thing, right? Because everybody's Shroud. We were talking about this. Cabal, it's not a shooting attack, so you can Doom Bolt twice at 36 inches.
Yeah. Yeah, you got. I mean, what is Doom Bolt 7 Cabal points? So you
it's
do
7.
easy twice.
Yep. So you do it twice.
Yep.
And then you're just sitting there at 36 inches doing probably 2d3 plus 6 mortal wounds to something, right? Like that's nothing to sneeze at, And like now they can't just do their thing where they sit back. They've got to come to you, and now they're gonna just eat a lot of shooting, and you can screen.
You're shooting through walls. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I love this. I mean, so one thing that I am kind of wondering, right? So the T-Sork, right? He gets this thing where he can look at somebody and says, everybody gets +1 to hit against that, right? It's a really cool thing. And then, like the big bricks are really cool because you can turn weapons into psychic, and then you get +1 with Magnus, and then you can get strength 5. You can do all these like combos. So it's like, yeah, big bricks are great. But yeah, you got to have the Enlightened. You got to have, because again, if you don't have these small squads, if you didn't have Alaris, if you didn't have Sisters, like you just lose.
Can't play the game.
Can't play the game. So you just got to try then, and you got to figure out the balance, right, of how much you need of what. But yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to do with T-Suns because you want to take the rubrics, you want to take all the good stuff, the good bolters that can do your combos. Yeah. But you gotta have some points on the side for those little objective doers, and it is pretty cheap for Thousand Suns, but your expensive stuff is very expensive.
Yeah, and they do have some pretty cheap stuff, and like don't sleep on Thousand Suns cultists.
Dude, I'm pro cultists.
The
Cultists
CP?
is like where it's at.
The CP is good.
Because you're CP hungry.
The CP is good.
Yeah, and don't they have Scout?
No,
they have a 6.
They have a 6-up invuln.
They have a 6-up info. I thought something in that army has Scout.
The Enlightened might have Scout.
On disc?
I don't remember.
I would
thought I
believe
read
that.
something in there that had Scout.
Something
I
definitely.
might be thinking about a different cultist unit because
yeah.
but
There's a few of them.
They're very unique now.
I just remember, they're really great. Like you can get it a couple of times, right? Like throw out these little cultist squads. You need those screeners.
Yeah.
I would say don't sleep on those. Zangors, same points as cultists now.
Yeah,
Oh,
crazy.
what?
You can take a lot of them too.
Yeah.
You just take the cultists for the CP?
So you take cultists for CP, I think they Scout. Like I want to look it up. I'm gonna look it up. But so the Zangors, they can give you Cabal, right?
Right.
So
That's nice.
It's
it's
the other
like
resource
CP,
generation.
Cabal. So you could leave them on an objective, and then 4 up, you get a Cabal every turn.
Yeah.
It's not
It's not as
crazy. It's
consistent,
not crazy.
but,
I think I still prefer cultists, but yeah, I love the list, and the whole point is just get out there and play, and just throw it at stuff and have fun.
Thanks, St. Valentine. Thank you, Matt Anderson, showing love from Vegas at War Room Games. We are debating here while watching stream if Vindicator tank is worth it. What do you experts think? Thank you for your hard work and content as always.
Vindicator has the big blast shield on the front, right?
Yep.
It's the one that can shoot in combat with blast at no penalty.
Mm-hmm. The profile is 24 inches, D6 plus 3 shots, blast. Hitting on 3s, strength 14, AP 3, D6 damage. I like everything until you get to the last one that says D6 damage.
I mean, this is a demo cannon, and I guess that's what demo cannons do now. Strength 14, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I would pay 150 points for that.
I mean, let's take a look. Vindicator.
I do declare.
Thumb war.
So
It
just
is.
to clarify,
Oh, yeah.
they do scout.
They scout.
6 inches.
No way.
Zangors.
No.
No.
Cultists.
T-Sun cultists.
I don't think I saw that.
Yeah.
It's easy to
That's
miss.
crazy.
A lot of those
That's
little
so good.
faction keywords in the top right are so easy to miss.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because that was like one of the things I first wanted to go through. Because when I first went through CSM, I'm not going to lie, I was bummed. We have like no
Sure.
special rules.
Yeah.
Right? We have one scout, which is the Beastman, which is the worst unit in the decks. Like, or
Yeah.
it's just absolutely garbage. Like, it does nothing. But they have the scout. We have one lone operative, right? Which is, Cypher, which he has a Vect, but he's 105 points. He can't shoot unless you can see him, right? Because he's 12 inches,
That's funny.
right? And and that's it. That's his rules. And other than that, he just dies if you get close to him. And then what was the other? 0 infiltrators, right? Just like all these like cool little things that I wish that would be my one wish for CSM would just give some of our units like extra little flavor,
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
like that.
Exactly.
But,
Man,
yeah, and so like this cultist with scout,
that's
like,
awesome.
Pretty good.
that's really nice. That's really nice.
I'm into it.
How many points is a Vindicator?
205. It's a bit too much, right?
That's too much. Doesn't even have sponsons.
It has a hunter killer and a storm bolter.
Yeah, so it's a Rhino.
It's,
You're talking about with the cannon. I mean,
yeah.
the big thing about that, it's the blast. It's the D6 plus 3 shots, strength 10, -1, 3 damage. So it's like a battle cannon.
Strength 14.
Huh?
Strength 14.
Strength 14.
So you're wounding even the biggest things.
Right,
on 3.
but you compare this to a Gladiator Lancer.
But it's the 24-inch range
Correct.
for me.
The Lancer is what, 150?
Right, Lancer's way cheaper.
Serious? Oh my gosh, yeah.
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 Lancer's way cheaper.
Yeah.
145.
Similar gun. Not the same, but similar.
No. Yeah.
Effectively infinite range, 72 inches.
I mean, yeah.
Has rerolls on the data sheet instead of shooting blast in combat. Has
What's its AP? Too,
multiple other guns, AP3.
right? Which is huge.
Yep.
AP1 and AP3.
No, they're both AP3. The Lancer and the Vindicator are both AP3.
No, I'm sorry. The Lancer is AP4 Bridger?
And Vindicator?
3.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So the demo cannons went to AP3 in this, which is nice. But, like, it's just not internally balanced. You look at this and you look at a Gladiator Lancer, and it's clear that the Lancer is better, right?
It's also 72-inch range versus 24.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree I agree it could be solved with points. You said 150, and that feels interesting. In some ways, compared to the Lancer, it almost should be less. Now
Right.
that means probably the Lancer should be more, but yeah, I think it's
Well, I
a
think
points
the
thing.
Lancer is undercosted, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's weird that we're in the opposite scenario where we're like, you compare them and you're like, wow, the Vindicator's really overpriced. Like,
Right?
this thing costs way too much.
I was shocked.
200?
205.
That's crazy.
So many points.
So strange. So hopefully that's helpful, Matt. Appreciate the love and support. Thank you, Siege Roots. I think I got a list cooking, posted with points in Ultramarines channel. I think I deep strike the Blade Guard veterans with Uriel, good mission play, and forward deploy.
Oh, I love Uriel so much. He gives deep strike to your unit. So good.
He's awesome, right? And he doesn't have to be his unit, so you can like go off and do like pseudo captain stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to be attached. Right?
Mm-hmm. So one of the few ways to deliver eradicators without having to strategic them. Big deal, big deal. That and Aggressor Zerg, I think, of two of my favorite units with him.
And I'm telling you, just anything deep striking, rapid egress,
It's so good.
right? Like you just like that's what you do with these squads,
Yeah.
right? Like Blade Guard, they just die if you don't have like a way to get them where they need to go,
Right.
because they're just T4 bodies with a 4-up save now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 3 up.
No,
4
3 up save.
Yeah, but 4 up invul.
4
Yeah, 4 up Invuln, and you can reroll ones on the Invuln in combat.
in
not great.
combat.
I'm not big on Blade Guard,
Yeah,
and I think Uriel's good, but I think he's been overhyped. I think he's in general over-evaluated by
Us.
the world. Like, a lot of people are very high on him, and I'm not saying he's bad. I actually think he's good. I just think he's not as good. Like, I think there's
It's not an auto take.
like an echo chamber of like everybody keeps agreeing that he's good, and we keep getting more and more convinced that he's even better than we said the last time. And like,
Because what else
he's
does
good.
he do other than the deep strike?
Right.
Yeah, let me see. It's okay. I'm
Yeah,
off
not-
Uriel. Like I've woken up, Bridger.
He's good.
He's good, but I agree he's not an auto
good.
take.
But I
You
just
guys want to hear the whole list?
hit me, John.
Yes.
All right, 5 infiltrators with the Phobos Librarian, amazing.
Yep.
Librarian has Artificer Armor, classic. 10 intercessors. The Artificer Armor is only 10 points. Tigurius, 85. I haven't seen Tigurius at all.
What is he? doing?
10 Desolators, Primaris Apothecary, Bolt,
Ultra discipline. Yeah.
Discipline, yeah. Sniper Scouts with the Sergeant Tellian, classic. Gladiator Lancer, 6 Blade Guard veterans, Primaris Captain, G-Man himself, 5 Stern, Uriel Ventress, a squad of 3 Inceptors.
This
The
is a
Blake
cool
are
list.
vets are the weak link in this list.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
The problem is because they're also. It feels like they're also functioning as the anvil, which they're not great at.
Yeah,
They're a defensive pick, and I think you take them with a Judiciary and you hold an objective
Yes.
out of line of sight. Because again, if you get shot, you're dead. So I think they can be good, but only in that niche circumstance.
yeah.
I definitely
Because their
wouldn't.
durability is all in melee.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would deep strike them only as like a way to deploy them, right? Like a turn to set up, but
But instead of Uriel and 6 Blade Guard, you could get 3 Plasma Inceptors and another unit, right? Like,
yeah, I think if you want to hammer, Terminators are better
yeah.
as well.
And even then, they can.
As long as they have rerolls.
We've seen them whiff.
No, sorry, I mean like a unit you can put out and tank. They have
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
higher
yeah.
toughness. They
And
have better
Anvil
save.
to put in
Yeah.
the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Storm Shield Assault Terminators.
Yeah, exactly.
They're so
4
tough.
wounds.
4
Yeah.
wounds.
They're tough.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cedrus. Appreciate it. The legend returns. Thank you, Sandrello. And thank you again, Sandrello, for literally gifting memberships on every single game this
Every
entire
game?
weekend. You are amazing. For melee-focused armies, what percentage of your army do you think should be heavy hitters in combat? Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Let's see. So obviously, our lists would be what, like 70-30?
I mean, if we're going points, I want it to be like 80%.
Right?
Like 1,600 points of your army. If you're a combat army, I want 60% or 1,600 points to be combat effective. That doesn't mean that's all they do,
Yeah.
but I want them to be good in combat, and then you have 400 points to play the game with.
Yeah.
I know that doesn't sound like much, but that's like 2x3 Inceptors and some scouts or something, or
Yeah.
like a backfield objective holder, or in my case, 2x4 Terminators, 2x2 Terminators,
And then the sisters.
and sisters. Like, it's just some units to play the game with, and the rest of your army plays the game.
Yeah.
You know, like gets in there. If you're a combat army, you need to be committing everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially now, right? Like the way that things run, you need to be able to hit multiple places. Because like in the Eldar game, we figured out, right? Like if you don't have enough stuff going at you at the same time,
Right?
you will just pick something up,
You just bleed out.
right? You just delete something.
Yeah.
But then if you don't delete the other 2 things, now it's a game. But if you just send one thing in at a time, or if that's all you have is one heavy hitter,
You have to overwhelm them.
it's not going to work out.
Yep.
It's not going to work out.
That's right.
So I
Absolutely.
would say, yeah, like you said, 1,600 points. That's really solid. 15, 16.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, that's good.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Saray FPS. Sorry if this has already been asked, but what do we think that Forge World model new data sheets will look like? Specifically, Custodes and Tau for me. Oh, Bridget.
They're gonna look like 10th edition data sheets that have rules on them with statistics, characteristics. They might have some keywords. I mean, I
You're
don't
the
like.
worst.
I don't know how much we can say. In times gone by, a lot of the Custodes data sheets are just variations of the plastic, right? There are
It's cool options.
right.
Well,
There's
now you got the tanks, right? That's like the big
The
thing.
tanks are
The
big.
The tanks, right?
But outside of the tanks, it's like you have a plastic Terminator and a resin Terminator.
yeah.
You have a plastic bike and a resin bike. You have plastic guardsmen. You have resin guardsmen with different guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have resin guardsmen with heavy bolters and a little Adrathic Destructor underneath, right?
Or wings.
You have like it's variations. It's like a guardsman with wings, a guardsman with a heavy bolter, a guardsman with a thing on the stand of the spear, right?
Dreadnoughts.
Yes, dreadnoughts
Which
and
they
tanks.
kept, right?
I
Do we know? Do we not know? We
they've
don't know.
said they didn't get rid of Custodian's Forge Roll.
Right.
So,
you have the dreads,
Yeah,
which
but-
they could be really compelling, right?
in days gone by, they have been the whole army. So we'll have to see. Custodians are already strong enough. It's a little concerning with this on the horizon. Because, I mean, a dreadnought that possibly knows karate, right? The plastic dread in the book knows karate.
Oh man,
So, like, karate dreadnoughts,
that's scary.
good.
It's scary.
It's good.
Just more stuff to balance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
We'll have to see.
for that reason, it feels like I don't know. I think they're getting more and more conservative with the Forge World data sheets. They're really wanting them to not be overpowered because of that rage and frankly, from us, the feeling that they're kind of winding Forge World down. So I don't expect like too many earth-shaking things. On the Tau side, kind of is a similar thing. Like we have the Ravarna, the Yavara. I don't expect them to be amazing. They were not good in the last edition. So I don't expect anything crazy from them. I am interested to see some of the like more little tech pieces like Tetras and stuff. I'm curious to see how they could interact with the army rules because they've always been a utility pick that really interacts with like marker lights and things like that. Obviously, those have changed. So I'm curious. I could see them being very interesting or just very boring and bland. You won't use them. So I'm most curious about those units.
Yeah, some things I was thinking for Tau was being able to observe 2 units, right, or guide
Yeah.
2 units
Right.
from 1 unit,
That could
right?
be
You know,
Yeah.
because
Pathfinders
like,
can do it. So.
right, yeah, because you kind of give up some utility, right? You know, every time you have to give up something to look at something and give a buff to something else. So being able to double up on that off a really fast like maneuverable unit would be a cool thing. And, I mean, the heavy flamer, I don't know which one it was. You know,
The Yavara?
something, yeah, right. That could be spicy. You know, with this new edition,
Could be.
flamers are scary.
In
That's
Overwatch.
true.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you. Thank you, Belgo. Hey, Alex, what's 1,000 Suns' favorite type of puzzle?
Oh no.
This is a riddle.
No, it's a dad joke, 100%. I don't know. Oh no, I do know. It's a prism. No, it's not. I don't know. That was someone. That was another dad
Yeah,
joke.
Right.
Is the answer to
Hopefully,
this?
the answer was
somewhere?
also super chatted because I don't know.
I don't
Like,
know
I'm
when the super
exhausted.
chat came
Like,
in.
I'm not
Oh,
thinking,
no.
Belgo.
Oh no!
We need an answer.
Right? You're gonna leave me hanging here.
This is
like,
gonna keep you up at
know,
night.
You're gonna ask me a question and not respond. Like
Yeah.
Favorite type of puzzle.
What's that?
type. Of,
Oh,
I'm trying to
a
think of-
rubric.
oh,
John.
John,
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
true Thousand Son. You know why Magnus is in so much debt?
Why?
He's got 1,000 sons. You gotta go to college, man.
I love John holds the mic up. Why? And then he puts the mic back out.
Yeah, people are saying Rubik's Cube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rubik's.
Love
Yeah.
it. It's
That
so
was
good.
close
Good
enough.
job.
No, I
you
agree, I
got it,
agree, I
you got
agree.
it. That's all. You didn't need
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh.
All right, let's take a look. Faith's Daydreamer, thank you so much. Hey TTT, great tournament. John, I'm dropping a 1x10 Howling Banshees and splitting my 2x10 Dire Avengers into 3x5 in order to add the Incarnitas.
Oh.
Do you like the Incarn, John?
I really like the Incarn. She's just so dynamic, same as she's always been, and she's a bigger anvil than she's ever been before. Halving damage. She has crazy toughness. 2-up save now.
Yeah.
Really
what?
good.
They
The
give
flamer.
they give her 2-up save.
Two up save, 4-up invone.
Yeah.
The having damage, right? That's huge, right? And yeah, that flamer was so clutch in a couple of different places.
Right. Her teleport is super broken right now.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
I think it's worth it. If you're going for a more competitive build, that's probably the right choice. I know Aspect Warriors are cool, but yeah, and you're gonna like the smaller squads of Dire Avengers.
'Cause a lot of times
to do stuff.
you have units a place because they need to be there to score points.
Yeah.
And your opponent's like, oh, this thing needs to die. so that you can't score those points. And then you're like, oh, you just killed my thing that's gonna not let me score these points. Well, here's the thing that you probably can't kill that's gonna score me.
What's her OC? 5?
OC is like a 3. It's like a normal monster.
Well, a lot of times you just need to be standing somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Like you got behind enemy lines and you got a whole bunch of other things in our game. Just because like I killed your thing that was gonna give you that, and then you're like, oh no, I still have it.
Yeah. And like I can see what Fate Stay Dreamer is trying to do, right? They have the little squad of Dire Avengers going on, doing those actions, getting those points, and they Dire Avengers overwatch on 4s on objectives. And even when the Dire Avenger squads eventually die, the Incarn pops up, and now you're in business, right? Yeah.
Cool. Thank you all.
Belgo says that they did have the answer in it, but YouTube ate it. So, you know what? Keeping us hanging. Again, appreciate it, Belgo. And appreciate it, Fate Stay Dreamer. Yeah, don't worry if anyone has any concerns about their super chats getting caught. We will get you. We're going to be doing a little sweep after this, making sure we catch any lost questions. All right, with that, let's take a look. And again, thank you, everyone, for the amazing support. Thank you again, Spider335. Your most surprising data sheet. Mine was Farsight. Oh.
Like surprising.
I mean, for me, it's like the fact that it didn't get anything like super new and interesting to match the new balance.
I was expecting a lot out of Farsight. I kind of thought that Tao or Brian would have brought him, you know, and then I was like, when I was like, oh, what's, you know, Tao? And I was like, wow, this is boring.
Yeah.
even Shadowstone, who has a good rule, is kind of boring. It's real ones in an aura, and you're like, oh.
But I mean, and she used to be this thing that would just like zip around and like obliterate something.
Well, she was double Kalyan.
Right? And now she's got, I got Meltaguns, but like Meltaguns are sad now. So it's like, I don't know.
Right. Most surprising data sheet. And they don't have to be bad.
Everyone immediately goes to the bad one.
Right.
I was actually really shocked and confused with Trajan. My initial evaluations of him were way off.
Mm-hmm.
He's priced strangely. His rules don't jump out as like, here's what he does and why. I just didn't understand it. I thought he would like give CP because he's a super leader. I thought, or he would refund CP. Like he's had super leader abilities before. Those are all gone. I looked at a basic captain, a shield captain, and I was like, oh, free strat. Trajan, no free strat. Like, what is happening here? Like, why is he a worse leader? But then once you get the context of him ignoring all modifiers in a game, you're like, now I get it.
Yeah.
He leads from the front. he leads the charge.
Yeah.
So it was a surprising data sheet to me because it was a context I just hadn't seen him in before.
Yeah, makes sense. Now, Spider has clarified they actually do want surprising bad ones.
Oh.
Like what's a data sheet that you were surprised didn't get anything new?
Oh, this got easier. Dante, for sure. Dante.
John coming
so
in bad. Really? Does that have anything cool? Or not what you thought?
It's not what I thought, right? Dante is such a cool character. He's gotten a lot of focus in the lore as well.
He was a big part of the end of Ninth.
The big
Right? Yeah, big part.
And like he's kind of fell short, especially for his points. Definitely doesn't slap.
Ever since they renamed his gun, he's just not been the same.
Dude, how are you gonna get rid of Dante's Inferno, man? That's crazy.
That was actually,
It was the Disco Lord.
Yeah?
Talk about a model that just got so bad. Like that thing it's like 200 and something points. It can't join anything. It's a mini tank, I guess, right? Like he's T9 or something like that, but he gets like 9 attacks. It's strength 6.
Yeah. That model immediately fell off my radar. I have no idea.
Yeah. It's just it does nothing.
That's the kind of model
does
that has
nothing.
no place in 10th.
It just doesn't. It doesn't do
It's
anything.
like Morven Vol, like all these vehicle characters that aren't the monster character, like quasi Primarch things.
Yeah.
It's like, where do they fit in 10th? Like, what is it supposed to do?
Yeah, and some worked, like the Demon Prince. Like I really enjoyed the Demon Princes, right? Like they're tanks now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're T9, they got 9 or something, 10
And
wounds.
the Catan are a similar thing.
Yeah, like they're cool because they are killable if you want to put some like really heavy guns into them, but like you have to put something good into them.
Yeah.
And they have some great utility and some other things that are really great about it. I love that, but then other things. It's just like this thing's worthless. It does nothing.
Yeah. My bad one's Celestine. I don't think she does
Ooh,
anything
That's
anymore.
a good one. That's a good
sad.
one.
She's like-
she's so sad.
I saw her going to Warriors and kill like 2 Warriors.
Yeah.
And then they came back and it's like,
Oh yeah.
oh, Celestine.
Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah. She got super sad.
Yeah.
She needed like, I don't know, anti everything.
She doesn't have enough attacks, and her attacks don't do anything.
Yeah. Like,
She got hit in every way possible.
Yeah. She's hurting. She's hurting.
Yeah.
It's a huge whiplash. All these characters that were huge hammers before now are like in this place of like, oh, you're not supposed to kill anything meaningful, but you're also, I don't know.
And it's
Supposed
kind
to
of
do
weird,
something.
right? Because some characters, yeah, they just don't do anything, right? Like you put them in a unit for a buff, but then beyond that, they're just kind of meh. Like, They don't really do much, and they're so much more killable, right? Like characters are way more killable
Yeah.
in this than they've ever been.
They definitely tried to tone down solo combat characters,
yeah.
but then they accidentally made other god tier solo combat characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like a shield captain with veiled blade is 9 attacks that are all gonna hit and wound.
And they also have 1 million ablative wounds.
Right.
That's the
That
weird
are
thing.
also amazing. Like I
That
wouldn't
are
even
really
describe
hard
them
to
as a
kill.
blade of wounds. They're like you attach this god tier character to a god tier squad. It's just like
Yeah. Right?
like I don't know. They took like why does Celestine should have at least as many attacks as a shield captain with this weird enhancement.
Yeah, she's a literal saint. Like, come on.
She's a demon, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I gotta agree with we're getting some good suggestions from chat. We're talking about Wolfen, Riptide.
Oh yeah, those are great. Yeah.
I think for me, the one that Vanguard Vets, the one that takes the cake though is Vashtor, which is kind of the same vein as Farsight, right?
Yeah.
You know, we saw Lion. We're like, okay, temporary rules, got the new line, awesome, amazing.
Yeah.
Chaos, CSM book comes in. It's like you run down Christmas morning, you open up your present, and it's just nothing inside.
Cold.
It's like an old coffee mug.
It's
that's
an
got
old
the
copy. It got
handle broken off.
repackaged because they forgot. Yeah,
White
exactly.
socks.
Uh,
They don't match.
he was just as underwhelming as he was in the last edition.
They're on size.
If not more.
If not
right?
more.
Like he doesn't have anywhere near the cool stuff that he used
Because
to
he
have.
lost his whole army. That was the only cool thing.
Yeah.
you
Like
know?
he doesn't do anything.
It's I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, he was actually second on my list.
Yeah, for
Right?
sure.
It was him and the D Lord. They're sad.
Yeah. So sad. Thank you, Spider335. Thank you again, Sikag. You guys did absolutely amazing and deserve some well-earned sleep. Thank you so much. Love seeing the new faces and hope we get to see more of Alex in the future. Oh,
Yes.
the face. I like it. God.
Well, I mean, you know, these guys, they do a lot, and they got a really good flow, and things work out, you know, really well for them. So, but like, I mean, I love coming back,
absolutely.
sometime in the future if it works out.
We would love to have you
Maybe
again.
we could do some more time.
Oh, Alex and I have been talking about doing Wartime for a while. We've actually had a few content things we've been talking about.
I mean, it'd be fun. Or some nice boys mean lists.
Heck yeah.
Oh.
Come play John
Yeah.
on a Saturday.
That would be amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, Alex is no stranger to the tournament scene. This is not the first time you've kicked my butt.
Not the last either.
We've had a few games.
Holds out the space marine.
Yeah.
So Alex, it's not the first time you whooped me, huh?
Your thoughts?
Any comment?
Yeah. But we've had really good games.
Yeah,
We've had really good.
yeah. I've learned a lot from playing Alex in the past.
Yeah.
Joe, you got to talk into the space marine.
Yeah. Closer.
That's amazing.
The
Yeah.
sergeant would like to know more.
Alex is part of our crew when we roll deep at tournaments, for sure. Thank you, Just Fishing with Justin. Imperial Guard Infantry Squad can be joined by 2 leaders, so 1 commissar plus PCS, etc. Then attaches an Ogren bodyguard can also join the PCS, as far as I know.
Does it say on infantry that they can have 2 leaders?
I'm pretty sure
That's where it would say it.
if it's not on there, it's the intention, right? I mean, I don't
Does that explain the weird commissar thing?
No, because the commissar is still a typo. Like it's just it's missing what squads it can join, right? That was the issue. It's leader but can't join a squad.
No, I thought there was just no way to have 2 leaders.
Yeah,
His
I thought
ability.
it didn't have
Oh,
There's
right.
usually
caveat.
there is a caveat in the guard codex. I don't know what characters have it or not, but it's definitely in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you might want to check the infantry squads themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
pulling up
think
right
it's
now.
where it's
Maybe that's their ability.
And my question, I thought Ogren were bad.
The
Yeah, they're bad.
bodyguard
The bodyguard
is okay.
Oh, is that like? Because
It's
I'm thinking
one
bodyguard
model.
now. I'm thinking that's just a unit.
No. It's
right?
one. The Ogre and bodyguard is a unit, one model that you put in the
Oh,
squad.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's just a blade of wounds or a feel no pain or something.
Yeah,
That's right. It's actually it's like an elite Ogren.
Gotcha.
It's a little more. It's actually like 50 points or something.
Wow.
That's too much.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of points.
So yeah, it does say on the sheet it's an awkward spot because it's like unit composition and tells you about your sergeants and your guardsmen, and then it's like down below the unit can have up to 2 leaders attached to it. Blah blah blah. So cool.
Okay.
There we go.
That clears up a lot of our questions.
Yeah, I mean, sisters are the same way, right? Where they can have like canonesses and I don't know.
But
like
that's
apothecary.
templated in the same way as Space Marines, where their support characters say can join a captain or can join a canoness. Whereas with Guard, it's just choose 2 characters to attach,
Oh, sure.
not
sure.
one to another, but like 2 characters to this one infantry squad, which is not how we're used to seeing it. Thanks, dude.
Thank you, and thank you again. Sandrello, still trying to make Death Guard work. What do you think about Mortarion, 2 Land Raiders, some Death Shroud, Nurglings, and maybe a Chaos Knight?
Whoa.
I mean, it's big.
Why
It's a lot of big
Nurglings?
things, but like, what's gonna score you points?
What?
Missing
Nurglings
the little things.
can't shoot, so they can't do the actions.
I mean, they're infiltrators. So
No,
I get kind of their screening, but
Didn't we establish that you don't need a gun to do the action? You just have to be eligible to shoot.
Oh, is that a thing?
That is correct.
Okay, so Nurglings can do actions for you. That's why you're bringing them.
okay.
You bring the Chaos Knight to do all the heavy lifting. Death Shroud, Inland Raiders can be kind of an anvil. And then Mortarion, I don't know. You're trying to like threat saturate high toughness. I get it.
Yeah, I
get
mean,
it.
there's value in stacking.
You just play
high
Chaos Knights,
toughness.
though.
Yeah.
You're just playing Chaos Knights with extra steps.
I mean, that's what exact same thing I was thinking, right? You know, like I mean, if you really want to make Death Guard work, sure, right? But like, Chaos Knights just do it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to continue to experiment with that. Thank you. Mike Landis, do you guys think it would be too far to make it so critical hits / wounds can only proc off an original die roll? No rerolls and no auto 6. Oh, interesting.
Well, the auto is like for the anti-keyword, which is an interaction we've discussed before. The fact that anti makes it critical. It's clearly intentional and is the basis of how certain units function, like Haywire
Or Breachers.
or
It's a
Breachers.
sweeping change if this were to happen, right?
Yeah.
It hits so many different
Yeah.
factions, and it'll fundamentally change so many factions that you'll need to go in and see the balance between each of those factions and how they're affected and rebalance those factions. So it's so huge. It's just a sweeping change.
So I don't know about that, but the reroll thing, our fix to rerolls is to go back to the 8th edition fix for rerolls, which was reroll failed.
Only.
Instead of reroll all,
Yeah.
which lets you fish, it's reroll failed,
Yes.
which means only if you miss do you get to reroll that die. And I think that's an elegant solution to this problem of like, I'm gonna stack all the buffs,
Yep. Fish
I'm
for
like-
those devastating wounds.
fish for everything, even with sustained and lethal. Like it's common enough that people are getting annoyed about it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I am not a fan of rerolls. Right? Like I use them because
you
part
have
of the
to play the
You
game,
have
yeah.
to. If you don't use them,
It's
you're,
your
yeah,
combo,
You're
right?
gonna have to do it. But yeah, I was really hoping for an addition with less rerolls.
I mean, we were promised one.
I'm sad.
And when you're hitting on 2s, you're gonna fish for those.
Oh yeah.
hits.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
every time.
No reason not to.
Every time.
That's the worst part. Is reroll all is most incentivized when you hit super well. Like,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Bridger Tank Shock with a Knight Gauntlet.
With the Knight Gallant, so their strength.
Oh, that's gone.
Whoa, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know what it means.
So
but I
tank
like it.
shock is when a vehicle charges, roll a number of dice equal to the strength of one of their melee weapons, and every 5 of them is a mortal wound.
So 14? Or no?
Well, the
gauntlet.
fist is like 20 something.
Oh.
The fist goes to strength 1 billion.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
That's
But-
awesome.
But you also just charged a knight with a fist. So you're going to kill whatever you charged anyway. That's my argument.
I don't
It's
know.
like,
They
I
could be
guess you know what I
custodians.
would say? If you double charge,
Right.
right? Because then you do the tank shock on one thing, and then you do your attacks into another thing.
or if they screen you because you're big scary knights, you tank shock the screen, it disappears instantly, and then you pile into the thing behind it.
Oh, that's so cool. Like you
And
just
chop
like
it, chop
whack
it.
it aside, and then you still go to the unit, swat it.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
good.
all right. You know what,
pretty good.
Jeff? You're onto something.
All right.
Love it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fyodor Dostoevsky. I was like, I'm going to get it right first time. Looks like a list. All right, let's see.
John.
Archon,
John.
Court, Cobbleites. 2x10 Cobbleites, Hemorax, Raider. 2 Venoms, 3x5 Scourge with Lances, Cannons, Shredders. 2 Chronos, 2 Talos with Haywire. 2 Ravagers with Lances. 1x6 Reavers with Heat Lances.
This is a good list, my friends. This, I think, if you were to see a Drukhari list, or if you were to expect to fight.
Is there a part 2?
Just a bit of context. My
yeah.
bad. It
Sorry.
came in backwards as the bot sometimes does. That's my bad. Thank you again, Fyodor. Hi, guys. Just submitted my list for a GT in July. I'm locked in now, which is good because you haven't said anything bad about it. No. But would be interested in hearing your thoughts. List is in the next super chat, which I'll pop back up.
Excellent. Okay, so now we know this is for a GT. Amazing. It's a good list. Like, this is what I expect Drukhari to run. There's a few little flavors that I see in here. Reavers, especially a squad of 6. Heat Lances is why you take it, and the speed. That's kind of a bit of a flavor. I'm wondering how that unit's going to do. But everything else is like amazing. I would want more Ravagers just because they're like 90 points for 3 Dark Lances. Wow. It's so crazy.
Not. Hold on. 90 points? Yeah. That's a typo.
Yeah.
No, that's a typo.
That's cheaper than
No, John, that's a typo.
so much.
John,
No, that's right. They got the 9 upside down. It actually should be 60 points. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
were they supposed to be 190 points?
900 points.
That's a typo.
Transport too.
No,
No,
you're
that's
thinking of
the
Raider.
Raider.
These
Yeah,
are
I'm thinking
Raider.
Raider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They-
Which comes with 1 lance.
It's no Vindicator.
No. You know what? No.
And the data sheet, the data sheet rule is reroll hits. If you're full strength, you reroll all hits, and if you're below strength, I think it's just 1s or something like that. Reroll
So
hits.
it's
But
definitely.
you're already rerolling all hits. Is the
It's
thing.
definitely 190 points, and an intern missed the 1.
Wow.
Like,
It's very good. That's why I want 3. I want to see 3, but you might have a footprint
But they're
problem.
like T6.
They're
like T8,
low
T9.
I don't know. No, I don't know. What they are
skimmers
now.
or T8 or 9?
T7.
Really?
It was something higher than we thought, right?
It's higher than it was
sounds
before,
low to me.
obviously.
Which was 6.
They were 6 before.
Okay.
There's someone between 7 or 8.
So like a Ghost Arc and a Doomsday Arc were 6 before, and now they're 9.
It says a 5+ invuln, moves 14 inches.
It actually might be a 6-up invul now. It used to be a 5.
No.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they made them cheap.
They made them cheap.
throwaway.
They're cheap gunboats. Yeah, but you're gonna deep strike them every time. They're gonna come in, and
cool.
you're just gonna start blasting.
so weird.
And they'll get full reroll or full rerolls to hit every
They're
time.
like 36-inch range, so it's like
They're forever range, and
Yeah.
you can easily fire and fade, or find an angle. I really like Court. I played an Archon last game. I played with Drukhari, and it's so good. Full rerolls the wound. That's the only access to reroll wounds, and Cobbleites are so good. I think you're gonna do well here. I like it, and I love the Shredder tech. I don't know if I would take cannons, but maybe that's what you have modeled. I think you're gonna do well. You have the Chronos, of course. Talos are super oppressive, amazing guns. Drukhari. The name of the game for Drukhari is just the amazing guns you have.
Yeah.
Like, you have the Haywire, you have the crazy Dark Lances, you have the Flamers that are 18 inches, strength 6 with AP.
Dude, I would just find the 90 points for a 3rd Ravager.
That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, it's a tight list. Like, there's not much to cut. So
Anything.
that's what I'm saying.
Cut
Like, you just have
anything.
to, like, but he submitted. It's a good list. It's not bad by any means. Any tips and during the play? Make sure you're putting your shredders in a position where they deep strike, shoot something, kill it like cultists, and then they're lined up to overwatch in your opponent's turn. I try to do it to you, Alex.
Yeah.
But you played around it pretty well. But it's a great tech where you're shooting basically twice with these flamers. Your poison gob.
Shredders are flamers now?
Yeah, shredders are flamers.
What?
They're strength 6 flamers.
With 2-up anti-infantry, right?
Is it anti? I think they were anti. You're thinking about last edition, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But because they used to be like anti-infantry.
Right,
but
they were poison.
Shredders used to be like a 6-shot.
It was like reroll wounds.
It's like
Yeah.
reroll wounds against infantry or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
They're cool.
But now poison mostly across the board. There's still some instances where it's a 4-up, but it's mostly a 3-up poison
Okay.
against infantry now.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Um,
That's any infantry, right?
yeah. So
Not
get your
bikes,
shots
though.
in. Use your movement. Don't be shy about using the pain tokens. You're gonna get them throughout the game. That's literally on demand reroll hits for a given unit in a phase. It's so good.
Who
What
writes
can I
these
say?
books?
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, just remember, Bridger. Less rerolls.
Who writes these books?
Dude, did you watch the Drukhari game that I had with Adrian? I
was
literally
so
was
good.
I was pooping
so
out
good.
pain tokens. It
Yeah,
was
he
just like
I got a pay token. Oh, let me go to the drawer and get more pay tokens. You know?
it's crazy. But it's spicy. Let me know how you do. I'm interested. It's very good. Don't forget your rules. You got a lot of things going on here. You can disembark from the venoms, get out, get back in. It's amazing. I wonder what you're gonna do with the coblites. To be honest, do you split them up and put them in the venoms with an Archon? Dude, Archon disembarking with all your special weapons in a boat.
Something
coming out,
has
putting
to
it
go
back
in the
in.
Venoms, right? They're
They do. And
Dedicated
they
transport.
have the dwarf rule where you can split
You
units.
split, yeah. So 10 Coblites have to go in the Raider and 10 have to go in the Venoms because that's
You can
the
put
rules
racks.
of the game.
You can put racks in there or something. I don't know how many racks he has, but I think it's cool tech to split the units of warriors and put just special weapons into the Venom
Right.
because they're far more durable in the
Yeah.
Venom, and they can get out and shoot and get back in.
Cool. Thanks, Fyodor.
Yeah, good question. Cool. Good luck. Have fun. Awesome list.
Thanks, Eula Sanders. Thoughts on a 60 Immortals with the Luminor, toughness 5 cover, plus effectively giving them 3+ save versus AP2.
Yeah, Euless was loving the Necron game. Local Necron player here in California.
Great player.
And he was saying how he was kind of surprised that his first few takes on Necrons, no vehicles in his list.
What?
And so he's famously known for spamming a lot of infantry, mostly, what are they called?
Flayed ones.
Flayed
The
ones.
flayed
Flayed
ones,
ones.
dude. They're so strong. They're like so unkillable, right?
And now
So
they have twin linked, right?
is that right?
I'll bet because they have 2 claws.
That's what I thought. I think
my
they went
God.
to basically like lightning claws, which is
amazing.
pretty spicy for a melee unit.
no, but
pretty good.
this
That's pretty good.
list concept, the more I think about it. So just to finish reading.
Yeah.
So they're T5 with cover, effectively giving them 3-up save versus AP2 because Illuminar reduces incoming AP by 1. They're lethal hits because it's Gauss. Strength 5, AP3, again because of Illuminor. Reroll wounds if on an objective because they just gave that rule to a bunch of things. Illuminor is a 4-up invuln, 4-up feel no pain, lone operative because he's near them. And you can reanimate for a CP. So like, this is an interesting list concept, but you're not going to fit 60 Immortals around Illuminor. They don't all have to be within range of him, but one model in the squad has to be within 6 inches of him at the beginning. His aura can grow if he kills stuff in combat, but we haven't seen how easy that really is to pull off.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. 6 inches. It's great for like small things, but giant bricks like this, like that's
It's
gonna be
unwieldy.
crazy hard.
It's
and what do you do
unwieldy.
with it, right? You got like 60 guys sitting in like one spot. They're 24-inch range shooting. So like, yes, you own that spot, but like that doesn't necessarily win you the game.
Right.
You
You
know?
have kind of like a spider with like big legs coming out of Illuminor, but I think it would be very hard to play.
Not every model in the unit is shooting at any given activation.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if you could just have Illuminor's rules all the time, if you paid for his points and then he wasn't a model you put on the table and you just had his buff on all your immortals and they can go anywhere, this would be insane. But I think given that you have to actually put the models on the table and play, it's going to be challenging. And I'm not saying it's bad or good. I just think it's hard to evaluate. Like, that's the X factor of you can't just look at data sheets. You have to actually play it to see does this work? Can I get line of sight? Can I shoot? Do I have range? Do I have the movement?
Yep.
Am I clocking out because I'm moving 60 infantry and measuring all these auras?
Right. Yeah.
Like, is there some way to kill Illuminor and then I just have a bunch of immortals who don't do anything? Like,
Right. Or everyone
what-
just hides behind line of lock sighting terrain, and you just never do anything with your
Right.
blind 60 brick.
what are the auto loss matchups? Like, what do I do against knights? Like, these are all important questions you have to answer. So to be honest, I just don't know.
So flayed ones, just because I had to look it up. So there's sustained hits, one.
Cool.
Twin linked,
Cool.
right?
Oh.
So they're 4 attacks each, strength 4, AP 1, 1 damage, right?
Don't love that profile.
They have infiltrators
Okay.
and stealth.
Oh.
And each time this unit makes a melee attack, if the target is below half strength, a successful hit is a critical hit.
Whoa.
Wow, that's a lot of keywords.
So that's sustained hits on 3s.
If they're below starting strength?
If what you're targeting is below starting strength.
That's
So you shoot with the rest of your army, and then these guys walk in and they're critting with sustained hits,
That turned it around for me.
right? And
wild.
re-rolling all wounds.
Right. I was not sold on the data sheet until we got to basically double their attacks. Then I was like, all right, you got me. I'm in.
Right? So it's 40 attacks for the squad.
Yeah, this is like the Rick and Morty episode where they're heisting. Like, I'm in. You've sold me.
Right? That just sounds fun. Right? I don't know what their points are like, but that just sounds fun.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Ulyss. And again, thank you all so much for the very generous support. We really appreciate
That's a lot of super chats.
all
you
the
got there.
super chats.
Wait, is those? Oh my!
We have all these, and
Oh my-
there's more.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
still
yeah.
loading.
Appreciate it.
Oh, man.
We may
yeah.
never get to go home.
This is where you
might
live,
live
now.
here now. Yeah.
Yeah, like
You know where pizza?
yeah, right? Jeez, actually. Thank you so much, Eamon. I dropped a list earlier in a super chat, and I'm not certain if you guys have gone over it yet. I suppose I could go back and watch the VODs, but I'm lazy, so I'm just going to give you more money instead.
But
yeah.
Wait, but then where's the list?
But Eamon.
Eamon.
Okay, well, okay, hold on.
Can you
In
add
Discord,
us?
there's a search function.
Uh,
You can search in the channel that has the super in the thank you channel. If you just press Control F
Type in his name.
and then type in Eamon. Eamon.
Oh, Eamon's been super chatting a lot though.
Bro.
But we can probably.
Yeah, but bro. Oh. Okay, so this is. Are you a Slack person? You have to do in #hashtag channel.
Yeah, you don't
I thought it did it automatically, but I guess it didn't.
want to look from. You need a true search. No hashtaggies.
Look, Eamon, we're on it. We're working through
We're working
it.
on it. We have.
We're gonna put the best minds. I can do it on my phone.
We know a guy.
I'm on it.
Yeah. All right.
yeah,
We know a guy who knows a guy who
Not
has
me.
a phone.
We'll come back, right? Because you can search for that.
Yep,
and then
I'm
we'll
on
come
it.
back.
Yeah, we'll come back. Cheers, Eamon. I won't delete it, so we'll know it's there. Look, again. Thank you, Sandrello.
Thank
Units like
you.
infantry squads, orc boys allow 2 leaders with conditions to join the unit. Right. Oh, yeah.
Orc
they're
boys
saying
allowed you to have 2 leaders?
orc boys,
Really?
when you have 20 of them, you can have 2 leaders. Don't get too excited.
Is that good? What do
No,
you-
because one of them has to be a war boss, and I don't really like war bosses.
Oh,
They're like +1 to hit, but boys kind of suck. So
Oh.
okay.
Yeah. Sisters have weird restrictions like that too. Like it has to be battle sisters.
Or it's certain ones, right? There's actually restrictions on
On
what
what
type of
characters-
character can go
right,
with other
right,
Yeah,
characters.
exactly.
Yeah, they
So,
did limit some of the weird combos.
They really do.
Or not weird, good.
Good.
Combos.
Yeah, let's be honest. So yeah, so like that could be one of the reasons is it's kind of like an extra exception. Well, here's another one from Eamon, Captain on. Oh, this might be the list. Oh my God, Eamon.
Oh, I just found it too.
Such a legend.
I just-
oh my
just
goodness.
found
Well, thank you, Eamon. You were too kind. So here's the list. Captain on bike with Shroud of Heroes, leading minimum Ravenwing command squad, 2 Land Raiders with minimum Deathwing command squad in each, and each led by Terminator Chaplain, Min Infiltrators, Min Heavy Intercessors, 2 Min Inceptors. This is a cool list. I like it a lot. It's got a lot of the hallmarks of the Space Marines list that we're looking at. You've got mobile shooting. You've got the tough Land Raiders, the Inceptors for scoring. I still remain somewhat skeptical of heavy intercessors, sadly, because it's kind of the same as last edition for me. Like, they're good, but there's probably something better, and you've got them on your list. It's called infiltrators. So that makes me nervous, but the rest I like. Deathwing command squads are awesome. Are they joining anything, or are they just Deathwing command? How big can you make that squad?
So Deathwing Command is like the Apothecary, the Banner,
Right.
and somebody else? Lieutenant, maybe?
Apothecary, Banner, and yeah, let me check.
Because that's like what it is. Maybe it's just those two guys.
But
It
then what
might.
could you attach to him and that character?
No,
and still
that's
fit in
this
a
is
land
one of
raid?
those like character units that's just characters in a unit.
I
They're
know, but
just
what I'm
like-
saying is like I don't even think you can join anything into it if you want to put it in Land Raider.
No.
Yeah, so it's okay. So you start with the Ancient Apothecary Champion and 2 Command Terminators,
Champion.
Okay.
and then you can add 5 more Command Terminators. Cool.
Okay. So it's just 5 Terminators.
It's its
and
own
then-
squad
yeah,
of characters
yeah.
plus Terminators.
Well, the reason I like it, having just played GSC today, is they're not characters. They don't have the character keyword at all.
Oh.
So you get
Oh,
a
but
lot of
he
the
adds a
benefits.
character to it,
No,
no.
right? I thought
They're
it
just
said
in
each
a-
led by a Termi chaplain.
Oh.
Okay, cool. That's cool. I like that. It's not another character unit. Like each of these
Right.
buffs, the Space Marines can buy with a whole character that gives up assassination points.
Oh, I see.
This
And
is
this gives you +1 to wound with the chaplain. Like he's doing something.
this is a very elegant list. I actually like this a lot.
This is cool.
We need more Land Raiders.
I've been saying it
Oh,
for
man.
like a
If
month.
You can find them.
Yeah, that's true. Bridger brought in some old ones. I dug up a Chaos one. It's like really beat up. Yeah.
Can't possibly be as beat up as the 2 I brought in.
So it was one that I got. It was secondhand, and I totally stripped it, and it's like real messed up. So I made it a Chaos one, and so I have like a tree like growing out of it. It's super cool, yeah. And I just never finished it because it was too sad to play. So
Okay.
now,
Not sad now.
not sad anymore.
No, they're good.
Not sad now.
Exactly. So thank you so much, Eamon.
Yeah, that's a good list.
Great list. Thank you, Daminion. Cheers for the advice. Thoughts on the paint job? This is. Oh, we're having another search.
Oh, so he put something. I think this is the gentleman that put something in the Armies on Parade. Mm-hmm. Right, which I haven't had. a chance
That's
to
right.
do.
That's right.
Yeah, we totally didn't follow up on the second half.
Army is on.
Parade.
Hobby channels.
Daminion.
Army is on. Power raid.
I'm just.
Oh, there it is.
Got it?
Oh, the Kniefs. I don't
we
know
all
how.
go into it. Or we all.
I don't know how I share this with you.
Everyone take out their
Whoa, is that a?
phones.
Okay. There's a red foot right behind the head of the Vindicator, and it looked to me like a banshee hair. I was like, what's going on here?
It's awesome. This is the night list for everyone watching. I'm describing. They're looking at images. of
So
knights.
we have half yellow knights and half red knights. It's red with yellow and hazard stripes.
Yeah.
And then yellow with accents of like. Ooh. Actually, the weathering on the yellow is really good.
I really like the nameplates that they put on the bases of these knights. Like it really gives them some character. You can like name your
right.
Yeah, these are gorgeous.
This is House Griffith.
Yeah. Ooh
Yeah,
Griffith.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a
Hey,
beautiful night.
Isn't that the same name for the Space Marine Legion? That's the checker, like the checker.
That's the Howling Griffins.
Howling Griffins.
Yeah.
And then
Also,
that's the
Peter
Vindicator
Griffin.
that I thought was a banshee. Because I didn't have it zoomed in, so I just saw like
You
you
thought
tell
they
me
were
that
in-
doesn't look like banshee hair.
It literally does not.
No,
not even
I
close.
I saw it.
This
I
is
saw
a
it.
really beautiful army.
It does look really
Yeah.
good.
The weathering on it, so
Yeah,
great.
that's what leaps out to me. It's like the
Yeah.
weathering is just amazing,
beautiful.
and the transfers. To be honest, the transfers are well done,
Yeah.
and
You
the
got
weathering over the
right?
transfers looks really good.
Awesome.
And it's hard to do a yellow like that. It's a good looking yellow.
amazing.
Yeah, Mel. Liam's somewhere in San Francisco, I think.
Mel's asking where Liam is.
Yeah. Does anyone know where Liam is?
We lost Liam.
I believe he's eating Chinese food right now.
Yeah, with Brian and his family.
Well, you know.
All right. Again, thank you, Dominion. Thank you, Stefan Beck. Oops, all lone operatives. Here we go. The Lion. 3 Talon Masters, 3 Phobos squads with Libbies, 3 Scout Snipers, 1 with Phobos Captain, Leviathan Lieutenants, Vindicator, most annoying army.
Wait, the Talon Masters aren't
when they're
lone
near.
operatives. Do they get it from each other?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's when they're neasening, right?
No.
Do they have the
way.
keywords to make each other lone operative?
No.
No.
I'll bet
They have 3
way.
Phobos squads, y'all. Like, there's other ways
No,
to do
the
this.
Talmasters are the speeders that get it from being near other speeders. They get it from each other.
I didn't know they had to be
No
speeders.
way.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's
The Phobos squads are for the Lion. The Talonmasters give each other lone operative. That'll get an FAQ. Don't worry. It might take months, but that will get an FAQ.
It's annoying.
Two
It's annoying.
Talonmasters hiding each other
I
is
mean,
not gonna fly.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
charge it,
it totally works.
right?
That's so
but
dumb.
like, yeah, the shooting armies, they're just gonna be like, what do I do? Like, why am I here?
No, this is busted because technically you actually don't need anyone.
Because you're within range of yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
that'll
so
get an
cool.
FAQ.
Oh no, it does say other. It does say other.
Oh, okay.
So,
two Talonmasters.
still busted, but yeah,
They'll fix it. That won't stay.
that's adorable.
That's so crazy.
This is a funny list.
I love it, Stefan. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Zedgraf. Hey, Titans, love this weekend. It was a ton of fun. What do you think of the Nurgle Forge Fiends supported with Havoc, Warpsmith, and Hellbrutes to make a scary CSM shooting brick?
So Nurgle gives sustained hits on 5s for the Forge Fiend.
Yep.
And the Havocs, right? You know, they're just good shooting platform Nurgle, so they can be untargetable outside of 12. The Warpsmith becomes a lone operative, I guess. So that that is one other if he's next to a vehicle, and he can give something hits on 2s, and I think he repairs something. So and Hellbrute, so that you get lethal and sustained on 5s, right? Because the ability of the Pact makes 5s criticals. And since you're getting sustained and lethal, you get both on 5s.
It's good.
Right? So, I mean, it's a lot of shooting,
It is.
Forge Fiends are strength 10, AP 1, 3 damage. 3d3 shots each.
It's a weird profile that I
mean-
keep seeing. The AP 1 3 damage, it just keeps popping up, and it's like,
Yeah. I mean, strength 10 is cute.
it's just hard for me to get past the AP 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's a Terminator killing gun that Terminators get a 2-up against. Where I'm like,
yeah,
what?
yeah.
Why?
And if you could move some way in which they don't get cover, sure. But, like,
Then they just go to ground and they get covered.
that's true.
It's like they're going to get their 2-up.
Yeah, I don't know. This is really weird. I was looking at, actually something I was thinking about for shooting bricks, talking about, like, unwieldy things. 60 cultists with Abaddon, right? And he gives out his full rerolls to hit bubble, and everything's lethal hits.
I'm not amused.
With a Hellbrute, it's lethal hits and sustained hits.
I refuse. No.
But no, yeah, I mean,
No.
it will work, right? Like it is going to do a lot of shooting, and it's gonna have impact against vehicles and things like that and certain squads. But I don't know how good it's gonna be.
I mean, this is a castle that dissolves itself immediately on the battlefield. Like, this is a castle where things are going to wander off, right? You're going to be trying to get line of sight.
Yep.
The Forge Fiend moves way faster than everything else here.
Yep.
And then, like, now what? Right? This is a castle that's, like, self-dissolving, where you've taken a bunch of units that happen to be good next to each other, but keeping them next to each other is hard.
But you don't have to keep anything next to each other in this. I mean, I guess unless you're gonna have Warpsmiths with every one, because you can only give one thing the +1,
Right.
right? And so I guess 2 of them could wander off.
But the aura from the Hellbrute, like, you want it to be a
Yeah.
central piece.
Yeah.
And then the targets for the Forge Fiend aren't necessarily near the targets for the Havocs.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, this is one of those things I would love to test, right? Like, how good is this shooting, right? Because you're wounding Terminators on 2s, and everyone that goes
Yeah.
through is killing a Terminator, but
Mm-hmm.
it's tricky. Something that is spicy with this, though, right, is and I keep thinking about all the low AP. So the Terminator Sorcerer, he has a psychic power.
Death Hex?
It's +1 AP to a target,
Oh,
That sounds important to CSM.
right?
That should get explored.
Right? I mean, it's just +1 AP to a thing. He looks at something within 18 and he
that's pretty
says,
good.
everybody gets +1 AP against that.
That's
Eldari are
On a
offended.
2-up. On a 2-up, I think.
Yeah,
We
'cause all
lost
those psychic powers. So like on a 1, you take D3 more.
Yeah, or something, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, stuff. If you start adding those pieces, but that's also expensive, right? You're talking about unless you're going to just drop just him, he's got to have a bodyguard of 5 Terminators, which is 200 points. So which are good. Terminators.
Yeah, but you're not gonna run him alone. Yeah, you need the Terminators,
Yeah.
and now it's a 3rd unit that needs to find a target in this castle. Like I think we're gonna explore castles
Yeah.
in a lot of different armies, and then decide to pursue other strategies.
Well, we went against a bunch of castles in this tournament. They didn't do well.
No.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you, Eamon. I'm planning some Thousand Sun lists, and I really don't like Magnus. I don't like his hair. I don't like his face. I don't like his nipple horns. But the rest of the model looks pretty sweet.
Mine doesn't have nipple horns.
It's true.
He's just got the what is it, like the anti-breastplate? Like his pecs are out, but he's got the belly guard.
Yeah.
I like that look. His hair is fabulous, bro. Like Magnus is fabulous. he just, and that was always what, like in last edition, he can't hide.
Right.
Because he's too fabulous, baby. he's just out there. He wants everybody to see him. So you can't.
That's
I mean,
amazing.
unless you're gonna style his hair well. Like if you're really good with a sculpting knife, you go for it. But it's got to be fabulous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh,
That's
so
a
good.
great answer.
Thanks, Eamon.
Thanks, Eamon. Thank you. Thank you. So, is there a GoFundMe for Liam moving to California fund? Awesome work on the tourney and on the new train signal and UI.
Yes.
Great work. Great work.
It's Liam Dempsey on YouTube. That's the GoFundMe. Just go support
Right?
his channel.
Yeah.
to
Go
his
check it
channel.
out.
Great channel.
Like,
so much
subscribe.
fun. So much fun.
Yeah, and we need to get,
I thought we were in the snail signal, turn signal.
yeah.
Well-
I'm into the
Meta.
snail
I like
concept.
snail. Like, yeah.
It can be both.
We could
It's,
be
it's art. You interpret it the way you want to interpret it.
Very
Oh,
abstract.
trains and snails, man. Trains and snails.
I think the color should change every turn.
Oh, I can do that.
Ding 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 ding.
Random symbols popping.
God. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Major Minor. Inquisitor Greyfax with prosecutors. They have precision and devastating wounds against psychers. Greyfax gives anti-psycher 4+, plus leadership 4+, for 65 points. Whoa. Worth?
I didn't know she could join that unit.
Inquisitors can join like anything, right?
Yeah, basically.
They just break. They just commandeer.
They
They're
just
like,
break everything.
You're mine
every
now.
transport, every
Yeah.
Yeah.
crazy.
That sounds gross. As a Thousand Suns player, I would not want to see that across the field.
So yeah, the times when it's good, it's amazing. The times when it's good and you shoot it, it's amazing, and then it dies immediately. But the times when it's bad, it's like you added 65 points. You more than doubled the price of the squad. They're 40 points for 4.
Yeah, but like, it's still not very many points. That's like half a Vindicator.
It's I mean it's a whole Alaris body in this army.
That still makes me, that still seems fine.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a great utility piece.
How do you fit it? It's a tight list.
That I don't know. I'll
Are
leave
you
that
really
to the
worried
lawyers.
about, like,
And I'm not worried about psychers. That's the
Right?
thing. It's like I already kill everything I touch.
That's true.
yeah, I would say that if for whatever reason psychers are really hard for you,
Sure.
sure. But like, what if psychers are not doing what they used to do,
No, right.
right? Outside of Thousand Suns,
No.
right? Psychers are not doing what they used to.
And the Inquisitor that gives you a command point on a 2-up. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now you have me. I would
Custodies.
pay the points for that.
Yeah.
Because the only limiting factor on Custodies is command points.
Oh,
So now you got me.
sounds terrifying. Thank you, Major Minor. Appreciate it. Thank you yet again. Hey, TTT. Idea for T-Suns. Double battle cannon to spoiler, sitting on home objective, seeing everything due to the towering thing. Turn off armor with cabals? Yes.
I mean,
Double battle cannon to
wow. Like, okay, so the AP one is a lot less depressing when somebody doesn't have armor saves,
spoiler. Yeah.
right? On towering, just as caveat, you won't see everything, but we understand. But like,
Right.
you won't. Like, nobody's going to allow you to see everything, so you will have to pick targets. But it's true, like that is a lot.
Yeah,
That is a lot.
particularly with Knights, you have to play ground floor all blocks line of sight.
Yep.
Because otherwise they just see the whole table, and that's not a fair way to
Too
play.
much. Yeah.
You know, but I think there's something there, right?
Could be a good combo, yeah.
Right, because these things we've been talking about, these really high strength but low AP, high damage.
Yeah.
You're just removing their weakness. You're just making it good, and so there's definitely play there.
Yeah. I mean, think about
man.
Land Raiders, right? 2+ goes bye-bye.
Right, and now you're
deal.
just saving on what? Nothing,
Oh,
because they don't have an info,
good.
No.
and you're just taking 3 damage for how many shots?
Each, yeah.
Like that's spicy.
That's scary.
It's a strong ability. It's a strong ability.
It's gonna be like those types of things are really scary, right? Like that's stuff that just because the things that have invone is like, well, I was probably gonna go to my invone anyway, but everything without invone is just cowering. It's just terrified.
Big deal.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Neil Adams, Dante plus Sanguinary Guard, Jean-Pierre Chaplin.
Jump back, Chaplain.
Been a long day.
Yeah.
A long week. 10 Death Company, Primaris Chaplain, plus 10 Death Company Intercessors, Mephiston, plus 10 Assault Intercessors, Librarian Dread, Death Company Dread, 3 Inceptors, 2K on the nose, Thoughts, Go Custodies. Oh.
Ooh,
We are now backwards in time, by the way. We're doing some catch up here. If you think your super chat got missed, this is the time to tune in. And if you have a friend that missed it, come tune in. I don't know. Take it away, John.
Finishing strong.
Tell your mom to tune in. Yeah.
This is an awesome list. I like some of these combos, Adrian. I ran Mephiston and the Intercessors, amazing. Fight first. Intercessors, even with the chainsword, it's a lot of attacks. Mephiston's gonna really nerf the unit that goes into them. You think fight first is oppressive? Mephiston's gonna possibly take away an attack and a weapon skill, depending how good he rolls on the sidekick. Doesn't always happen.
It's cool.
The Livy Dread is actually very cool. Talk about uppy downy. Uppy downy's a unit of choice in his movement phase.
That's so good.
So cool.
It's quite good.
The DC Dread, get this, every time you attack a DC Dread, it attacks.
Yeah.
No cap.
Yes.
No cap.
For real?
Yeah.
He got you good, John.
Yeah.
He got you good.
Yeah.
Wow.
You put a melt on it, and at least the thing is, like, it's a vanilla Dread, so it might just die.
Sure.
In the first go, but it's still cool.
The first time he gets attacked. Yeah. But it's cool. It's annoying.
With the
Right?
last cannon. And it dies. It never attacks.
Is that in melee and in shooting?
Yeah, and you don't want it in melee. Oh man,
Yeah,
that'll tear you up.
That's what I was thinking, man. Because a lot of times those times you're chipping it.
Yeah.
You're not chipping this boy. Like this guy's just gonna pick you up.
And then I left 3 Inceptors. They're really good. I think if you're going for competitiveness, Dante, Sanguinary Guard are just really expensive now. You're taking
So
10,
expensive.
You're taking 10 Sanguinary Guard. That's like, I think that might be upwards of 350 points.
Yeah.
Like,
Whoa.
And
it's
then Dante.
and then
who's
Dante
not cheap.
on top. Like, you're hitting like a truck.
They
but,
didn't get T5, did they?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because you think of them as like flying Terminators
Yeah.
until they're not.
Wait, who?
Vanguard.
Single.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would say they're flying. Yeah. I always thought of them as flying Terminators.
They kept their 2 up,
Yeah.
but they don't have the extra wound.
I don't think they do. They definitely
Right.
don't have the extra wound. I don't know if they have the toughness.
I doubt
either.
that.
No, there's no way.
Yeah.
I doubt it,
So,
yeah.
and it's huge, right? That
a big
extra
deal.
wound is where a lot of survivability is at, right? So
And I think there's a lot of opportunity to take a named chaplain here. I think they're so good. Like, you're looking at Lamarty's for -1 damage. You're looking at Asterath for devastating.
he's scary.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't short them. So that's what is 10 Assault Intercessors.
Yeah.
I see. And then DC Intercessors. Got you.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah,
Appreciate
I think
it.
it's great. You got a lot of the staples here. And I didn't try the Libby Dread in my last game. I wonder how, because you're trying an 8 or a 9-inch charge with the Libby Dread, right? So it's still a little iffy. I'm sure Bridger would love it, a list like that.
Yeah.
Trying.
Rapid egress.
That's rapid.
No,
it's up
he's
and down.
up.
On
so
your
it has
on
to
your
come down.
turn, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I'm sure you're gonna rapid egress.
Something.
Something,
Yeah.
But it's a good list. It's a cool list. Again, I have to play it more. I gotta play it more. You got some big hammers here.
Thank you. And my apologies. This might have been from Lol Chaos 13. My apologies to both you and Neil. I don't know if that got mixed up, but thank you regardless for the support.
Thank you.
All right. Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's happening.
Feels like something's... Hold on. Okay. Just gonna load this one.
Okay.
Oh.
1 of 3.
What's going on?
Oh, your little list on the right?
Is it?
It's like off by 1 on the thing on...
Oh.
It's weird. Anyways, yeah, that was from Neil, I think. This is from 95 Ginger Age, 1 of 3. Very generous. Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate it. I'm tired. Titans want to say a very big thanks for this weekend. I was down on 10th after this week, not because of any rules. They are always changing that, but due to how many errors and questions we were left with, especially since most were issues in previous editions, I felt like GW doesn't really care about the rules part of the hobby, but back on the hype train as you are a great reminder that the game is about friends and fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number 1. Like this, like I'll be honest, right? I'm probably not going to go to a competitive tournament for at least the first 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
Right? You know, I mean, I might go more just to support the stores and also because I know people and I would want to play. But like, if you're going to go in with a hyper competitive mindset right now, it's just not going to be that interesting, right? And so for me, this edition, you know, at this point is really, it's about having fun, exploring things, and then figuring out the things that, yeah, we don't like. Because there's obvious things we don't like. Death Guard, we don't like. There's problems that need to be fixed.
Yeah.
And the things we do like, and then passing that on. Right? You know, because, you know, that's just going to be so important. Because, yeah, GW probably could have done things different. They could have done things better. But I like the direction. Like, playing these missions,
It's really fun.
so much fun.
Yeah.
Right? Like, drawing missions and not knowing, drawing secondaries and having to adapt midway through. Like, these games are engaging.
Yeah.
You know, like when you're drawing these cards, you're just really excited. You're really, really excited. And so I'm happy for this edition, and I'm really looking forward to playing games at 10th, but maybe not ultra competitively. You know,
I totally agree. We're having a ton of fun. It's all about just being positive and being excited for that new thing.
Yeah.
I understand the sentiment though. Like ninth edition, we wanted to perfect ninth edition and make it so well rounded, and felt like we were so close to reaching perfection. But you know, we're now diving into another rule set that it kind of perfects itself, where we're having fun. It's a more fun way to play this kind of game type.
Yeah.
Fun to learn and pick it apart.
So apparently this is a known issue. Bridger, if I click the remove and I don't have one selected, then it offsets the whole thing by 1.
Oh,
I got
cool.
Mel in chat. So,
Thanks, Mel.
and then Melody suggested we set actual like physical traps for you around the studio.
Oh.
Watch out
I
for those
mean,
bear
you
traps.
kind of do.
Mel,
It's a minefield out here.
So, yeah,
could I ask a
you
question?
do.
Yeah,
Could I have Chase grab me some water?
absolutely.
Let's keep hydration a priority
It's
here.
important.
I'm getting thirsty.
It's look, it's tough out here. Look, the scroll bar is gone. You know, there are more coming in,
We're
but don't worry
losing
about
features.
that. No. Meaning
The
like
scroll bar's gone, meaning he got rid of enough that
his
it's
last.
longer.
Oh,
It's deprecating. All right, let's see. Thank you, Pandemic Painting. We doing list checks? Yeah, here we are. Let's see. This is Ingrown, Lord Invocatus, Master of Executions, Demon Prince, Berserker Glaive, 2x3 8-bound, 1x10 man Berserks, 2x5 man Berserks, and 2 Rhinos. There you go. If you want to run front chase, that's cool.
What are you trying to do, buddy? We're all confused.
Headset I'm plugging it in.
Oh.
So Angron, we think is great. Invocatus is great. Mo is great. Demon Prince with the 4-up invuln on foot, excellent.
Yes.
8-bound, 2x3. I don't know, min squads. I like them as the core of the army.
I like the Exalted. I think it's success. I think, and that's what.
That's what Liam did. Yeah.
Liam did because they're the ones that really do a lot of work. Sorry.
I'm tired.
It's fine. But yeah, so
So it's there's a trade-off. The regular Exalted give the wild wound reroll bubble.
yeah,
Ones or all if you're something, and then the Exalted ones give they have a 6-up Feeling Pain that goes to a 5-up when you do the blood ability on it. So it's like pros and cons for both of them, to be honest.
yeah.
20 Zerks is a lot to me.
If you're not just gonna run more 8-bound, then 20 is a lot. But if you're not, then it feels like they're great units to play the game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, Berserkers, they're what's scoring you points in this.
It just feels like the 4-up involved from the Demon Prince is wasted on Berserkers.
Well, I was gonna say the opposite. The 8-bound all have 5-up invulns already.
True.
Hmm.
Also true.
And the Berserkers are in Rhinos.
So the
God,
invuln's
it's-
wasted on them.
It is.
Haha!
That's why they can have this just crazy buff, is because compared to like what they already have, it's actually just a minor. It's
Yeah.
it's an
I mean,
increase.
you can put it on Jackals.
Jackals.
I mean, Cultists with 4-ups is fun.
Well, and these Jackals have 6-up Feeling Pains go to 5-up Feeling Pains. 4-up, 5-up. That's pretty tough. Right?
I mean,
You're pretty tough, Adrian.
Oh, that's not true.
Hanging in there.
All right. Let's take a look.
We're gonna make it, guys.
It's gonna be fine. Chad's word for us.
Halfway there.
Thank you, Gary P. Please, can we send Bridger home for some sleep? Rest soon, my
Is
golden
this
child.
from like many hours ago?
Yep. Also, no, actually, we're gonna stop there. Yeah, we're in the before time right now.
oh man.
Oh, this is from my first game today.
Is it?
Yeah.
When you had that moment.
I had a crash. I had
You
like a
turned off.
sugar crash. Because, look, chat, behind the scenes. I got home last night at like midnight because we were streaming. And then we had to be back for an 8 a.m. game. So I took melatonin as soon as I got home, which I wouldn't necessarily advise to anybody. But I was like, I don't normally sleep this early. I need to fall asleep. Well, 4 hours after I took that melatonin, it goes through your system. It wears off. Woke up instantaneously at 4 a.m. and I was like,
Oh no.
cool.
That's when I went to bed.
Oh my god, I believe that.
So then I've just been up since 4 a.m.
Oh,
and I had, I went to 7-Eleven. I was like, what am I going to do? I can't go back to sleep. I guess I'll just walk to 7-Eleven. Got 2 chocolate eclairs because when you get them fresh from 7-Eleven, they're good. They're good.
Okay, wow.
Had a white monster and 2 chocolate eclairs from 7-Eleven.
At 4 a.m.
No, I ate them. I ate them at like 6:30 when I was in the studio, also with nothing to do because I was really early. And then the sugar and the caffeine wore off about halfway through my game with Adrian, and I became a zombie. And you all experienced that
Live.
live.
That was
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh man.
That's awesome.
I love it.
I had to find food at like 1 o'clock, 1:30.
Yeah.
I think I went to like 3 different drive-thrus, and I'm like, something has to be on.
Taco
I
Bell,
went-
dude.
Jack in the Box was my save.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think
They're
I hit up
open.
a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my! Wait, we this is when we argued about the gladiators. Okay,
Yep.
so we did talk about this one,
Yep.
Gary. So
this was from
thanks.
this morning.
We're back in time. It was back in time, but we did talk about it for people who were watching. We're not just ignoring it. Thank you, Kaldor. Switching gears to Necrons. Thoughts on Doomstalkers and Scorpec, Warriors versus Immortals. Do I want a Ghost Arc? How many Reanimators? Spoiled with choices.
I think 1 reanimator covers you.
I mean, it depends. If somebody can shoot it, it dies.
How you hide it. 2 doesn't help that problem.
I mean, it's kind of a hard thing to hide, I would say.
No, they get obscured.
But it needs line of sight to reanimate?
Nope.
If-
12 inch,
so
and it's a 12-inch aura
bubble.
now.
That's true.
So it's a big aura. I think 1 reanimator. You don't want more than 1.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not a
probably
good
fine.
redundant buff. You do want a Ghost Arc. I think the army, if you're running Warriors at all, functions entirely around a Ghost Arc. I like Warriors with Oricon because Oricon is 80 points for 4-up invuln. What were they thinking?
Yeah. This is so good.
Immortals, I'm sure there are lists. Euless was trying a list. We'll have to see if it works. Scorpec, in my experience, can hit really hard, but cannot take a hit at all. They lost their -1 to wound strat, which, as it turned out, was the only thing keeping them relevant. So they hit super hard, and then they just get splattered by anything. Doomstalkers are insane. They're so good. They have Doomsday cannons, and they overwatch on 5s. So, like,
They're a cheaper body.
and
Huh?
they're cheap. Yeah,
And they look cool.
they do look cool. Great models. War of the Worlds. Thanks, Kalov.
Thank you, Peter Atreides. Adrian, thoughts on using blips to control where your opponent moves their units? I love the idea of such mind games.
Oh, love the mind games.
Right?
So many mind games.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's difficult because this is high stakes. Like you're talking about losing a unit, and frankly, it really clicked in the first game with Liam, where I realized, oh, you bring in the blips conservative, which we already knew, so you can keep the units alive. But because of the ability to go to the shadows with 2 units at the end of their turn, it doesn't matter that they're in the back because now they're going to appear anywhere on the board. So that immediately made it less risky and incentivizes me less to even play them risky at all. Like, why risk it?
Yeah.
I will say the one exception would be like Liam did end up moving with a 9 of 1, killing it. Then I popped my once per game banner ability to move the blip over to the other side, and then took his home objective. So if you were clever and did that on purpose and not on accident like I did, you could do some really messed up stuff to people.
That's brutal.
Yeah. It was,
You punish them for, wow.
yeah, right?
Yeah, it's a one trick, but it's you gotta
it's a-
spend it.
Good one.
Or
trick.
one of those banners.
No,
right?
it's once per army.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it's like Sigil of Exigence, right? You gotta pop it to like
exactly.
get to the
Yeah.
get actually
Right.
to it.
So it's risky to do on purpose, like Sigil of Exigence, because maybe you'll really, really need it at one point, and it's kind of like a oopsie backup. But again, I think if you're good at it, it'll be interesting.
It's good.
Thanks,
That
Peter.
army's impossible.
I'm so excited for it. Oh, thank you, Nero. Apparently, 3 Land Raiders was too much. So there's a new list.
According to
Blood
some
Angels,
people.
yeah. GA Sanguinor, Astrath with 10 Death Company, Mephiston with 10 Assault Intercessors, 2 Land Raiders with 2 2x5 Assault Terminators, Librarian Phobos with 5 Infiltrators. Yo.
Yeah. Okay. So to give you context, we took this question, Lindsay, Jesse, and I at like past midnight. This is my uncle Nero.
What's up?
You've met him, Bridger.
I have? What's up, dude?
At Nova. He had a 3 Land Raider
I
list
did.
before with Terminators inside. Looks like this is round 2. He might have taken some of our suggestions, might have not. Looks like he's down. Wait, okay, yeah, he's down to 2 Land Raiders.
This is exactly like my dad. I've talked him down to 2 Land Raiders, down from 3. So Nero and my dad are like the same.
Where are all these people getting these land raiders?
These
They've been
are
waiting for
people that
years.
have had these forever and
Let
have
them
never
play
been able
them.
to play them.
Let them play
because they've
their
been
3 Land
so
Raiders.
bad, and now they're like, Land Raiders good. I have so many. Like I know people that have 3 regular Land Raiders, 3 Redeemers, and then 3 Crusaders.
Yep.
Like,
Sell them at a huge profit. What are you doing?
It's a culture, Bridger.
Don't
Okay?
need this many land raiders.
but it looks amazing.
Yeah.
And it's fun. I'm so happy. I'm so happy Land Raiders are out because they look so good.
This looks like a ton of fun.
It looks really good.
It's actually
you
not
have the
bad.
hammers still there.
And the thing is you can get really silly with this too, because I know he got the Terminators in there for the Land Raiders.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you don't have to put the Terminators in there,
You don't.
Right?
right?
Not
You know,
dedicated.
Like deep striking, you rapid ingress.
Yeah.
Like you can put other things in Land Raiders, or
just empty. Like they're the ones things they can go empty. But even I don't know. Does Astrath still have a jump pack in?
of course he goes with a jump pack.
So can he go in?
Yeah.
I think he counts as 2 slot. He counts as like a Terminator.
Counts as a 2 slot,
Yeah.
So you could actually put them in a land raider.
right? Because it's 12,
Yep.
Oh
and so you can put the 10 Assault
What?
Intercessors with Astrath into a Land Raider.
no, wait.
Well, 10 assault intercessors from Mephiston go in a land raider, and then
Oh,
10,
I'm sorry,
10 death
Mephiston.
company.
I was thinking Mephiston.
Well, both the death
Yeah,
company
Death
and the
Company
assault
probably
intercessors.
have jump packs, right?
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
yeah, no, I'm thinking
Yeah.
Mephiston. And
Yes.
Mephiston,
Yes.
he doesn't have a jump pack,
No.
right? So yeah, so and that's kind of spicy.
They still haven't made Primaris
pretty
jump
good.
packs. Wait, Gravis. Hold on. Never mind. I take it back. Thanks, Scout.
Yeah. What's up, Nero? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Crashing Adam. I play all games aggro AF, hence my name. In chess, my queen and rooks blitz right off the rip. What SM faction can I be most aggro and fast with 10th, within 10th? FT.
BT? Is that near the B? BT?
It is kind of close. Well, regardless of the suggestion, what do we think?
Aggro.
I mean, obviously, Blood Angels is something that pops to mind.
Yeah.
But I think also Templars,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Templars.
like they want to get stuck in.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
big Crusader blocks, really
Sword
reward playing
Brethren.
aggressive Sword Brethren, aka like Sword Brethren are like Blade Guard, but like with no seat belts.
Yeah.
You know, they just go. They're all damaged, no invulns. Let's
And
do this.
I think they go up to 10.
Yes,
Right? Because they're not
Yeah.
like so like I mean Blade Guard there's 6 max I think, and so
Mhm.
so you can get 10 Sword Brethren.
which is 33 damage attacks.
Yeah.
It's pretty cute.
Because yeah, they're +1 damage.
This
Yeah.
feels like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you want to go aggro, yeah, Black Templars lead the crusade. That was my first Space Marine faction.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yep. Yep. I love them.
So cool. Thank you, Soil50. Can you jump 3x20 boys with Weird Boy as its an ability? Great question. Unfortunately, I believe the way it's written is it's a once per turn. Basically, it says it's kind of like the banner we were talking about. Once per turn, a unit in your army that has this ability may do this, which means it doesn't matter if you have 1, 2, or 3. You can only do it with 1. So they wanted to limit jumping all 3 of them over, which, you know,
It's similar wording across many indexes. You see, you got to be careful about it. You learn it as you read all these indexes. You get familiar with the wording. Eldari is the same way, right? You might think you could automatically fate dice a bunch of 6s with a bunch of Farseers. It's actually just 1. So you got to
And
be careful
actually, you shouldn't be doing it at all because it's gross.
of that. True,
It's
arguably.
terrifying. It's so
It's good.
terrifying.
It's
You
good.
know, it's so
You
good.
got to watch out for that Farseer and see his placement, or
Yep.
it's so much value, right? I'm
Right.
looking to spend it every turn.
Yep.
Yours and mine.
yeah, excellent. Thank you, Soil50. Thank you, Kage no Okami. Loving the tournament. Hold on, please hold. We'll be right back, Kage no Okami. Thank you, Meliodas. How do you guys feel about a Tau Seeker missile Alpha Strike, 12 to 15?
Whoa.
No, I'm so skeptical.
Are they indirect?
No.
Right? So you have to see,
Mm-hmm.
which makes, I mean,
First off, Alpha Strike, bad strategy.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree.
They don't have to show you their
You're a
models.
late
Yeah.
game army, right? Tau want to make it to the 4th and 5th round.
I mean, but this is maybe like, they're like, oh, early on, I just try to do as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the things that have this, you got the Sky Ray, you've got those little, I can't remember.
All their vehicles can take
the
Seekers,
Piranhas.
Yeah. It's a 100 killer, right? So you just like
Basically.
overload. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
but
it's good, but a lot of times these guys are going to be hitting on 4s,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
it's
not
actually
gonna
a
see their
worse
target.
hunter killer missile
you're going to kill a thing, maybe?
because the hunter killer missile hits on 2s.
Right.
These hit on 4s. You can spot them to 3s.
Yeah. If this works, it means you're not playing with enough terrain.
Probably.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I mean, you'll get some of them off. Like you'll get. I mean, they're great. Like I think you
Yeah.
definitely use them. but
Definitely
I don't know
take
if
them.
You like tech into it.
exactly.
It's like an incidental thing that you just have, and then when it's useful to use, you use.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually
Yeah.
big on hunter killer missiles in general. I think
Yeah.
like Rhinos for Sisters are great.
Yeah.
I think Space Marines, everything that has a hunter killer, it's just great,
Mm-hmm.
awesome. But like it's not the reason you're taking any of these things. Unless you're sisters. Then
That's the bet you got.
So,
that's yeah.
Going back to good old things Chaos doesn't have.
Oh, here
You guys don't get hunter killer
We don't
missiles?
get. Not only do we
They
not
use
get,
them all. They're one
Yikes.
use.
Not only do we not get hunter
good
killer
point.
missiles, we don't get firing deck out of our.
Yeah, it's
Rhinos.
probably a typo.
That's really funny.
That's probably a typo.
They're probably pretty grungy too, though. Let's be honest.
I
They
mean,
can't see out of them.
but I get
They're
you
all
not
sealed
getting.
shut.
I think Adrian has an excellent point on you not getting
Fired
hunter
them all.
killer
Yeah.
missiles.
No. I mean,
You
and
fired
honestly,
them all.
we get
10,000
havoc
years ago.
launchers, right? Which we can
Yeah.
shoot every turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But no, like the hunter killer is a joke. But I really do hope they give firing deck.
Yeah, that one
because
feels like a
That's a
typo, right?
weird, yeah.
One would
I
think.
didn't even check the other dexes because I know it's just CSM doesn't have it, but I
sure.
didn't see
Yeah, I never
Thousand
think-
Suns whether it has
It's
it or
probably
not.
a typo.
Oh, FT with flesh tears. Yeah.
Flesh terror.
Flesh tear is
Oh.
cool.
No.
Gabriel Seth, my
Gabriel
man.
Seth is actually more interesting
My
than
boy.
Dante.
Oh no!
But yes,
Slap.
yes, but is he more interesting than the rest of the Blood Angels named characters, Sean?
Maybe not.
What's their color scheme?
It's a darker red
Darker red.
with the
yeah,
black
and the
Yeah.
white.
and the saw.
The color scheme is also red.
Have you seen have you seen on Tactics, Lawrence's Blood Angels army is Flesh Tearers.
Oh, okay.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful army.
The reverse kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of
black
reversed.
and red.
But is it more beautiful than Lamenters?
I mean, Lamenters is very themey, right?
Red and
It's-
yellow checkers.
Yeah.
It looks horrific.
Yeah.
It's a cool option, but also I think Black Templars feels really good.
Yeah. Who
Carcharodon.
doesn't like a guy with a double-handed like chainsaw, two-handed chainsaw, just swinging it around? Oh, Gabriel Seth, man,
Pretty cool. And he's bald.
and he's bald.
Amazing. I love it.
I could say it. You could make me say anything. Go
De-
ahead.
John's become a parrot.
Death Guard Rhino has firing deck too.
Oh. Confirmed Death Guard better than CSM.
Yeah.
Oh.
Death Guard better than CSM.
And thank you again, Kageno Akami. Loving the tournament. Post a list in Eldari for a casual game coming up versus Guard. Do you think it'd be fair or bad taste to bring 50 or maybe 100 points less just to make the game a bit fair? Yeah, this is we don't often get these kinds of list challenges, right? This will be cool.
This is and hats off to you, right? Because you want to have that conversation with whoever you're playing to make sure you have a good game, right? And if you think you do have a strong army, you gotta dial it back a little bit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. You guys talk about this while I look for this list. Like, is it okay to bring less points?
I don't know. So, in my opinion, I don't think you need a point down, but maybe you just don't bring certain things or less of certain things, right? You don't bring 3 D-cannons.
I think we might have varying opinions on this. You guys might think I'm crazy. Like, I think this is an amount of points to bring down that if you tell the person, like, oh yeah, I'm playing 100 points down because Eldar are too good. This is an amount of points to play down that's just insulting. It's not meaningful. Like,
It's
100
like,
points.
hey, I'll beat you. I beat you 100
What
points.
you're losing, right?
Right.
You're losing like
It's like a
warp
squad of warp
spiders,
spiders. Yeah.
right?
Right.
And so you're
So-
still probably gonna crush them with your 3D cannons,
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think the points are as important. As
That's
the-
what
You
you're
guys are
bringing?
actually on the same page. I think
Yeah.
you guys are
Yeah.
actually saying the same
I
thing
agree.
different ways.
I agree. I think yeah. I
Now,
don't
if you
think-
play
unless
500
you're-
points
yeah,
down.
Yeah. Now you're
Now we're
styling.
talking.
Now you're styling.
All right. We got a list. So it's actually there's a lot of good stuff in here. Avatar, very strong anvil. Autarch Wayleaper, that's the same thing I got. Phoenix Gem on top of him. Farseer with the Reader of Ruins. I think you get to reroll Fate dice with that one. Guardians, classic. That's what I got. Good combo sitting on back objective. Warlock, Storm Guardians, Illic with 2 squads of Rangers, 5 Striking Scorpions. Okay, we're getting some saucy stuff. 5 Banshees, Spirit Seer with the Fates Messenger. That's the same thing I brought. That's the retroactive auto 6 with 5 Wraithguard, 3 Fire Prisms, a squad of 3 Shroud Runners, a squad of 5 Warp Spiders, and a Wave Serpent. So it's actually, you might think, and you might see 5 or 3 Fire Prisms and see all like the cool combos, but it's actually dialed down a little bit, right? There's a lot of Aspect Warriors. He probably has 1,000 points of competitive combos, and then 1,000 points of like a couple squads of Aspect Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those 3 Fire Prisms will pick up 2 guard tanks a turn.
Especially if you-
2 guards.
yeah.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
And
yeah.
lose maybe 1.
I
If-
don't
no,
think he'll lose.
well, in the indirect, but
Yeah,
It's arguable.
I think you're gonna want to dial back the Fire Prisms.
that's like square anti-tank, right?
Consider Fire Dragons.
Ooh, yeah. Try to make Fire Dragons happen. That would be super cool. Like
And a
really go.
Falcon,
Yeah,
a Falcon,
In
yeah.
the Falcon, and maybe with the Phoenix Sword as well.
right?
Now you're like getting more interactive, trying to line up this squad to get into some tanks, and it's pretty cool.
Falcon is deep strike.
Falcon has Deep Strike, but I don't think it has the same rules to where you can disembark in the same turn it comes down.
Oh,
What
what?
about you ingress?
But yeah, you just egress.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, weird.
like you bring that Falcon down, someplace where it's not going to get blown off the table, and then your Fire Dragons, you move
You
the
move
Falcon,
and get out. Yeah.
you get out, and then they get to shoot something. So.
But this is like the dynamic kind of gameplay that you're
that's what
looking
you
for.
want.
That's
that engagement.
in the
'cause
engagement.
they know it's coming, so you can try to screen it out with all their little guard boys, and then you're trying to kill their screens. So that's a game,
yeah.
right?
It's not
just
like a-
Fire Prisms going up.
Peek out, I shoot, fire and fade back.
Right.
Okay, cool, your turn.
Yep. Yeah. So.
But yeah, I really like this. I do like the flavor. Like Avatar is gonna be sick on the board. It's not like the 10 block of Wraithguard you're pushing up the board and it's unassailable. Avatar's like getting active. You can put the -1 to wound on it. I like it. You got the Aspect Warriors playing the game. It's cool. I like it.
I've noticed the return of the scroll bar, Adrian.
It returned for a second because I was kind of letting it run. I didn't want to risk removing another one. So we're 1, 2, 3. We're about like 4 away from the scroll bar. So we're making progress.
We're running backwards.
I don't know if I'm gonna make another hour without going to the bathroom. What's our plan here?
You can use the bathroom.
Oh, I'm allowed to go to the bathroom?
Mute yourself.
Your mic
When you-
cover.
No, I'm gonna take the
mute him? Can we
Look,
mute him?
I'm no Jeff Robinson. I'm gonna take the battery.
Amazing. He's actually gone. Too risky.
Adrian mutes him just in case.
I did. I'm taking no chances.
Right? Battery accidentally slips in.
Oh boy. Thank you, Kageno Kami. Let's see. Thank you, Christopher Sanford. Hey Titans, Necron question. Bridger just left.
I know, right?
That's amazing.
I'm gonna unmute this mic.
From the bathroom.
Bridget. All right, we'll come back to that in just a second. Thank you, Frederick. Maggie Exalted. Right, that's
So
Magnus.
T-Sons, yeah.
Maggie, Exalted Sorcerer plus 10 rubrics, Infernal Master plus 5 rubrics, Term Sorcerer plus Scarab Occult Terminators, 2x10 Cultist, Shaman plus 6 Enlightened, Hellbrute, Mutalith, Lane Raider. Can you improve?
Ooh, we're seeing a Land Raider here, huh?
I know. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we haven't talked about this, have we?
Yeah, so like Land Raiders and T-Sons is really cool, right? Because it's not... I would say it's not as necessary for a lot of things, because, you know, you do have a lot of things. But, I mean, it does bring the 4 last cannons. T-Sons are an elite army, right? Their bodies are expensive for the most part. And so you got to be careful about, you know, having enough units. The Cultists, love the Cultists. Mutalith Vortex Beast, love it. I'm pretty sure he's definitely at the 14 minimum for Cabal. He has the Hellbrute, which is actually, I'm trying to remember.
Oh, I know this one. It is. I think it's like a first volley type of unit. No. Hellbrute is the refund. It's the refund on Cabal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you do a Cabal, then you get
yeah.
one back, right?
That's
Which is nice. The Enlightened are really interesting, right? So Shaman and Enlightened. So the Shaman gives them +1 to hit. So they're hitting on 3s. They're snipers
Snipers, right?
with 30-inch range.
2 damage.
They're 2 damage, 2 shots, strength 5, -1, 2 damage with precision. They don't have the ridiculous they did before with the number of hits with a lot of extra shots. And their high speed, and I believe it's assault.
Whew.
Right?
That's
It might have lost assault because they were assault last edition. I can't remember if they're still assault now. Huh?
I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But they're still. It's really fast. They're really good for different things when they have that utility. So if you do get to see that character, maybe you just get to pop it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, I like it. Improving. I mean, I don't see Ahriman.
Ooh, that's big. Getting a free
Ahriman.
double ritual is
Huge. amazing.
Yeah. And you can kind of see, like, just looking at the amount of rubrics and terminators he has, like, he's paying the costs here, right? He doesn't have the 10 brick of terminators.
Yep.
He doesn't have that many rubrics, although arguably enough.
Yeah.
But he has like little utility units still. He has a cultist and everything.
Yeah.
Enlightened will be doing things.
Yeah, because Ahriman with flamers, I mean, you're wounding everything on 5s. Right? Like with flamers. 96 flamer shots.
That's a lot.
Like that's even the pistol, right? Because even the pistol is another D6. So you could have 10 D6 with the aspiring or the aspiring sorcerer or whatever they call it. But yeah, so I would say maybe if you can find a way to get Ahriman in there with another unit of rubrics, that's really great. That would probably be the thing I would look to maybe tweak a little bit.
Yeah. Very cool rendition of a
Oh, yeah.
T-Sons list though. Make sure we unmute Bridger.
Yeah, I was going to ask permission, but thanks, John. Hey,
I love it.
highly recommend bathroom break. Can recommend.
Ready to meet
Hey,
you.
chat, hydrate, take bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
Eat snacks. Take care of yourself.
I'm gonna hydrate with some coffee while you take this question. Christopher Stanford, thank you so much. We saved this for you because this is a Necron question.
Oh, great.
Hey Titans, Necron question. I have plenty of infantry, wraiths, destroyers, etc., which did me okay in 9th, but I have no vehicles except one Ghost Ark. That won't cut it in 10th. What vehicle or do I get?
I mean, if you were to have one vehicle, you have the right one. It's a Ghost Ark. I think you can totally get away with infantry and infantry-shaped things spam in Necrons. In terms of big guns, heavy destroyers, my dude, flat, 6, damage, laser, cannons. Put a Lord in there, +1 to hit.
How many points?
Boom. Way too few. 45.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in.
I was actually really worried about those. Like I thought if Brian brought,
We
because he had
couldn't,
originally
we
talked
couldn't
about bringing
source
one.
them. We couldn't get them.
Yeah, because he had talked about them.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, that's scary.
We couldn't
That's
get them in
scary.
time. They're ridiculous. And the problem with the Necron book is there's actually too many good things. They're spoiled for choice.
Yeah.
So we had gone back and forth on a lot of different ideas, and we weren't really sure in playtesting like what the issues that Necrons face are and what tools you need to deal with those issues, which is part of how Brian ended up in the situation he ended up in. But yeah, I wouldn't fret that you don't have vehicles. If you have Catan, if you have heavy destroyers, if you have Lich Guard with sword and shield, if you have warriors, you have the tools to play the game. Certainly. Ophidian destroyers are clutch. They are the uppy downy unit
Yep.
that plays the game for you.
Yep.
I even think things like Flayed Ones that we've been discussing, like these are interesting units.
Yeah. Like they fill a role.
The book has so much depth. There's so many things you can do in Necrons. Just enjoy it, dude. You don't need more vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want a vehicle, like just treat yourself. Get a monolith.
Right? Oh man. They're cool.
4 Doomsday Cannons. Like just blow stuff up.
4 Death Rays, dude.
Four Death Rays. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just blow stuff up. Just have a good time. Thanks, dude.
Thank y'all. All right, thank you, Venthrak, and thanks for your patience. The Necron, here's another one. Speaking of which, the Necron monolith is so iconic, but struggles to hit the table. Did they finally get it right this time, or am I starting the countdown on 11th edition?
I don't know if I got it right, but it's certainly awesome. Whoa, this was very generous, Venthrak.
Oh man.
Yeah, so like, I got it right in what sense? In that it's totally rad and does cool stuff? Yes. In that it's competitive? I don't know. In that it lives up to the lore? Almost. They're getting there.
Ooh.
Like,
How's
me
the
and,
door work now?
so me and John are like of the generation of Dawn of War 1.
Yes.
Oh baby, man. That cutscene,
Yeah?
that's cinematic.
Yeah?
Was one of the most amazing things.
Yeah?
And I bought Space Marines after that.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
In that game,
They get murdered in that cut. In the cinematic. What do you?
But hey, they die valiantly, and their brothers are coming for vengeance, baby.
in that game, the Necron expansion, you build up your base. You you keep upgrading your base until it's a monolith, and then you can fly it around and just blow everything up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so good. So the monolith is almost there. I'm not sure it should even ever get there for the safety of everyone else in 40k, but we're close and it's frightening. I think it's very cool.
I think the monolith should be a tie back to old Necrons, just the monolith.
Yeah.
In that when you get it down to a certain number of wounds, it phases out. But while it's there, it's just ripping. It's just ripping. But you get it down, you just get it like below a third or whatever,
And they're like,
it's gone.
no,
It's just-
no, danger, no, we can't afford to lose the monolith. Get it out of here.
I remember playing against Necrons before, like back with their phase rule. That was like one of the most ridiculous things I had ever seen. It was just like, oh, you lost too many models. Your army leaves.
Yeah, the cowards. Look, there's not enough of them. They gotta
Yeah.
preserve their robot bodies. I don't know. Thanks, Ben Thrak.
Well,
I
'cause
think
that
they're
was the whole
sick.
thing that how you couldn't get Necron Tech, right? Is because
Right.
when they started losing, everything disappeared, and it was never done.
Or just like starts walking away by itself.
right. The hand, the
Like,
evil
yeah,
Dan.
Iron Giant style, like the bolts are flying away. Thanks, man.
Amazing. Thank you, Martin Easterman, John, and New Brian.
Who's new, Brian?
This so this is another one back in time.
Is this Jesse?
No,
Is Jesse new, Brian?
everyone's
is
new.
Alex
Brian,
new,
first of
Brian?
all.
I think anybody that's not a normal Titan is
Yeah.
new Brian.
Is new Brian? Okay.
I think this is for this new Brian as well, though. If you like Bellicor, Massive Demon Dude, and would like to run a CSM list with him, how can you make that work? Sounds fun to me.
So what's the greatest thing about Bellicor?
The greatest thing about Bellicor is the fact that you can do an aura of demons cannot be shot at
Yep.
that are within 6 inches of him unless you're within 18.
Yeah. Now, if that was all types of demons, like if you could make my unpossessed unshootable, right?
no.
God.
Like I'd bring Bellicor.
Gotta get close.
But I mean, the fact that it's just demons and he's spendy, right?
Yeah,
like
he's
he's
drunk.
like three.
He's like 3 something.
three something, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lot of extra demons
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah.
So he's going to have some utility for that kind of stuff. You know, but he makes himself. So it's like one of those he's hurts.
He's
right?
great, yeah.
Like he's pretty great. And so as far as like getting to run one of these big, you know, army, you know, centerpiece models, he kind of does his own thing. He doesn't need all the extra rules. Like, and the demon extra rules aren't really built around like profile stuff, right? Like, so he does what he does,
Yeah.
right? And he does it well. And so as like a model to bring into CSM, 100%. Like, I think he's great. I think he'd be so flavorful. I think he'd be so fun. And yeah, Space Marine microphone.
Yeah, Brian just came
So
back.
he is costed around his aura though. Like Bellicor, you're paying for something that you're not getting when you ally him in.
Yes. But you can bring other cool stuff, right? Like we were even talking about it. Flamers, amazing little units.
Oh
to
my
have.
gosh.
Like 3-man
Oh, yes.
flamer units.
We can finally talk about it because when we played, there was no points allowed.
Yeah.
65 points for 3
man.
flamers.
That's so good.
Like,
dude.
we like Inceptors because they're 100 points for fly, do actions, come close.
Yeah.
and they're actually flamers now. Like
Yeah, and
Right.
they're back to being real flamers.
Yeah, I like
Right. And so like, yeah, so things like that, I mean, that's where I think the next level, right? You know, everyone's been like looking, oh, how does this, but now we're going to like for CSM and Imperial, you know, we get to like really start looking out the box, side the box on these other things. So
that's awesome.
Thanks, Martin.
Absolutely. Lol Chaos 13. Yes, we did get you. So just tune back a little bit. I hope you had a good dinner. Hello, Liam. Hello.
Liam.
Look at all these super
Swaddling.
chats we have.
Liam, we still have like an hour to go.
Yep. You guys can jump in anytime.
yeah, anytime.
You want to tap in?
Anytime.
We're passing around the Space Marine.
Right?
John,
Yeah.
Yay.
Come sit.
join.
That's true. It's quite effective.
I think Brian has to go though. He's got bedtime stories.
Bedtime stories.
I gotta read some Harry Potter to my daughter.
Aww.
Who is adorable, by the way. She came in for a minute to the studio.
Does Zara remember me?
Absolutely.
Cute.
Definitely she does.
How could she forget? That's amazing. Thank you, Not So Average Joe. Hey, speaking of Dante, now that a lot of Blood Angel specific units have seen some insane point increases, cough cough, 43 point Sanguinary Guard, what units will be the crux of the army?
Is that how many points they are?
Wait,
each? It's a lot.
no.
didn't
30
realize
points
that.
for 10.
I told you it's a lot.
Oh,
That doesn't sound right.
It's a lot.
that's
and
brutal.
That is insane. That's more than Terminators.
That's 2 points short of a custodian guard.
Whoa.
That's disgusting.
and they get
I
like
mean, okay.
they get +1 to hit.
What?
Like
That's disgusting.
But aren't they already hitting on 2s?
Liam's like, that sounds wrong, right?
No way. 43 points?
they must have. I think they might. Maybe they have fight first.
If they
'cause
have fight first,
the
that's-
death mask.
That's probably worth it.
I forget what they.
No, it's not.
Is it actually?
10 is 430 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then scroll to the top of the document, custodies. 450 for 10, right?
I mean, I would assume you know since you played them.
Yeah, 45 points a model.
Maybe because they're painted gold, they just mistaken.
Yeah,
Right?
they thought, yeah.
Right? They're like, oh, it's close enough. Right? You know.
For 10.
So a trend I
Wow.
have noticed in this edition is that they make a large high move very expensive.
And they are fly infantry,
Correct.
which is
Yes.
by far the strongest fly.
It's a premium.
They value it
Yeah.
highly.
Yeah, and I mean, and we've seen it a couple times now. Being able to fly over somebody, especially with all these little movement shenanigans and things like that, is massive.
And through terrain.
Yep.
But to me, like a 36-inch gun is at least as valuable as 12-inch fly move. To me.
You
And-
talking about
and-
desolation rates?
I mean, no, not in particular.
Well, here,
And keep in mind, these Sanguinary Guard have their special weapons now. You're taking probably a Melta or like a
Every time.
Yeah.
every time,
All
or
of
like
them,
a
right?
plasma.
Yeah, all of them.
Inferno pistol.
Inferno
gun.
pistol.
Vanguard
No,
doesn't
still
get
only
that,
like
though.
6
real
inches.
bullet
No,
is
It's like six. It's 6
Is it
inches.
still
I think.
6 inches?
No.
And it's lower
And
strength
it
and
doesn't have the
C3.
caveat, right? None of the new Melta stuff that I can tell has the caveat. So everything it's 3 inches from.
They
Melta.
got done dirty.
Yeah. You maybe take the plasma if you want extra the 12-inch
Yeah.
range.
Right.
But here's the thing, guys.
I
Here's the
agree.
thing. This is like the baseline of the super chat. This is too expensive. The question is, given that these are so absurdly expensive, what is the crux of the Blood Angels army instead?
Assault intercessors, right? And Death Company.
Yeah.
I think Death Company,
So many
John.
Death Company. I like Death
Yeah.
Company.
Yeah, Death
I think
You
you
go
need
all
minimum
Death
of
Company?
2. You don't need all,
No.
but a minimum of 2 bricks, I think, is pretty optimal.
And they actually use assault intercessors better than many
Yeah.
other things,
Yeah.
right? Like they really take
Pulse
assault
and strength is
intercessors
great.
and dial
I
them
think
up.
those are the 2 units that you build
Yeah.
around in.
Death Company Dreadnoughts. You know what they can do?
Like we were
Fight
just
every
talking
time.
about.
Wow, leave
Someone
me
fights
alone.
them.
Fight every time they get attacked.
Oh yeah, we talked.
Yeah.
Every time.
The one time that they get attacked,
No
they will
cap.
fight.
No, for
Every
real?
time.
They'll get hit by 4 las cannons and
And they will fight.
Yeah. Get me out of this box. I mean, I think you're right. Death Company, Assault Intercessors, maybe Blade Guard as the holdback.
Look, Liam, the more we talk about Blade Guard, the less we're on them, okay? Stop bringing them up.
Thank you, Pezler the Polychromatic. Congratulations on such a great T. Not sure where this ends. T. Especially love the new layout. The design is spectacular. Liam is a bad influence on all of you. When will he be coming back?
your thoughts, Liam, your
supposed to
thoughts.
be here for this.
Liam goes like just to this.
Why am I the bad influence? I come here to straighten the ship out. There's no bad influence.
I would say that we've been just as bad of influence on certain things to you than I mean
Yeah,
we've showed you where not to go eat breakfast and how to and
exactly.
you bought a lot of magic
I've got
cards.
a lot of magic cards.
Why did he? I kept telling him not to. I was like, Liam,
This bridge is
start
full.
slow, ease yourself into it. You don't need to buy anything. Here, I'll buy it
Jack.
for you.
Bridger
Play
is
this pre-release.
Bridger is the little gremlin that sits on your shoulder. He is the little gremlin. Well, we got more shows this week, right, Adrian? We're doing 2 Tuesday plus a good talk.
Yeah.
We got show Wednesday, same Thursday as Tuesday. 2 more shows, good talk.
Something like that.
We
Yeah,
do on Friday.
we're gonna see a lot more of
We got a
you.
lot of content this week. And I was saying to the guys before, I'm going to try and come out like twice a year
That'd be amazing.
because,
love
quite
it.
frankly, it's nicer here than in England.
Well, there was another question about how and when are we getting you out here permanently? So
Yeah.
I mean-
where's the GoFundMe?
You are
Right.
loved. Oh, where's the
I'm
GoFundMe?
on board with that plan, but the wife isn't.
Right.
I mean, divorce isn't off the table.
Look, it's that or 40k. So
I can say that now because I know she's asleep.
I think the secret trick is we need to get her out here, see that California sunshine.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, she's not. That's
You need to
right.
bring her out here in the winter.
In the winter.
And be like, this is normal weather. And she's like, oh, this is nice and cool.
We don't really
and
get-
then, and then just hit her with the summer.
yeah.
You're out here now.
It depends, right? Because
Just
like
keep her in San
if you get I was gonna say you keep her by the water, it is just cold.
Yeah.
Right? Like
that's
I mean
true.
everyone thinks, oh, California, blistering sun. No. San Francisco's cold.
We've literally just been through this. We were in San Francisco, and Brian and his whole family is shivering. I'm like, it's like a summer's day. This is lovely and warm.
Exactly, but that's
Yeah.
how it is like all the time though. Like a hot day in San Francisco is like 75, 80. Come on.
Exactly.
Summer.
I love it. Thank you again, Pezler. Appreciate it. Thank you, Steven Silverstein. Thoughts: Nightbringer, Void Dragon, Deceiver, Transcendent Catan, plus Sempiternal Weave, which is the problem thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Silent King, 3x3 Scarabs, 2x5 Immortals, 2x5 Death Marks, Technomancer, and a Partridge in a Pear Tree.
So
This is the first Silent King we've seen
Right.
in a while, right?
Right?
I'm so anti-Silent King.
You are.
Well, okay, so he's a monster,
I haven't played him.
right?
Maybe he's all right, but
He's a monster. with a gigantic base, and he moves what?
8.
Right?
Still
can fly.
slow as ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And
Like he's just. I mean, he's so much harder to maneuver.
all of his ranges went down to 24
Yeah.
when they used to be 48
Yep.
on the Miniers.
Yep. I mean, I just see him as just being this like awkward thing.
Yeah, and his
He's
his
so
auras
awkward.
are worse. His combat is worse. It's just piddly. Brian really wants to talk.
No. Okay, so the thing you're missing is he's extremely killy and he's really slow. So you frontline him. He's actually super hard to kill, and he reanimates now. And the Miniers reanimate now.
What?
And so you drop a Minier, and then all of a sudden you can reanimate the Minier. And so he's actually surprisingly hard to take down. But that's the only way you can work him. You have to frontline him because he can't go behind a wall because
Yeah.
it takes his whole turn just to move to the left.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then a whole turn to move forward. So you actually have to start him kind of in the middle, like the rest of your Necron army. They don't care about being in cover. Just put him on the line and march forward. And he's actually surprisingly killy. The weird thing is he does hit on 2s, but if you have like the hex mark with the aura, you could give him +1 to hit too. And so he like even negates the minuses to hit that could be against him. And you just march him forward. I'm not saying he's great, but the durability has changed on him. And he was already durable, but I think he's more durable.
Isn't he like 400 something points?
Oh, I'm not saying he's cheap, but what in the Necron army isn't 400 points?
No, I was
So
just,
he's a durability trap, and he's a distraction card.
right, but
so you just push him up.
Monolith, same thing.
Similar.
Oh, I'm on
Death rays.
I'm on the
Right?
train.
Like for the point, they're roughly comparable points.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this overall concept here?
Monolith.
I mean, I'm digging for Catan just because we couldn't do it for ages.
Right.
So I love it straight away, but there's a lot of points in Catan.
Yeah.
And I also, like, I have to say, and I'm sure you guys have covered it already.
No.
I don't think the Transcendent will continue to be allowed to take,
Yeah.
what they call enhancements. Like that.
Before
pretty
before I
bonkers.
feel no pain on a model that big is just.
I
It's,
just feel like
That
I
also
think-
halves damage.
yeah. Yeah. It's just.
Yeah,
It's broken.
right?
Yeah.
Half
And
damage.
regenerates wounds, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be super cool and super fun. I don't think it's incredibly competitive. It'll probably not play the mission all that great, but you're gonna
I don't
you're gonna watch
know.
you're gonna watch your opponent panic.
3x3 scarabs play the mission. The death marks, I think, can uppy downy. I think this can play the mission.
I don't think. I know they can deep strike, but I don't know if they can go back up.
Yeah, I think
it plays the mission better than you would expect.
You reckon?
It's just the whole army is like 12-inch range.
I'm not gonna argue, Bridger. He's the champion.
Yeah.
You know what?
He's the champion.
In it.
He's wearing
Okay.
the laurel.
It looks cool.
Thanking Ruben Zhao. Stormraven, Vendread, 5 Terminators with Caldor Drago, 5 strikes, 5 Terminators with Bro Librarian, with
First to the fray.
5 Terminators with Bro Librarian with Sigil of Exigence, 2x5 Purgation Squads with Incoming.
Look, look how small this list is.
Right?
Like,
Well,
right.
John,
Grey Knights are
it started
already-
with a Stormraven.
I know. That's my point. Grey Knights are already very elite, and we're throwing in a Storm Raven and a Dread. So it's just gonna get smaller. It's good
it's
stuff
basically
here.
swapping the Land Raider
Yes.
for the Storm Raven.
Sure.
Right.
And Storm Raven has like good guns, right?
You can still put the dread in the Storm Raven, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The funny thing is, though, right, and we've been talking about this too, right? Like, so the Storm Raven with fly, right, and it's transport, but like those things are hard. Like we were talking about with like Helldrakes and stuff like that. 20 inches lets you get over like a 6-inch building by like literally just like if you're on one side of it, you can literally go to the other side of it.
And
That's
it.
it. That's as far as you can go.
But that's the trade-off for hiding behind that same building. That's what you get
Sure.
for hiding your Stormraven behind said building. Because you actually
But is it
landed
better
your
than a Land
Stormraven,
Raider?
and the people inside are carrying the Stormraven over the building.
But is it better than Land Raider that just sits out?
Oh,
because,
no,
like, and then you
no.
just drive it up.
No, the
right?
Land Raider's
Like it's just
definitely
not
better.
It's just not better. And so like, and then it gets shot, right? Like you're not gonna. I think the whole thing is it's really cool because you're like, oh, Storm Raider, I get to go 20 inches, and really get this thing out there, drop it off, and then do some cool stuff. And I think you're gonna be really disappointed when you start doing those fly measurements, and you're like, oh man, like just going around buildings, like you're gonna be like, oh wow.
Turns out, 10th edition confirmed GW doesn't want us playing Flyers.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's a cool list, but some things are a little suboptimal in terms of movement, right? But I think he's identified a lot of good things here. Brother Librarians, amazing. Vortex of Doom pops off. You see how many 6s Jesse
Oh,
rolled
man.
against me?
Oh man.
That's 2d6 damage per 6 that he rolls on a Librarian. So good. And there's no way the Librarian's dying from his perils because he has a Terminator squad to back him up. These are good stuff. Like Terminators are big winners. Purgation can take out D cannons, right? Blink in, be untargetable outside of 12, and then start shooting D cannons out of line of sight. Super good. I think the rest of this list is very, very solid.
Yeah.
I actually haven't played with Avenged yet, so I'll need to try that out. Super cool. I'm sure las cannons can't go wrong.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks, Ruben. Thank you, Faith Day Dreamer. 3x6 Aggressor Squads, 3x3 Inceptor Squad, 6x5 Heavy Intercessor, 6x5. Wow. 3 Apothecary Biologist, Captain and Gravis Armor, some thick bodies to play with.
Oh my god, the toughness 6 on that table.
But there's,
That's mad.
but there's no.
What?
You don't have Eradicators.
You gotta go full circle. You gotta get the whole family.
But like,
I appreciate that was your critique. I really appreciate that.
yeah, I mean, you're full Gravis with no Eradicators.
if you're going Gravis, go Gravis.
right?
True.
Get it in the party bus. And where's the repulsor party bus for all these Gravis lads?
Right.
This is awesome. Super fun.
I love it. This is one of the things we are seeing in 10th Day. Like, Marines are back on the menu properly.
Closer.
Closer. I
Closer.
just need to be louder. I could just be louder. Like Marines are now a thing. And they haven't been for so long. Without a specific flavor, they haven't really been a thing. Or like Iron Hands nonsense that we saw. Yeah, just straight into my nose. Right? Perfect. But Space Marines now are a thing, and I think it's really cool that people can now take full Gravis lists, and they're going to be fun again. Or they can even take full Phobos lists, and they're going to be fun again. And it's not going to be like, for so long, Space Marines were copy and paste. So his 15 Blade Guard, and we've got a Chaplain, and we've probably got a number of Redemptor Dreadnoughts, and then that's just the Space Marine list. Oh, and some Eradicators, obviously, to associate.
Hey,
with
those
it.
are Gravis.
Yeah, this is cool. I like it, and it's going to be super tough.
Yeah, Gravis is genuinely good.
Yeah.
In 10th edition,
Oh, yeah.
it's just a great toughness to be at.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thanks, dude.
Very nice. Very nice. And again, thank you everyone so much for the support. We really appreciate it. And also want to give a special shout out to our mods who have been here with us throughout the weekend.
What?
We talk about the people that are behind the scenes helping, moderating, leading, guiding, helping, especially with all the wild super chats. So big shout out to everyone. And we've had Melody and Willow in I think every stream
Yeah, I
basically.
think they've been in every stream.
So it's really
Amazing.
impressive. So thank you all you mods.
I'm going to keep waiting to put your hand down, and then I'm going to talk.
It's awesome.
When we attached the mic to the Space Marine, I didn't think I was signing up for 3 hours of holding a Space Marine model.
You should have known that.
Rest your arm. Rest your arm. Yeah.
This actually
He's never
worse.
been
This is actually
more
worse.
uncomfortable.
This is going to be used in the court case.
He looks parched. All right, thank you, Michael P. Can you use the 30k Proteus Land Raiders to be 40k Land Raiders?
Only if you're playing with cool people.
Yeah, this is true. This is very true. I would not take it to a tournament. People could easily be like, it's a different size, et cetera, but outside of that, you should absolutely use it. Nobody should complain. If they complain, don't play with them. I mean, frankly.
I mean, the caveat is like you can also just send it to the tournament organizer, just to be safe. Just be careful if you do want to play it at a tournament. Get it checked before, because it is cool. No one's gonna complain. It's like it loses an inch on the width maybe, and an extra inch on the length. I don't know.
That always makes a difference.
Don't.
No one's gonna care.
I mean, I just would hate to give this advice and have someone go and get their
No,
model.
yes, always check any like proxies, conversions,
Check with
whatever
the
with your
TO.
TO.
Yeah.
That's just, but like, if an opponent is upset about this, really and truly, you don't want to be playing with that person. You were gonna have a miserable time with them if that's something that upsets them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I agree.
Great question.
I agree.
Bye, Brian.
Everyone say bye to Brian.
Love you. Bye.
Bye,
Try to
Brian.
sneak out quietly. Bye, Brian. Mark timer.
Amazing. Oh, did I load this one again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did that one.
Nah. Liam, when are you coming back?
Huh.
Wait, I'm here again.
Oh.
We've done that.
Oh, this is good news for
Wait, do we-
This is good.
Oh, no way.
Running
Wait,
through.
what
Hold up.
Is this
Hold up. This is good. This is
What
good.
if
I
we
mean,
just
this
go in,
means like a whole
Right.
bunch of
Super
these we
chat,
already
like
did.
infinite
circle.
Time is a flat
Yeah, I
circle.
don't know. This is weird stuff here, Bridger. Thank you, Connor. Thoughts on a Mauler Fiend March Slanesh with Intoxicating Elixir. Reroll Advance and Charge, ignoring modifiers. Toughness 10, 12 wounds, 5+ invuln, 5+ feel pain, causing Battle Shock.
Can you give it an
I
enhancement?
don't think you can give him the intoxicating elixir because he's not a character.
It's an enhancement, isn't it?
It's an enhancement, so you can't do it. But I ran a Mauler Fiend with as Slanesh, and it made it made changes to people's lists. Right? I didn't end up using it, but like so I played against you, right? And Scorpec are not a thing because he picked up a whole unit of Scorpec by himself. So I mean, he gets 6 attacks that are big slaps. They're strength 14 minus a bunch, d6 plus 1 damage.
Yeah.
And he's exploding 5s.
Yeah.
Right. So he
Okay.
hits hard. Like he hits real hard. Also took it against Brian and his Tau, and I just was picking up whatever I wanted to pick up. Like if he goes into little stuff, he's got 6 more extra attacks that are strength 7. You know, so like I like the Mauler Fiend. He also cannot be slowed.
Yeah.
Right? You can't reduce his
big deal.
movement. You can't reduce his advance and charge.
That's big.
Yeah,
no,
so like
no photon grenades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, well, just remember." And I was like, "No, you can't. No, you can't." And the funny thing is it's different, right? So Thousand Suns Mauler Fiends, they can heroically intervene for free,
Oh, that's cool.
right?
I
So
like
they're
that.
just this cool little thing. So I really like the Mauler Fiend, Markle Slanesh, 100%. It is actually pretty tough. Obviously, you don't get all the little things from the enhancement, but even just in itself, it's really cool. The advance and charge, don't forget, is a thing. Because it's Markle Slanesh, so you can advance and charge. You can fall back and shoot and charge. You know? So, like, it's a cool little piece. It does work.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. You're muted.
Excellent.
Classic Adrian.
I'm just going to reset this because it's quite jumbled. So I'm gonna read this next one. Thank you, Jesse Jordan. Appreciate it. List check. 2 Stalkers, 2 Executioners, Castellan with Trader's Mark, Castellan with Aura of Terror, Castellan Rampager with Panoply of Cursed Knight. So
3 Castellans. It's Chaos Knights, right?
What?
Castellan?
Like a rampager with Extell Moda?
Castellan with Aura of Terror.
I'm confused.
Rampager. Castellan, Rampager. Yeah, Castellan, that can't be the right name, right?
Right?
So
I
it's
mean,
a
that's-
tyrant. So it's a tyrant. They're called
Oh,
tyrants.
sorry.
Yeah,
Tyrant.
yeah.
But he's got Castellan
Can you
loadout on the
fit
tyrant,
that?
right? Because he's saying stalkers, he's talking war dogs.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
assume.
2 Stalkers, 2 Executioners,
Yeah,
and then 2 Tyrants and a Rampager? You
That's-
can fit all that?
that sounds like a lot.
Oh
2
my.
tyrants?
Yeah, that sounds like a
No, I don't
lot.
think you can get 2 tyrants.
You can get 3 big knights
Maybe.
and 4 small knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not if 2 of them are
You can't do that with
like
2
Dominus
tyrants.
class.
I'm very curious.
It's like 2.
If you take no enhancements, I think you can.
Really?
Oh, here we go. Okay, so Jesse's in chat. What's up, Jesse? 2 Castellans, 1 Rampager, plus 2 Executioner and 2 Stalker. No way.
Yeah, so it's with no enhancements.
That's a lot.
This fits?
Yeah, because the enhancements are like 30 points each.
No,
and you
there's
take 3 of them
enhancements
in a
too.
normal list.
There's enhancements.
No.
Let us
there's
go to
also
Battle
enhancements.
Forge.
Oh,
what?
Battle Forge.
Chaos
I
Knights.
like how we're
There's
just like
enhancements
straight up
too.
not. Trader's Mark, and then Aura of Terror. And then Panoply of Cursed Knight.
Great. So what have we got? Hang on. Battle line.
We're gonna
We've got 2 Executioners. Yeah.
Are Chaos Knights just
Executioners.
way cheaper than
And
Imperial
2
Knights?
Stalkers.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Beautiful.
2 tyrants.
2 Tyrants. Oh, there's no dedicated transports and knights. Did you know that? Oh, there's no other day sheets. There must be. Oh, what?
We broke the app.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. Because they're all characters now. 2 Tyrants and
And 1 rampager.
1 Rampager. Okay, he's got 95 points to spend.
Wow,
So he
so
can do
Chaos
it.
Knights are just a lot cheaper than Imperial
Oh
Knights.
my god!
Oh my, this is
2 tyrants.
yo. We need to make 2 Tyrants
Why
all
are
of a
they
sudden.
so much cheaper?
That's a big deal.
That's
2
awesome.
Tyrants is crazy. Okay, I like it. I'm into it.
All right, here we are.
That's scary.
This is so cool.
That's really cool.
That's. I mean,
We're stealing this.
Now, well, okay, but now that we've figured out that this is allowed, why 2 Castellans?
why not, Bridger?
Because Valiants are also cool.
Well, as a
Oh
tyrant.
wait, you can't have the
No.
Valiant Flamer.
No.
It's an Imperial gun only.
What?
Yes.
What?
The Valiant Flamer, Chaos Knights don't get.
Yeah, it's not a pattern that I think Chaos can take.
What?
I don't think Chaos
Get the
can
flamer?
take the harpoon and the flamer.
Attacking you back.
Yeah, they can.
Can they?
Yeah, they can do both.
Night Tyrant. War gear options.
It's the same box.
Yeah, Dark Flame Cannon. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
And it's 3d6
And the
AP 2
harpoon?
damage.
Yeah. They can totally take it.
Get a Valiant in here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then okay. Yeah, I've just never seen one.
Get a Valiant.
Maybe
in
that's because they were so bad. For so
That
long.
is a reason why.
Right, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that.
So the weapon profiles are the same, and those flamers are in this edition with Overwatch are clutch. 18-inch, strength 8 -1, 3d6 auto hits with 2 damage.
And the harpoon is 18-inch kilo vehicle.
Yep.
Yeah, 4+ devastating wounds.
Yep.
Boom. I like it. I would just switch. I would just switch one of the tyrants to a Valiant version, and then it's still cool.
Yep.
Do it.
Yep. Yeah, that's amazing.
4 big knights.
That's crazy.
I love it, John. I love it, John. Come on, Adrian, be quicker. No wonder this is taking you so long.
All right, thank you, Michael Strahan. I'm stubborn and refuse to not play Mono God. Demon Prince, Mark of Slaanesh, Shalaxi, Keeper of Secrets with Soul Stealer. Oh, let's go. The Mask,
I hate it.
Transweaver, 10 Demonettes, 3 units of 5 Seekers, 2 units of 3 Fiends, and 2 Seeker Chariots. Oh, okay. So this is really cool. I like it. Demonettes, I think, are a little bit overcosted, which you can see by the fact that you're only running 10 of them, which makes sense. The Transweaver is cool. It really makes them an awesome little blender. 3 units of 5 Seekers are great for scoring. 2 units of 3 Fiends. Fiends are expensive, but if you put them into the right target, this army is all about the right targets. If you put them in the wrong targets, you are done. The Mask is weird to use because she's a single character that wants to get in and buff and debuff, but if you're in a multi-combat, she's not like attacking with a big squad at the same time. So it's like you go in and your opponent interrupts and like kills her or kills the squad that she was going in with, and she kind of still has that problem in my opinion. So you have to be very careful with her. Shalaxi is ridiculous. Keeper of Secrets with Soul Stealer is amazing. This is cool. I guess, yeah, the Mask is the thing I'd be nervous about. And then the Secret Chariots, I like the character ones because they give really cool buffs. So that'd be those are like my only things that I would look to potentially change up. But it's a cool list. I like that you have a mix of these things. And like I know you're trying to stick with Slaanesh, and so you feel like that's the constraint. But it's actually good because it's forcing you to take units that perform different roles, which is what's going to let you just play the game and score.
It's a good spread, right? Like not
yeah.
too many characters, not too many monsters. You got infantry filling things out. It's good.
Super fun. Well, I spent that whole time talking, so I have to load another one. Give me a second. Hup.
Distract chat.
Just sing to them, John.
Nope.
How did you end up holding the Space Marine again?
It just comes around.
Alex
It
got
just comes
tired
around.
after like 5 minutes.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah,
It's
it's
true.
not for me. It's not for me.
It makes sense. I'm in the center.
Can I have the Space Marine?
If you want to give us your
You want to
mic.
sit there and give him...
Oh, no.
All
We
right.
could take the mic off the Space Marine. It would be a lot lighter.
No,
Refuse.
It's the
We're
same.
committed.
The Space Marine actually enhances the experience.
Okay.
He's holding the mic, which is heavy.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks for the amazing channel. I put a DA list in Discord. Please let me know what you think. So we're going to pull that up.
Which?
Take a look.
Ooh, let us know
Dark
what
Angel.
Sorry, you're gonna pull that
Space
up.
Marines. Imperium. I guess.
could be in list building. Could be
It's
in
probably in the Dark Angel
Dark
channel.
Angels. Could be.
I mean, he didn't even say it was in your Discord.
It just
Could
said
be
Discord.
in Liam's Discord. That's true.
Right.
That's true.
It is not in the Dark Angel
And
channel?
also maybe
Wait, what was the name? Nick C.
let us know your in-game or in Discord name.
Yeah,
Could be
your
different.
Discord tag.
Yeah,
I don't think that's. What about? Do we have a list channel?
we did list building channel.
Which is your
Boom, we
Discord.
do.
It's literally.
Well,
Did you make the Discord?
yeah, but like, okay, John, If you have kids, like you're not responsible for all the things your kids do.
Yeah, I mean, you literally are.
Like that's
Well, no, but like eventually they grow up and they're their own people.
Yeah, but
The Discord is
know if
bigger than me, is what I'm saying.
I don't think Bridget should be about it.
that's never been a question. John.
I don't see a list in here either
It's
for
3 years old. It can go.
It's been long enough, right? You can figure it out.
it's not in this channel. But Nick, if you're in chat, where is your list?
We're sorry, Nick. We're very tired.
We're getting to the giggly stage. Everything's fine.
Nowhere, Nick. You're good. List building.
I-
It's in list
see?
building.
Under what?
Well, here we go. So Nick's also.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, apparently people are seeing it, just not you guys. Nick has put it
checks
in chat here. So Dark Angels. Yeah, no worries, Nick. You're good. We've got Lion, 10 Desos, a 10 by a 10 Deathwing Command Squad, which we really like now. 10 Hellblasters, Gladiator Lancer, Storm Speeder, Thunderstrike, Azrael, Terminator Captain, Vindicator, 5 Intercessors. Whoa.
Wow.
This is a cool list.
Not a ton of like units, right?
Right,
Like they're
yeah.
you're paying the premium for all the cool characters
Yeah, and big
Um,
units.
and big units, right?
I mean, I'm gonna let Bridger off because his name's not Nick in Discord.
Oh,
So
okay.
I get it right.
It's also like compressed into a paragraph where a bunch of them above is like there's a new line after every unit. So I was looking for those because there's a bunch of those.
Mm-hmm.
So I missed it.
Yeah.
This is solid though. It's super solid. I for a brief moment when I read the rules for the Vindicator, I was like auto take in Imperialists.
I think a lot of
You
us
you reckon?
went through that.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Same
you still
thing.
think?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
But-
no, I don't know if he's auto take anymore.
Oh, wait, you still think this, Liam?
Yeah, I do.
Ah.
What?
I think it's like you're not wrong for putting him in,
Yeah.
but like they just put their characters behind buildings, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about right. This is so Bridger. We've talked about this loads, right? You can't take gladiators because your opponent just hide his tank. Yeah, cool. But then he's hiding his tank, right? So the weapon is still having an effect, even if you're not shooting it. A Vindicator, if you put a Vindicator on the table and he has to hide his characters, he's still having an effect, even if he's not shooting that character.
He has an effect. I just don't think he's an auto take anymore. Now that I've seen the game play out
Okay.
I
a bunch of times,
I think it's really interesting because, like, you know, like, so for like the GSC matchup, right, where there's so many characters, right, and he can just be like,
He makes those noises too.
yeah, but still, like, you can't be an effective army a lot of times because a lot of times you have to see
yeah.
to be able to do something, and this guy's just like, do your thing. I'm just waiting.
But
you know?
let's harken back to the times of 8th edition when he hit and wounded on 2s. How many times did you roll a 1?
Oh, of course.
Every turn. He actually never does anything, it turns out.
Hot take.
I think you'll find Reg has been amazing.
Reggie.
Well, when chat gets to shoot him 100 times, then he's pretty effective because he shoots 100 times.
If we go back to the actual list,
Auto
though,
take.
Auto take.
Exactly. If you can shoot 100 times, auto take. I mean, Desolation Marines are solid. Deathwing Command Squad's solid. 10 Hellblasters. I actually like Hellblasters now. I do.
Yeah, I
Yeah, a
do.
lot of people
Honestly.
do.
The Lion is incredible. There's just nothing bad in the list. And the Vindicator, maybe not an auto take, but he's not a bad
Good.
pick.
No, I will never blame somebody for taking one.
No,
I'm
not
just
bad.
not sure he's an auto take.
I agree with what Melody's saying. Is
Yeah.
I would. Well, there's one thing that Melody's saying we should add to the list, and I think you pull the Vindicator to put it in, and it's at least a unit of infiltrators
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
for some scoring.
And here's a question: like, how much is 5 Sniper Scouts,
75.
Yeah.
and how much is Vindicator?
75?
No, he's 75.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
Right. So, and that's kind of an interesting thing there, right? Because like a Vindicator, you can't deal with little squads, right? Which is like another little like cool little thing. But a unit of scouts
Get
can.
more shots.
Yeah, they're gonna get more shots. They're 2 damage.
So there's a thing I want to draw attention to as well, and I think Raw, he's not wrong, but if you look at the comment in Discord, he says, thinking of running as Gladius. Okay?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, rules as written, I think he's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the intent.
I'm with
Really?
you. I don't think it's
And I'll tell you
intended.
for why. If you go into the Unforgiven Task Force attachment rules for Dark Angels, the restrictions, there's a specific paragraph. This is for all of them as well. This is for Blood Angels, this is for Black Templars.
Okay.
It says, your army can include Dark Angels units. So it gives you that permission then to use Dark Angels units under the Unforgiven Task Force detachment rule. So I don't think you can take Dark Angels units, or I don't think the intent is that you can take Dark Angels units in a Gladius Strike Force detachment. And I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
But the army, the builder lets you do it.
Okay, all right. I'll give you why I don't think this is allowed.
Okay.
So Black Templars is the same,
Yeah.
but the restrictions for Black Templars sit within the Black Templars attachment section. So what you're telling me is I can take Black Templars Gladius Strike Force, have Helbrecht, have Grimaldus, and have a Librarian in the same army. Because the restrictions on what units you can't take are part of the Black Templars detachment restrictions.
Right.
And that's why I don't think it's intended.
Right.
So
We
I
had a
don't
similar
think-
thing with Space Wolves.
So currently Raw, I think Nick's fine. He probably can take it, but I don't think the intent is to allow you to take a Gladius Strike Force and use Dark Angels
No,
units.
I'm with you, Liam.
Yeah.
I always thought it was weird. It made me uncomfortable.
To be clear, I'm not saying that you can't do it right now. I just don't think that's the intent.
yeah.
probably
I'm not totally convinced,
will
but
change.
it's an interesting point.
Because at the moment, like I said, at the moment, what you can do is you can take Black Templar, you can take Sword Brethren and run a Librarian. I mean, Black Templar should be never running Librarians.
Correct. Exactly.
So that's why I don't.
Same
think
thing
the
with
intent is
Space
to allow
Wolves.
you to do it.
You can take Apothecary.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something weird.
So don't hold your breath on keeping that Gladius Strike Force is what I'm saying. But the Gladius Strike Force is probably one of the strongest attachments, with the exception of Black Templars right now for Space Marines, in my opinion.
Yeah. For sure. Good
Good stuff. Yeah. That's crazy.
Liam.
Again, thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. Thank you, Toshiro Bearcat. Bearcat. Bearcat.
Bearcat.
No message, just support. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gonq. Well done, Bridger. Question is for you. Notice we're now almost to the now time in super chats.
Now time.
Yeah. Question for everyone. For Sororitas, is Celestine and Morvenval must-takes? And how will sisters be competitive-wise?
I don't think Celestine's an auto take.
I don't think she's a take.
Oh.
I might be with
Yikes.
you. She's underwhelming. The few times I've seen her fight, she's very underwhelming.
I mean,
And she gives up secondaries.
yeah. I mean, I just don't think she's needed. You know, like she's cool and all, and she does like little tricksy things here and there, but I just don't. I think I'd rather just another Zephyrum squad.
My recommendation on how to fix her is to have her her little bodyguard characters be in the bodyguard squad, because they have a Filma pain or something. So then if they die and she revives models, that's her rule.
So do the Necron thing.
Now
with
it's
the-
like
the-
kinda
with the-
useful.
Yeah,
But as her data sheet works,
you have to kill the whole
They're-
bodyguard.
right, you have to kill
And then
all
kill
the
her guys.
Zephyrim, and then you kill her little angel people,
Yep.
and then
So
she reses a model maybe eventually.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like she's not reliable damage.
Nope.
Right. And what she is reliable damage into, you're fine. Right. Sisters are already probably fine into that. Like it's not something they really need.
Yeah.
And I just think having another unit would be more beneficial, you know, than having her in a unit as Zephyrum.
have 4-up 4 no pain as well that they give them is just for Celestine.
Yeah.
So it only works against precision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what a lot of the character
But if
things would do, right?
but if she has a 4 Filma pain on her angels, and her angels are in bodyguard squad, they work with crypto thralls,
Yeah.
and she brings back a model every turn. Now
You
she
can
has
tank on them.
now she has some value, right? As written, she has almost no value.
Yeah. I just don't. Yeah, I'm not big on Celestine. I think Morvenval is cool. If you're gonna run Paragons, like if you want to
Yeah.
run Paragons,
course.
I think you take Morvenval. Like I think that's kind of the auto include there. But outside of that, I mean, it just comes down to whether or not you think Paragons are worth it.
I think it'll take Sisters players a while to dial in
And they need
what
help.
they're even trying to do.
They
But
need help.
I imagine they'll end up with Morven and Paragons in there.
Yeah.
I think it will end up being an auto include, but it might take us a while to get there.
It gives up a fair amount of bring it down.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's the only downside I can
And
see,
assassinate.
Yep. Which is really weird, right? Like I don't like I mean, I don't like that this like little unit that's basically a heavy infantry, and let's be real, is, you know, like battle suits.
No.
Like battle suits give up so many bring it down points, you know, and so like I don't know. I don't like those little interactions, you know, with how secondaries work right now. So
They might have to adjust how much Bring It Down gives you.
and I also don't like that Sisters was all about bringing all of these really flavorful, really cool little characters, and every single one of them is giving up 4 secondary points.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh my goodness. It's so oppressive to what they want to do, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not even like putting all those characters into units is like a really crazy thing.
Nope.
It is not a crazy
It just
thing.
gets them to the baseline.
Right?
It takes all these characters to get them to the functioning baseline of an
right?
army.
And it's all just like cool stuff. It's not like
Yeah.
anything that's oppressive. So I think that just looking at that army and being like, oh, cool, I'm on auto 40 on secondaries. Thanks. Because you're going to have to do something with those characters.
Yeah, I think you're right. Competitive wise, I don't think they're as bad as Death Guard or Admech, but
They're
I don't
close.
think they're up there.
They're close.
I mean, they are.
They're
I
on
think
their
they're
way
really
there.
close. I don't think they're as bad, but you're right. I think they're close. 100%.
If they have
I think they're
rerolls
close.
wounds somewhere, right? Like, do they? Do
Look,
they reroll wounds?
I'm 100% sure.
Flagellants.
Because they're Martyred Lady
Okay.
right now. When they get a codex and they get Bloody Rose, they'll be in.
Yeah, I
Which,
think
like, sucks
because
to say, 'cause
because
that's
they're
the way it's been
wounding
for a
the
while.
big stuff. They're wounding all the big stuff pretty much on 5s.
But,
So
but is that?
But
not,
everyone is.
But that's.
no, everybody is not.
But
Because
that's,
other people have las cannons, is his point.
Roger,
You're talking about melee, though.
Liam.
that's a bad index. If you
Oh,
need a new detachment,
yes.
it's a bad index.
It's a bad index.
So,
I
so
agree.
I get what you
Correct.
go. Oh, if they when they get their Bloody Rose detachment, they'll be okay. But that makes it a bad index.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Good. Okay, good. As long as we're agreed on that one, because it would sound like you're like, oh, it'll be fine. You'll
No,
get Bloody Rose.
I think they should have started with a competent detachment.
Yeah, exactly.
And then put this one in the codex as something nobody will ever play unless they really want
So
to.
positives for maybe competitive play, right? So like we saw Adrian with orcs, right? You know, and orcs are a heavy MSU army in the way he did it, right? And he was able to do, you know, in my opinion, well in that in that match. I think sisters are kind of in the same boat. Just tons of little sister
Rhino
squads.
spam.
Rhino spam.
Battle
Rhino
system spam.
spam.
Yeah, battle sister spam.
Stake less value in the characters and
Yes.
take more little units.
Just units, just every like you're just like cool, right? Like, oh, you killed my Zeph. I don't care. Here's 5 more.
Yeah.
Or oh, here's Seraphim, or here's
Yeah.
you know whatever, right? Like, oh, here's a Rhino. You know, I think that kind of thing with sisters could actually have some really decent competitive play, but it's going to take practice.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. There's a lot of like reprogramming sister
Yeah.
players will need to do
Yeah.
than what they're familiar with. But yeah, thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
agree.
Thanks, G on Q.
Absolutely appreciate it. Thank you, Adolin Solaris. Pulled this one from the warp. Got lost in the warp. Thank you, Adolin Solaris. Hey Titans, posted a list in the Tyranids channel that is the first draft of the list I'm planning on taking to the Tacoma Open. What do you think? This is gonna be cool because the Tacoma Open is one of, if not the first 10th
so cool.
thing in the U.S. So
Is it a GT? Big one?
yeah. So people are kind of starting to think about what they're going to be taking, and it's exciting because it's the first time we're going to see, you know, the rubber hit the road in a public event that's not something silly like the WTC stuff right now.
There we go.
So, well, we're gonna go ahead and pull that up for you, Adolin. This is from earlier, so
See him in chat.
I got it. It's an image.
Yeah. Ooh.
Did you find it?
Spreadsheet action.
Do you want to read it with the Space Marine?
with the what? Oh
With
yeah,
the emotional
with
support
the space man.
I know I was like, it's a
Space Marines
Tyranid
in there.
list, Bridger.
All right, we got a
Dead Space Marines on the bases.
All right, we got a Hive Tyrant. I assume on foot with a heavy venom cannon and bone sword. We have a Swarm Lord, so that's second Tyrant. Old One Eye, Willy One Eye. A Neuro Tyrant. 2 squads of Tyrant Guard for those 2 Tyrants. A Carnifex squad. 2 in that squad, so that's max. 2 squads of 10 Termagants. A Tyrannofex with a Rupture Cannon. Gotta do it. Exocrine, just one of them. 2 squads of only 5. Oh yeah, 5 Barbagants. 2 squads of Von Ryans, 3 squads, and 2 Ripper Swarms of 3. It seems such a small army.
Yeah,
and
that's what I think
it's the
looking at it.
Tyrants and the Carnifexes that are really soaking up the points here,
Yeah,
right?
Tyrant Guard, Old One Eye, Carnifexes, Tyrants. It's going to chew a lot of points.
Right.
I still like it.
I do like it. I'm jealous that we don't have any Tyrant Guard. They're so good
Yeah.
with these Tyrants.
They're like T8 or something ridiculous, right?
And a lot of wounds.
A lot of
ablative
wounds.
They're really cool. They let that because we have seen what happens to the tyrants when they play out in the open.
Yeah. They'll soak up the las cannons that are eventually going to be shooting these monsters, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of monsters in this list. I don't know if I like the rupture cannon on the tyrant effects. We've found that the flamer is pretty interesting and one of the best
like the
flamers
flamers, yeah.
in the game. And then you got to be careful with the card effects because they will drop. They will drop. They're not
absolutely.
as durable as they once were.
My favorite unit in that list though, Barb Gaunts.
Barb Gaunts are okay.
Adrian really likes Barb.
They're so
Yes,
good.
thank you.
They're so
They're
good.
so dumb. They're so good.
You don't care about the damage output. You're just like, hey, I got 5 Barb Gaunts. I'm picking 5 targets. Guess what? You're really slow.
Yeah.
It's actually quite oppressive. Like once we really understood the rule, -2 to your move, -2 to your advance,
And
then
charge.
And charge.
So if
And
you do all of
cumulative.
those things, you're -6.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and they're dirt cheap. 50
Possessed to be
points
sad.
for 5 of them.
And if you face off against Death
What?
Guard that are never going to be at tournaments right now, they're down to a 2-inch move.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I can't believe that they did not give Death Guard,
Inexorable advance.
inexorable
Yeah.
advance, right? Like, how could you take a model that's 4-inch move and not give it?
I mean, that
cannot
could be their non-existent faction ability.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they could have just done that.
know.
right. Or every weapon counts as heavy, right?
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool too.
But yeah, Barb Gaunts are like
Yeah.
2 units of 5. I keep telling Jay at home, 2 units of 5 every list for 2
100%.
units.
Those are,
Personally.
that's really good.
It's amazing. It's
I like
amazing.
this. It's cool. It'd
Thanks,
be fun.
Aiden. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a look.
That's the computer working.
Just so
Okay.
you guys know as well, right? YouTube stops the VOD at 12 hours.
What are we
I
at?
mean, I'm just.
Like,
Well, we keep resegmenting it, so we got
let's
like
not
8
look at
hours
the
to go. We're
clock.
good. But we are going to be trying to wind it down sooner than later. Thank you, Tyler Pearson. Hey, Titans, new to the channel and love the streaming. I wanted to get your thoughts on why GW made DG, this is appropriate, less tanky when they are discussing army. Just want to get a different perspective. Yeah.
I mean, we could talk about all these different perspectives, but the problem is Death Guard just don't work right now. And I mean, and this is brand new, but it's obviously the flub, right? Like everybody else, things are bad. The Death Guard are just a flub.
That's
You
a good
know?
point. I don't know if they wanted them to be less tanky.
No.
I mean, if you look at the fact that they increased their toughness, they don't want them to be less tanky.
Yeah,
Because
right.
they increased their toughness.
It's badly implemented, right?
But it hasn't been done well. And the thing is,
Exactly.
Yeah.
because they didn't just do it to Death Guard. So, okay, here's the thing as well. You increase toughness of Death Guard, but you don't put the toughness up of Gravis and you don't push the toughness up of Custodes.
Correct.
Yep.
It's more effective overall. But you do that to other factions as well. And Death Guard players go, well, what makes me Death Guard now?
Yeah.
Because I don't have any disgustingly resilient, and I'm as tough as others, or less tough. Like my Terminators are less tough than Alaris Custodian Terminators.
Right.
and my -1 toughness does less than ever.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because like we've widened the scale so much with toughness that it's just I don't know. Yeah,
It's a weird.
it's
like,
a flub.
As much as I love the narrative behind the whole like -1 toughness aura, I don't know what they called it.
Contagion.
Thank you. As much as I love the narrative behind Contagion, I think there was better options for their rules to make them more resilient. Disgustingly resilient should have been their army-wide rule for me, personally.
-1 damage all the time.
Yeah.
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 Well,
Honestly,
and
Which was not as good last edition, it seemed like, because Meltaguns were everywhere, right? And that was like the king of everything, and so Meltaguns would just pick up Death Guard. But now -1 tough or damage.
-1 damage would be huge.
so
It's a big deal.
when I saw that detachment ability, and then I knew that Feel No Pain was coming in as a universal special rule, I kind of thought we'd see Feel No Pain everywhere. And then I looked at the index when they sent it through to us, and I was like, oh wow, they don't have it anywhere bar Mortarian. That's a problem.
Yeah, and
So-
I think didn't they say something like a while ago? They want to take that away as like an army-wide
Because
thing.
it slows the
Because
game
it
down.
slows the game so
but then
much.
they put all these rerolls in that
Yeah.
slow the game down more.
Yeah,
so.
people bring back whole units of GC to cults.
Yeah, so it's just weird because they're very two-faced about some of these things.
No, I mean, I get the lore or the narrative that they're trying to push with a lot of the rules in Death Guard. It's as though they wrote it down and then published it. Like they never played it. Like I get that lethal hits is the Nurgle thing.
Yeah.
It is not really a relevant rule in this army.
Not in CSM.
Isn't it? Isn't Nurgle lethal?
No, I messed that up so many
It's
times.
sustained in CSM.
It's sustained in CSM. Zinch's lethal hits.
What? It's flipped.
Yeah.
To be clear, I don't think they wanted to make them less tanky. I don't think that was their intent. I just think they thought they'd made them more tanky, and they did typical GW and didn't compare and contrast with what they did with other factions.
They didn't
So
run
they
the
started
numbers.
with Death Guard and they're like, oh, we made them more tanky. And then they went on to other factions and it's like, oh, these should be tanky too. And then they just didn't go.
What's happened is, right, Alex, this is what's going on. They've run out of time. They've gone, just push the toughness of everyone out.
Yeah.
Done. That's it. It's finished. It's finished.
Yeah.
We did a good
I don't
job.
know. Yeah,
That's
there
accurate.
definitely seemed to be a few things that were rushed, and we were talking about this earlier. We do need to give GW some credit in a lot of the things because there are a lot of things that are really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
They're
with this
quite cute,
edition.
yeah.
Yeah, but some of the things are flaws.
I think they started with Knights and they ended with Death Guard.
Yeah, they're like
Look,
we are now.
They took their time with Knights. They spent 6 months on the Night book, and the night before 10th edition came out, they were like, we forgot Death Guard! Oh my god, it's a whole faction!
we have to do all these data cards, except they gave them fiery platform on their rhinos, and it's not a CSM and it's not 1,000 Suns.
True story. True story. Bridget Cameron.
Amazing.
It's gotta be the same writer, right? They split it up. It's like a group project. They split up the factions, and one guy didn't actually read the assignment. He just saw Knights, and he spent a ton of time on Knights. And he was like, oh no, I had to do AdMech and Death Guard. I thought I was just Knights. And he did a great job on Knights. Oh.
There's a peek behind the curtain at GWHQ. Yeah.
It's so good.
Why do they get 3 different people to write the rules for rhinos? I don't understand.
Oh my god, bro.
Hey, what does your rhino do? I've got foreign deck. I've left it out. I've left it out. I don't think they need it.
It's a little too good, right? You know, it's just like, I mean, come on, you know, like, a little too good, a little too good.
Too good. Too good. Sorry, GW.
Thank you, Gab Houghton. How to fix weak AdMech? No wrong answers. Thanks.
Spend longer writing the index.
Yeah, I was like, this is an appropriate transition.
Take away
here.
all the hoops they have to jump through for their units to do anything.
Just give them knights.
I was gonna say, I actually thought that was a really cool thing, right? Like, yeah, just like they can bring them in and they get all their army buffs,
Yep.
right? Or they get all the knight buffs, right? Whatever, however you want to
Yeah.
do it. But I thought them giving a really strong soup ability for AdMech would be really cool.
Yeah.
We've
You
seen
know?
it in the past, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's cool.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't a joke answer. I'm being genuine.
No,
give them
yeah.
access to a couple of knights. Give them some synergy.
Yep.
Allow them to work with Escatari running around the field,
Yep.
like his narrative.
It's so
like
good.
from the books when you hear them. Like that's the sort of thing I think that they could do at the moment to just kind of instantly increase their power.
Yeah.
The thing is, the core book for AdMech is just all over the place.
Yeah.
It doesn't really know what
Yeah.
it wants to do.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, traditionally, like and Adrian can attest to this. He's a bit AgMed player. They were the the puzzle, codex, right? Like they were all about layering all these different things and doing all these different things. It changes constantly throughout the game. Like it was like it was AI, right? Like you're literally trying to be an AI and figure out how all these things work, and that's so hard to do
I mean-
when you're like. But we're gonna do that with less pieces,
Right,
It's
I
like,
think-
make this jigsaw puzzle, but you only get 3 pieces.
I think they tried to do that, and they just ended up with jump through all these hoops.
Yeah.
Mesh everything together. It all lines up. Okay, now you're as good as a normal army,
Well, they actually
right? Like that was the peak. Is normal
They
army
didn't give them a
output.
good payoff
No.
for going through the hoops.
The jigsaw that you're talking about is 2 pieces, but they both have outbits now.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
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 It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
happens.
So I think that, because you think about like what makes AdMech, it's the fact that, these are cyborgs and they're all about advanced weaponry that does really cool things. I think the anti stuff is actually really cool in AdMech.
Yeah.
Like we saw what Breachers did to Knights.
Yeah.
Right. And that's like something nobody else does.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's really cool. They should go into that and then, but the problem is that's all it really does. Right. And it doesn't get any support for that. So I think that's what you need to do to fix AdMech is lean into those things, make it linear. Right. I know you want them to be all complex and stuff, but just make it linear so they do what they need to do, and then you have at least a direction to play.
I
that
think
fixes
they
it.
also suffer a lot from narrow solution to narrow problem.
Yes.
All their units are like, I'm really kind of good. I'm really kind of good at doing this one thing.
Yeah.
But everything else I'm terrible at.
Yeah.
And it's not even like they're amazing at their one thing. They're just like really kind of good at it.
Yeah.
and that's their only job.
As long as it's a Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, on the third month.
Yeah.
Then they're pretty good at it.
Then I'm pretty good at what I do.
Yeah. That's it. If it's a Wednesday, nope. Yeah, we haven't really helped you. I don't know if you can.
Thanks, Kev.
Thank you. All right, we have a lot of super chats.
Oh,
I know. Let's.
why did I come back?
Oh no.
Can we cut it off?
stuck
Can we
here.
say no more now?
I think we're gonna say let's no more questions. We really appreciate it. We will be just doing streaming. So we'll be streaming throughout the next week and all that stuff. Graham Tevis, Mr. Super Chat list from yesterday. I'm pretty sure we did do it.
But we can't tell you which stream it was on.
Yeah. Mel's just saying that they did do it today. So
when?
we did do it earlier. But yeah, it's in the warp somewhere.
Just fish through the 32 hours of content.
I
find it.
know.
And
It's
don't
so crazy.
don't miss any, because that could have been what happened.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Thank you, Meticulous Chaos. Sorry if I already asked. CSM Predators, any good? And what is the best loadout currently? Would Havocs be better? Currently building 2 Predators and 1 squad each last cannon and
Good
autocannon
question.
Havocs.
I mean, I love Predators, and I
Right.
think they're really cool. I think they could do work. Predators, again, have that whole thing where it's the autocannon, that like the Destroyer one is AP1, right?
Right, the AP1 problem.
The AP1 problem, but they do have a tool in CSM to fix it, right?
Don't they give plus one AP?
Huh?
Don't they give plus 1 AP against infantry? Isn't that what Predators do?
No, they get a bonus.
I don't know. You said that, and I was like, oh yeah.
No, so
that sounds right.
so Annihilators, which are the
You
last
played it.
classic
Classic.
ones. The
Classic.
Annihilators with
No, that's a different
I think
one.
they get a bonus against monsters and vehicles, but I don't think it's an AP. It might be.
No, so the one he's thinking, at least for Space Wolves or Marines, there's the Destructor. One of them, there's the infantry that's get extra AP against infantry. The anti-tank one it was just reroll damage rolls of 1.
So let me look it up.
which is
'Cause,
kinda
yeah, they
cool.
do have the same thing. So Annihilators, which are the last cannon Predators, they do get a bonus against monsters and vehicles. And then the Destructor gets bonus against infantry. And I remember when I was looking through it, I was like, oh, Destructors are cool. You know, they look really fun. But that low AP kind of just turned me off of it. And, you know,
But that is their bonus, isn't it? It's AP2.
I'm checking.
Yeah, Destructor. When it targets an enemy infantry and improves the armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1.
Okay. So they go to 2, which you can stack AP. It's like one of the things that you can continue to stack above the base. So with the Terminator Sorcerer, you can go to AP3. Right?
That's compelling.
Right? So that's interesting, right? You know, if you're going to go gunline CSM, that's something because they're strength 10, I think.
Yeah, they're shockingly high strength.
Yeah, and so that's interesting, right? And heavy bolters, they do cool things. The Annihilator, it's 3 las cannon shots. One of them's twin linked, and I think the Annihilator is actually strength 14 with its big gun,
Oh.
right? And so I think those are things that make these really fun. You can do really funky stuff with them too. Like you can make them Nurgle, you can make them sustained hits on 5s. And then you can give them can't be shot outside of 12.
That's cheeky.
First strat for 1 CP.
So cool.
So
Love
and
it.
that's also the thing that makes Havocs, right? So Havocs 4 last cannons, sustained hits on 5s, and make them untargetable outside of 5. Right?
And they're cheap.
And they're cheap. Well, gee.
I mean,
They did lose a wound.
yeah,
They're really slow.
but you're getting 5 las cannons for
4.
4.
The
The
sergeant,
sergeant
can't
can't
take
have.
last cannon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're getting more las cannons than the Predator has.
You're getting
one
more.
of those is twin links.
one
Yeah,
of them
correct.
is twin linked and strength 14.
I used to have a Hellbrook
And-
like either of them, and you get sustained hits and lethal hits on 5s.
It's cute.
And so the bonus for the Annihilator is you re-roll damage rolls of 1.
Yeah. Okay. So it is the same as the Imperial one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which isn't as nice a bonus as the anti-infantry one, which is plus 1 AP.
Plunging fire. Havocs get plunging fire.
That is true. It's a funny thing, but
Ooh, that's actually nice.
but if you're gonna put Havocs in a building, like they're never moving.
Yeah, no. Plunging fire.
Yeah,
is
you
so
start
slow.
them. You start
Biggest
them up
line.
here, and you leave them up here.
They do their special rule though is kind of cool. Like the Havoc special rule of like ignoring all modifiers. You can't make a -1 to hit, right? They can move and shoot.
That's why I like
you know. So like so yeah. So they're playable. Like I do think Havocs
I
are
like
playable.
Havocs.
I don't know if more than one unit Havocs is playable, right? Because then a lot of times they're just gonna get picked up off the board, But yeah, I think there's definitely play.
If you
right.
had to pick Predator or Havocs, which one would you pick?
Havocs. Havocs.
I'm with
100%.
you. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I would too. I
Right.
agree.
Like I love the Predator. I think it looks so cool. I think it's really, really interesting. And I think you can do fun stuff with Tech Marines because you can make it hit on 2s, right? And sustained hits. And Abaddon gives it full rerolls. So I mean, you can make
Yeah, but you can
CSM
stand
gun
Abaddon
line-
next to any bad unit and make it good. Like,
Yeah, but I mean,
Even Death Guard.
but the funny thing about the CSM gun line, so like in my thing, I have to get in your face with Abaddon, right, for him to do anything.
right?
This list, Abaddon is your countercharge, right?
Sure.
He sits back with your gun line.
Yeah.
He gives them all reroll hits, and so they're all like, everything's exploding on 5s, right? Like that's scary. That's pretty good. So
Love it.
All right,
Love it.
we nailed it.
Go Havocs.
stuff.
Meticulous Chaos. Go Havocs.
that was
Appreciate it. All right, this is a Graham Tevis, another one from the Warp. First fun Iron Hands list build. Pharaohs,
PTM.
Primaris Tech Marine,
Oh.
Primaris Librarian, Infiltrator, 4-man Aggressor, which you can't do, but we'll talk about that.
I mean, you
can.
could, you just pay for
can.
6.
You can. You pay for 6.
Pay for 6, so you should take 6, or you can have some extra points. Biologus, Brutalis, Stern Guard, Servitors, Plasma Scepter ×2, Predator Annihilator, Predator Destructor, Storm Raven, Impulsor, Repulsor, Executioner. Wanted to squeeze this in because, one, we missed it earlier, but we also have Predators here, so it feels very relevant.
Right.
do
That's
you
a
guys
lot
think?
of vehicles, man.
Yeah.
A lot
Right.
of vehicles.
I mean, it's Iron Hands.
That's true. How much bring it down is that?
All of them?
All the bring it down. That's all the bring it
That's
down.
4 points per Predator, right?
Oh my
So,
god.
And the Repulsor is 4 points,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Storm Reasons, like, yeah, you're giving up max, but again, we talked about this earlier. Sometimes when you lean into something, you just accept it, and you get the benefits of this.
Well, you're giving them 1/2 of a fixed secondary. They still have to pick a second fixed
The
secondary.
thing is, there's a point, right? We spoke about this earlier. There's a point. So
Mm-hmm.
you go, I care about the secondary. I care about the secondary. Actually, I don't want to take any less vehicles. So now I'm accepting that I'm giving up max. I might as well lean hard into it
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
There's a point.
And now
at which
they have an army full of vehicles, a T, 8 plus.
Yeah, exactly.
All these
Super
are,
cool.
I think, T10.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Amazing.
So,
I think
Graham,
it's
if you
cool.
weren't sure what we were talking about earlier, 4-man aggressors, you can take 4-man aggressors. It's perfectly legal, but you either pay for 3 or you pay for 6.
Yep.
So you either want to drop it down to 3-man and get you some points back to build the rest of your army up, or you need to push it up to 6 because you've already paid the points for it. Yeah. I am not. Do you know what? Of all the Gravis units, I'm not sold on aggressors. Flamer aggressors maybe are the one play, just because Overwatch is a thing, and you can give them Storm of Fire and improve their AP.
But even then they're slow. That's probably
But
not the
they're
best
AP0.
flamer unit.
Right?
Sorry?
AP0.
Well,
AP0.
they're AP0 until you stack all the buffs on them.
Yeah.
So
You get them to 2, AP2?
you can get them to AP2. So yeah, they're AP.
Oh.
They're +1 AP if they shoot the closest target, which
Yeah.
they will.
Oh,
And
okay.
then
And
Storm
to
of
Storm
Fire.
Right.
British AP.
I actually, as to say to the way Liam would say it was, I actually rate them quite highly. I like them.
What was that?
I rate them quite highly.
I've definitely heard.
He's a little tired.
That's what
Liam
you
has
sound
definitely
like.
said that line before,
Yeah,
though.
I rate them quite highly.
Yeah, but when I said that line, I wasn't having a stroke.
That's true.
To be fair, when you came in, someone was like, "Who is this drunk guy?" And then Melody was like, "No, he's just British." They're like, "He's slurring." No, he's British.
Yeah.
Sorry. I like aggressors. I think they're interesting. I guess I'll say because they're flamers with Overwatch. They get AP when you're close by. I think they could be compelling. There's some questions in chat about like whether or not you can attach the biologist to them, et cetera, et cetera. But the core concept remains the same, right? You're taking this brick. Maybe you drop the biologist and you have some extra points if that's not legal.
Because you're attaching Pharaohs, right?
Yes,
I think the biologist
You
can.
can't have both, can you?
Can Ferris attach?
he can. He's awkward. If he doesn't attach, and he's next to a vehicle. He's lone operative.
Yeah, that's what I
If
thought.
he does attach, though, he gives them a 5-up feel no pain.
Oh.
He makes them Iron Hands basically.
Which on 6 aggressors would be nice.
Would be great. So
Okay.
And you can choose before every game. That's something we never really
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
And that's one of the cool little tricks. You do not like when you're writing your armor list, your characters are not assigned to units in your army list. It's at the beginning of every game, you'll secretly
Yeah.
Right.
assign characters to units if you want to.
And units to transports.
Exactly.
and-
yeah. So like, I mean, yeah, he with this it's kind of cool. That Pharaohs can go whatever you think it might be better for that game individually.
yeah, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
I still don't like flyers.
No, I'm with you. I don't.
I'm not a fly fan in 10th.
Bridger tried to pressure me into taking a Crimson Hunter.
I did.
Not good.
So when we were looking for a down-powered Eldaria list, Melody suggested it.
Crimson Hunter.
Ah, so it was a team effort here. Okay, I see how it is.
Hemlocks.
Absolutely.
No, Crimson Hunters are cooler. John, not even a question.
There's still Psychers, Hemlocks,
I love that.
They probably have an ability on their days.
something,
It's like-
right? I don't even know what it is, but
Yeah.
I
And the
love
D
the
sights.
it was always funny when that thing would be flying around like, oh yeah, power.
Did I totally miss this? I think this was
Smite.
before we went live. Can we give a very special shout out to Mr. John McCardle for gifting 50 Tabletop Titans memberships? What up?
It wasn't.
I can't clap right now.
It wasn't before you were live. It was during.
Did I just totally missed
You
it?
did, yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a
I mean,
was a
you've
while
had
ago.
you've had a lot to get through.
it's been a lot.
I have. It
Yeah.
just faded away like a
you,
second
John.
ago, and I
It's
was
been
like,
a
"What's this?"
whirlwind.
A whirlwind.
He was a hero.
John McCardle is an absolute
He's a
legend.
national treasure
Yeah. Well, he's an international treasure.
Yeah, he's a treasure to you
treasure.
folks and us folks.
that we must protect at all costs.
He's a man of international treasureship.
Yes. Yeah.
Put that on a plaque.
Nicholas Cage.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are not getting the best quality content now.
No, hey,
The fatigue setting.
this is the content that some people prefer.
Oh man,
Some I don't know who.
join
but
in for this.
Thank you
Titans
so
After
much,
Dark?
spooky, scary skeleton. Howdy Titans. Probably a terrible idea, but I don't care. I want to bring Abaddon, Magnus, Morty, Angron, and Fulgrim when GW releases him, so I can say it's a family reunion and play The Boys Are Back in Town.
Boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town.
That's amazing.
You can't.
I wish
can't
you
do
could.
that.
You can't, but
can't do
that.
you know, like I get what he's saying. It would be fun. It's like you don't do it in a narrative thing.
Oh, we will 1000% do this when this comes out.
I mean, by the time
We will play the
Fulgrim and
song.
Angron drop, anything's possible.
Yeah, but Abaddon's
Yeah, that's
kind
true.
of what is Abaddon in this? Is he kind of just like the stepson that you know?
He is the stepson.
He's the nephew that is just left.
Why did you bring your kid, bro?
But he's not even there, right? That's
Yeah.
like it's like you're like an uncle, right? Is this the nephew that like
yeah. It's,
of your
They're
dead
all,
brother?
they're all like, who? Which of you brought Abaddon?
brought him?
Who brought Abaddon?
right.
And he's just kind of walking around.
Walks in like he's in charge.
I know, right? You do this.
He thinks he's like one of the guys.
I mean, the thing is, if you could do it nowadays, I mean, we don't know what Fulgrim will look like, but if we look at Magnus and Angron and Abaddon, that's a terrifying list.
Dude, just those four, right? Like imaginary, right? You know that's close to 2,000, right?
Yeah.
They're like
Yeah, it's
four or
almost 500
points
each, yeah.
right? You know, like, and that's like 4 big nights, right?
Yeah. Terrifying.
So
Well, one of them's a lot less terrifying than the others, but yeah,
And he says, it's probably a terrible idea, but it's cool,
it is cool.
which makes it a good idea.
it is,
Exactly.
yeah.
Okay.
And I would love to see this on the table. I would love to see.
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
Excellent. Thanks. It's not included here, but I believe this is the legendary _blank_. Thank you so much. Hey, Titans, Adrian, that's me. What are your thoughts on the Lord of Change with the enhancement? So the Lord of Change enhancement, I had to look it up again because I'm so
It's the
conflicted.
impossible rogue, right?
No, I wish. It's the Everstav, +1 strength and plus like 3 range. And then if you're in the shadow, it's +2 strength and +6 inch range. And so it's like, okay, well, what's the range profile? You got the rod of sorcery and then the bolt of change. Bolt of change is an 18 inch, so it's quite short. So you could take this to 21 or 24. And you got like a 9-shot profile, which is kind of poopy, or you can do so there's just an overcharge version, which I think you'll do every time because it increases the AP by 1 and increases damage from 1 to D3. It's an awkward range, but 24 isn't much less awkward. And then the Rod of Sorcery is a 12-inch range. Same kind of deal. 12 to 15 to 18 is not doing a ton of difference. So
What's the strength? Because you said you get a strength.
yeah,
bonus as
so
well.
the first one is strength 9, this one's strength 8. So you're going to 10 or 11.
Those
you're
aren't
going to 9 or
relevant.
10.
Those aren't super relevant toughnesses.
Yeah, I really don't like this thing, and I keep coming back to it because the other ones are amazing. The other enhancements are awesome, and I'm like, am I missing something? So I'm really glad that you're asking this question, Blank, because I'm like, what is this thing supposed to do?
I mean, so 11 is a really cool breakpoint,
Yeah,
right?
It is?
I mean, 10.
there's
Toughness
not
10
many
is quite a
10.
bit.
Yeah.
Is there?
There's a
What
lot
is
of
tough?
toughness.
What is tough as 10?
Rhinos,
Yeah.
Razorbacks.
All the vehicles. Like there's a lot of vehicles at 10, right?
Okay.
And you know, even I think armatures and those are all 10 or are those 11?
Those are probably right.
No, because Knights are 12, aren't they?
Yes.
Armigers are 10. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that. I put
That's much more interesting.
Right? There's a lot actually at 10,
Okay.
right? And you're going from 9 to 10, which is also a really great breakpoint because 9
There
is
is-
everywhere.
there-
and there's a lot of
yeah.
toughness 5 out
Light
there.
vehicles
now
are
you're-
9.
Yeah.
So I think that the strength buff
Is the most
is a
interesting.
bigger thing than the range.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one you said starts at strength 10?
No, 8.
Up to 10 if you're in the shadow.
Correct.
So one is starting at 9
kinda similar
and
deal.
the other one's starting at 8.
Correct.
Okay.
So you're right. For the
So
targets
getting-
you want, and this is an army that I'd be curious to see the rest of the list
Well,
because
There's no other shooting
was
that
the
gets
damage
up
on
to
this?
above 10.
Profiles?
D3.
basically D3.
You're not going to kill a vehicle with
Yeah,
that.
okay, there. Okay, there.
You don't have a lot of amazing anti-vehicle already, though.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah, but you do.
You punch it.
Well, okay, right. You don't if you're staying monos each.
that's exactly what I was gonna
Okay,
say.
but now there's nothing. For me, apart from because people are being stubborn, like the previous super chat, and I fully support that.
Yeah.
There's no incentive to stay mono god now.
Correct.
So when people have got no access to anti-tank, you get bloodthirsters.
Yeah.
Straight
I mean,
away.
there's way more synergies. You know, like you run the Keeper of Secrets, 6-inch aura of getting +1 AP to Slanesh demons.
Yeah, of course.
Amazing.
Yeah. So there
But
are some incentives.
There are some, yeah.
But it doesn't require you to now build your whole list that way to get access to Warp
Yeah,
Storm,
you
for
could have
example.
It's just
A
like
part
back
of
to
your list
Locusts
that's
and
just going to
A's.
stay around that model with the enhancement.
Yeah.
But your whole army's not going to be around that enhancement.
Right.
What's the cost of the enhancement?
Goes to
Adrian?
strength 12 with an aura, so you can boost it even farther.
12 is a very relevant strength.
Yeah, that becomes more
If
compelling.
you get to 12, now we're talking.
Yeah, but it's still D3
it's-
damage.
It's
How
nice.
many shots though? We didn't
That
talk
is-
about number of shots.
Like you could be strength 30, but if you do 2 damage, who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
I think if you're mono Zinch, you have to take this. Look, it's 25 points. You're gonna have if you have the slot, you have it. If you're not mono Zinch, all the other ones are better. Healing when you kill things with Slanesh,
Yep.
giving a 5 or a 4 up Film Pain on Nurgle,
Yep.
and then giving extra attack and extra strength on a Bloodthirster. Those
Yep.
are all infinitely better.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
So that's kind of what it comes down to.
agreed.
Great question, Blank.
Cool.
Thank you. Creates lots of debate. How are the mic batteries, Lindsay?
We're doing all right. I'm at 2.
Look at Lindsay producing from home.
I know, right?
Right.
Checking in.
Lindsay's,
These people don't quit, man.
Lindsay's great.
Yeah, yeah.
Love you, Lindsay.
Crazy.
Let's see.
She's wonderful.
We're at 2 bars.
I'd like to
Yeah,
think
that's a lot.
Yeah, we're good.
It's a lot.
Out of 3. Out of 3. Out of
Sounds
3.
like the Space Marine doesn't have any batteries.
He's running low.
I think we personally are running on less than 2 bars,
Well,
but the mics
it's
are fine.
20 past 10, I'd like to be at 2
God.
bars.
We're not taking any more questions, and it looks like people have listened. But we are answering what's left. Thank you, Steven Silverstein. Again, appreciate it. Sorry if I missed my chat. Is it worth running the Coronal? How would you look to test/tune the list? To Silent King, the Nightbringer. You know, this is the list we talked about earlier with the kind of skew build. How would you
So,
look to test it? Okay.
In that list, I don't think the coronal, whatever it's called. I don't think your Katana are gonna run away from your little hex mark. He does not want to be following them. Not even a little bit. But you sit it next to Doomsday Arcs. You sit it next to the Triarch Stalker.
He's
It's
the
+1 to hit
Overwatch.
within 6 inches.
Yeah, so he's +1 to hit and he overwatches for free.
And if
he
you shoot
shoots
something within
anything-
3 of him,
yeah.
he shoots.
Yeah.
As if it's a shoot phase, which is amazing. So like he's insane. If you put the Coronal on specifically this lone operative Hexmark Destroyer, I think in general the Coronal is bad outside of this one niche use case where it's broken or like insanely good.
Yeah.
But also you need to build a list around it. You can't just take it and be like, my warriors are hitting on 3s. Like that doesn't. That's not what it's for, right? It is for making your vehicles hit on 2s. Full stop. That's what it's for. And I wouldn't be shocked if GW took that away. It's a little weird because what the wording on the Coronal is units within 6 inches of this character count as having a leader, which all that does is unlock your faction ability or your detachment ability, which says +1 to hit when you have a leader. So it's a little weird that he's like, yeah, that Doomsday Arc, it has a leader in the unit.
So I'm confused. So wait. I thought the ability was if you were a noble.
The
For
Cornel?
the +1 to hit.
No, it's just if you have a leader in the unit.
Oh, okay.
So who's he putting
Any
on?
leader.
Who's he putting on in this list? The only thing that can go on this list is the Transcendent Titan.
No, this is like he's copy pasting. Before it was the hex mark. There was a hex mark in there,
Oh right, okay,
and
yeah.
it's on the hex mark. But I don't think you take it in this list
No,
because there's nothing in this list that really benefits from it.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Thanks, Steven. Appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew Minimas. I know it's late, but any chance you guys could rough out a sisters list? It feels like Junith, Morvenval, and Triumph are near auto includes. Cool. So we touched on this a little bit earlier. What do you guys think?
I mean, we have tried to make lists, and we are coming up confused. Like we don't really know what works best for sisters.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like I had these 3 characters in my list, my first sisters list. I mean, you start rolling the dice. Like we saw what the Triumph did against the blob of warriors. Nothing. It's just not enough output, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the characters just don't have punch. So the characters are not where it's at.
Well, Morven does.
Well, yeah,
it's
yeah,
getting her there.
Yeah.
It's
And
very short
Junith
range.
in Sacrosanct makes them quite durable.
Yeah,
And you
they're-
can put her and a support character in there. Now they're insanely durable.
Yeah.
Okay, now what? Like that's the big question. Is like you have a very durable Sacrosanct squad. What do they do? Like they can stand someplace and be OC1.
But they're not
But now what?
super killy.
Right.
Right.
In fact, they're incredibly not killing.
Yeah.
They have 2 attacks on 4s or something.
Well, again, hold on. This isn't like let's complain about how sisters are bad. Like we know that they're not great. The question is, what do we think would you put in a list?
MSU. I'm talking about
Yeah,
like,
Rhino
take,
spam.
Yeah, Rhino spam, 3 Zephyrim, 3 Seraphim.
It's
you
tough.
know, like do the orc thing. You're just there to score
You could do
secondary
Zephyrim, yeah.
and do stuff.
Do
I
the,
think MSU would be very good for sisters. I still rate the Triumph for Miracle Dice manipulation, but I think we need to play with how we make her work. I think Retributors the Melters. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're going to be important.
They're very important.
Like for sisters armies.
Yeah.
But again, multiple units. You know,
Yeah.
you need redundancy.
So
in sisters now.
the problem with MSU is many of these squads of sisters are now 10s. Battle sisters are 10s.
Mhm.
You cannot run
They're big
5s.
yeah,
squads.
they're big.
Yeah.
Zephyrim and Seraphim are 5s.
I believe it's the box
Could be
size.
5,
basically.
yeah.
It is the box.
So,
Yeah.
so that's big. So
Yeah.
you run Zeph and Seph.
Yes.
And
wait.
Yes.
So you can only take Primaris Intercessors as 10s.
No.
No,
that's the box size, Adrian.
Well,
I know.
but
Yeah,
It's
I know.
box size.
I have a
But
theory.
They say when you're building, it says 5 to 10.
Yeah.
Sisters,
it's the
it's
sprues.
just 10.
they kind of got done dirty on squad size.
They did get done dirty
They did.
for sure.
They lost their 20 and they lost their 5.
Yep.
yeah. It's dumb.
Yeah.
And so when you run Rhino spam, you do have the question and the reason we keep saying Rhino spam is you put it on an objective, you kill it, the stuff inside pops out. You have
Yep.
to kill that too. But also, 100 Killer Missile is one of the best guns in the whole book. But like, what are you putting in it is the big question.
Sacrosanct.
But you don't have to kill what gets out. Why do you have to kill what gets out?
No, I know they're battle shock when they get out,
Yeah, exactly.
but next turn though. Look, Liam, we're grasping at straws.
There's lots to test. I frankly haven't given much thought to it at all.
I think if you really want to start, I would say try to MSU it. See how much you can get out of it.
Immolators.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
try
it's
it
not too
all.
late. They are getting so tired. They're getting that dry eye blink.
I'm about to just.
That's John.
Come here, John. Come here.
We're almost there. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Rustin. Adrian, thoughts on 6 War Bikers plus Def Killa with +2 move enhancement? Too expensive for all that speed? 265 points. Auto advance 6 plus strat for +2 advance and charge. It's very cool. I think it is a bit too expensive, but not 100% out of the question. So War Bikers, they got Choppas. They got their cool new ability is if you're shooting, I don't think it's closest unit. I think it's just if you're shooting within 12, it's +1 AP. So they get their Daco weapons at AP 1. And the Def Killa is what gives them the big yeet, basically. So it's cool. It's just the +2 movement enhancement is a really amazing enhancement that I think you're going to want to put on a squad that's slow. So +2 move on a unit that is going to be moving like 22 already is not a big deal. +2 movement on a unit of Mega Knobs that move 5 base, that's huge, right? That's almost a 30% from the baseline. So it's not bad, but there's probably better options, I guess. I really like small units of war bikers a lot for like playing the scoring game. But we're definitely gonna try it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
good.
like they did some work, even like kicking the objectives. And
I
stuff.
know, being
that was pretty
It didn't
cool.
work out.
I mean, it
didn't work out.
I think
But
you played it well.
they distracted 6 wardens.
I know.
They took like a 400 point unit off the game.
That's amazing.
You
It was
know.
very effective.
Yeah.
So thank you, Rustin. And thank you, Chris. I'm going to read this because it's a bit small for folks. Loved the 10 days. Templar list. Grimaldus with Sword Brethren. Chaplain with Terminator armor with 5 Thunderhammer Storm Shield Assault Terminators. Land Raider. Redemptor EXE Executable. Redemptor. Anyways, Redemptor. Predator Annihilator, Outriders 2x5 Infiltrators, Plasma Inceptors, Suppressors, Dev Squad with 4 las cannons, and Primaris Crusader Squad.
Yo, finally someone's getting in here with the dev squad, las cannons.
got suppressors too. I
Preach.
haven't seen those.
Preach. Oh,
This
what do
is cool.
suppressors even do in 10?
They
Don't
make
they
you,
-1 hit?
yeah.
They
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
Oh,
just
they
do
shock
the
you. They
suppressing.
shell shock you.
No, yeah. They will suppress is throughout kind of quite a few codexes now or indexes, and so yeah, they actually get to do what they say.
That's cool.
I like this. The Redemptors, I'm not sold on personally.
Yeah,
They're in a weird place.
they are.
Because Dreadnought or because Redemptor?
Dreadnought.
Oh, really? So if
The
I was to
Redemptor-
say swap with Brutalis, you'd still be against it?
I think the Redemptor is the best one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Losing -1 damage on the other ones, and the Redemptor at least does like a lot of different things. Like it fights and it shoots.
Yep.
And so it can hold objectives and do stuff. Whereas like the Ballistus only shoots and it's not a ton of shots. The Brutalis is just too fragile. So I like this one the best, but I don't love any of them, frankly.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's interesting considering the last edition was basically Redemptor spam for
It
Space
really
Marines.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So other than that, I like this a lot. It's a lot of the kind of core elements we talked about for Black Templars. And even
mean-
things like Outriders, which aren't like my favorite. They're a fast scoring unit. We just talked about bikes. So it's still interesting.
You lose the doctrines when you take Templars, right? So
Yep.
you're losing the advance and charge that you love to see on these Outriders.
Oh,
You can for 1 CP get it back, but it's not going to be army wide.
Right.
Yeah. Small chance that's infantry only.
I don't
even.
think you would
And
spend
they
a
don't
CP
really
to advance
do
the
a
charge
lot,
Outriders. Yeah.
Right?
They don't.
Outriders?
They're chain swords, right?
Yeah,
they're
just-
locked into chain swords.
And they're expensive.
Yeah.
The thing is now, let's not forget as well, right? Things like Outriders now are actually super clutch for certain mission objectives because no longer do you need to have troop choices that are minimum 5 man to do an action and roll a dice. So when you have to do an action in the corner of a board or deploy a teleport homer, a 3-man unit of Outriders can just go and do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
but
they're
bikes
fast.
do that same thing and they're cheaper.
True.
And Inceptors do that and have really good guns.
Yeah, but all right, okay. So then you want to shoot those guns. So then you do it with the Outriders, and you still get to shoot your Inceptors, right?
I don't dislike
Also
the
does
Outriders.
things turn one.
Yes, the turn 1 play, and we've seen this. I don't know about you guys, but like it's a big decision early on. It's like, what if I get area denial turn 1?
Yeah.
Am I ready to hop in the middle and do
Yeah.
a thing?
Yep.
Your Inceptors are in deep strike because that's their superpower.
Yep.
The Outriders are one of the few units that can like not be out of position
I
if you
like
go
them.
second. Yeah, I'm into
Jump
it.
pack infantry.
Yeah, well that would be even better.
I love my Raptors. Like the Raptors
Yeah.
for me, I want to drop my Legionnaires for more Raptors.
Why not, right?
It's probably a good.
Right?
You should.
Oh man, I just
their
like
time.
I gotta say the jump infantry. I want to go more warp talons, more Raptors, and
And a Chaos Lord and a jump back.
oh yeah, I have one.
That'd be nice.
I have one.
Oh, so
That'd
cool.
be nice. Games Workshop. That'd be nice.
Be nice. Thank you, JFMD. Hey, y'all. Been playing 40k since 4th edition. Excited for 10th. Missed 8th and 9th. How are NIDs looking? Any hope for my insect hordes? Any strategies?
Lots of hope.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
great.
definitely not. I would say top, but they're. I think they got lots of play.
They're gonna be fun to play, right?
Yeah.
There's several play styles with them too. There's a lot of great monsters that you want to bring. The Tyrannifex, the Tyrants, the Neuro Tyrant. There's some good stuff. Carnifexes are getting refreshed a bit, and they're cool. There's also the Swarm playstyle, right? You can have a lot of Termagants, a lot of Hormagants, and play that way. Stack debuffs on them or stack buffs on them.
yeah.
Make them unkillable. Super cool. Swarming the board, holding everything. And there's the battle shock mechanic. That's really awesome. So
The swarms are super interesting.
yeah.
I think Tyranids are in a really nice place.
Yeah.
Really nice rounded place right now. So you can have a lot of fun. You can definitely do your insect hordes, and it can work. 100%.
And you have some of the best new models.
Oh my god,
So
yeah.
good looking.
True.
Some of the new models are just out of this world. They're
Great
stunning.
lone operatives, cool characters.
Yeah.
So excited. Thanks, JF. And welcome back. All right. Thank you, Matt. Scout bikers, scout snipers, even scouts. What are your thoughts? Oh, yo.
I love them.
Ooh.
Oh man, go ahead.
Everyone has thoughts.
They're
This is good.
cheap, right? Like, especially in Ultramarines, there's a Talion that will gladly go into a
Talion?
sniper squad.
Talion?
Super cheap. Talion.
Talion?
Talion. And yeah, I don't know about the scout bikers, or even the scouts without the snipers.
So scouts without snipers are uppy downy Marines.
Correct.
Oh, are they board edge uppy downy?
They are.
Are they? Oh, they're board edge.
Yeah.
But they're cheap. They're
Yeah.
like your CSM
They're like
bikers.
50 points, right? Instead of 75, something like that. 55,
They're cheaper. I don't
50
remember how
sounds
much.
too cheap.
That sounds
That's
really. That's
60?
cheaper than cultists.
65. It's 10 points.
Are we at an auction?
I mean, you don't realize I have like 30.
Yeah, I realized, John. I painted them.
I mean, one of my favorite things was the storm with scouts, right? You know,
Yeah,
just because
I mean,
that
it's
was
still a thing, right?
it's still a thing, I think, and I think that's really cool. It's kind of cool, compelling for a lot of these
But
mission things.
it takes the scout sniper's superpower away from them
It does.
because their superpower is that they can't be shot outside 12.
Yep.
Because they're camo cloaks.
But it is cute because you can zip around sniper rifles,
Yeah.
which is cute.
It's cute.
And what you can do is you can have them in the storm. You can move the storm. They can hop out, and they can't be shot.
You can't get out of a transport. That's not allowed.
And they can still shoot.
Amazing.
Okay, I actually really like scout bikers.
What do they do?
Tell us more.
Okay, I've just had a look because I have this.
I was like, because they used to like lay mines and stuff like
It's a
that.
day, so they've all got shotguns, right, which are assault weapons that are 2 shots each, 18-inch assault weapons. So they can advance and shoot, which is already nice. Okay, their ability scouts 9 inches, so
Nice.
pre-game move 9,
pretty good.
right?
That's so bad on my.
And their
scouts
data
for-
sheet
for my
ability is
bikes.
outflank. When it arrives from strategic reserves, it can be set up within your opponent's deployment zone.
Ooh.
That's
turn two,
amazing.
right?
75 points for 3. So turn 2 opponent's deployment
Oh,
zone.
that's
I
cool.
actually really like those.
These are all
That
three.
is
These are cool.
so
They're
good.
really good.
All of those abilities
Yeah.
Those are all
are
good.
exactly what you want on that unit.
On utility units to do things like your actions
Yep.
and do your objectives,
Yeah.
they're actually really good.
That's amazing.
good.
Scout 9, like so you get to put them on the line, and if you
And
go
they can do area
first,
denial turn 1.
right,
they
you're
can
doing
do
whatever you want turn 1.
engage
You're
turn
anywhere.
1.
And if you're not going first, they're like, oh, I'm gonna put them around this
Yeah,
corner
I
so they
like-
don't get obliterated.
Matt, I really like scout bikers. Like,
Yeah,
really like scout
those are good.
bikers.
That's really cool.
That's
Teaching
so
us
good.
something. That's cool.
Thanks, Matt.
That's really cool.
Thank you, Josh. Meniere's explode for D6 plus 3.
Thank you.
It's a trap.
Trap. Yep.
Crap.
It's a
Thank you.
trap.
Wow.
awesome.
I mean, roll that 6.
Yo.
Silent King, you getting a booty slap.
Well, because
my
that's
God.
basically when you kill the next Meniere and chain it.
Yeah.
That's a trap for your opponent.
And they have
Oh,
to
yeah.
be within 3 of him,
And
right?
he's so slow that he's really in the middle of your army. He's like,
That's awesome.
It's so bad.
Yeah,
Night,
he's
Bryce. Everyone say goodnight, Bryce.
good night, Bryce.
Bryce.
Good night.
Hi, Bryce. Can we say
Why
goodnight?
don't we tell? I know, right?
Pleasure, man. We're almost
we
done.
get
We're
to
almost
say
done.
goodnight.
We're almost there. What's up, Terror Shark? Death Watch with Watchmaster.
Yep.
With Master with Beacon.
With Beacon.
Watchmaster with Beacon in Proteus for
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Heavy Thunderhammers.
And
heavy
4
heavy
Thunderhammer
energy-
Special
Oh,
Terminates.
the two-handed Thunderhammers, yeah.
Oh, it is Thunderhammers. For
Yeah.
Anyway, you can see it right there. Terminator Captain with
He's done.
Thief in Death Watch. Terminators with cannons. Grav Captain with 3 aggressors. The Fall Librarian, which is cool.
Phobos, yeah.
With Spectrus. Apothecary with 10 Desolation Marines. 10 Death Watch vets. We have 4 frag, 6 mortal
Oh,
wounds
you like the
ranged.
frag.
5 infiltrators, 1 Corvus.
That sounds really good.
And a
right now.
Corvus.
I'm so hungry.
Sorry. Adrian, I didn't quite get that. Can you read that again?
Okay.
I really don't think I
Okay,
can.
so
He's like having a like.
Thief of Secrets is
struggle.
+1 attack, +1 strength, +1 damage, and when he kills a model, they all go to 2. So he gets +2 attacks, +2 strength, +2 damage. It's an amazing, amazing enhancement. It's one of the best enhancements I've seen in any book.
And does it keep going?
No.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
once you've killed a model, you've stolen the secrets of how their army works.
Wait, a model.
A model. He's just killed. That character has to kill a model in combat.
Wow.
And they have +2 attacks, +2 strength, +2 damage.
So
you
you
get
get
a
damage 3?
4 damage
4 damage.
relic power sword or like a 4 damage, whatever your 2 damage weapon was, right?
Jeez.
It's saucy. I like it on a Terminator captain in a Terminator squad to like bury him in wounds. It's good. I like that tech. You have some amazing stuff, and then you have a Corvus and
Corvus is cool.
You're also forgetting that the captain won't be able to kill anything with the thief because the Deso Marines have already just flattened everything. Right? So
They set off a nuclear bomb. And he walks in and he's like, I did it.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is really cool.
It's a cool list.
it is a cool list, yeah,
Love it.
absolutely. I like it.
Thanks, Terror Shark. Thank you, Mike Landis. Am I crazy or Eldar just have better miracle dice?
You're crazy, man.
We talked about this earlier. They have it backwards.
Yeah.
Like
They do.
Yeah.
the Eldar and the miracle dice should be flipped because the thing is like the sisters have miracles. It's miraculous. It's a 6.
Yeah.
Whereas the Eldar, it's not that they necessarily have everything go their way. It's just they know how it's going to go. So they're always ready for anything that happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, that should be flipped.
Here's the thing, right? The thing that fixes Eldar Miracle Dice is just the same restriction that Sisters have.
1 per.
One activation
Yeah.
per...
How crazy is that? One gives you 6s and you can do as many as you want. And the other one is just pick a dice. It's a pre-rolled dice, and you can only do 1.
Well, I mean, Fate Dice is now pre-rolled dice. Like, you don't just get 6.
Yeah, but you
Well,
get a bunch
but
all at
you
once.
kind of
You
get.
do.
But you kind of
to
get
play
all
them all at
6s
once.
though.
Exactly.
And you can get a lot
Yeah.
of 6s. Yeah, of
You're right.
course.
You're right.
Well, I think the biggest thing again is just like it's the front load,
Yeah.
right? It's the fact that you just can at any point know that you're going to get to do these things.
What we've proven this weekend at East Adrian is Eldar are underpowered and they need more abilities.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're
agree.
doing
Yeah.
our part to
Yeah.
support
I mean,
GW
they
here.
They got beat.
Yeah, the day 1 nerf was not needed.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
Roof.
Revert it.
Sorry, folks. We're not taking any more super chat questions. We are dying here. So if you're showing up now, we're not going to do any more tonight, but we'll have lots of content very, very soon. Unfortunately. Thank you, Aaron Wish. Didn't GW say in Space Marine preview anyone can take Gladius? So I saw a couple other people say this. One, they say things all the time that aren't
They
even
also
true.
said less rerolls, less lethal. Less
I think
flex.
regardless of whether or not that part is on purpose, they need to address the fact that like Space Wolves shouldn't have apothecaries. And if you take their detachment, you don't get them. And if you take the other one, you can. It makes no sense. So you either need to disallow that or they need to frankly add those restrictions or something. Like it needs to be addressed one way or another. There's a problem with it. So
Yeah, no, I absolutely think Games Workshop probably did say that they could take Gladius.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the current way the rules are written means that there are some janky things that just flat shouldn't be allowed. For example, my big one is Black Templars because that's an army that I'm currently collecting for 10th edition. If I revert back to Black Templars, if you say that I could take a normal Gladiator strike force and I can use Templars models in that strike force, I can take 6 Gladiator Lancers. Because Black
that
Templars
was the
have their own
example that was
version.
given. Yeah.
Right? So I could take 3 Gladiator Lancers and 3 Black Templars Gladiator Lancers. There's no way that's intended.
Yeah.
Correct.
So there's got to be a clarification somewhere as to how this works. Because I can also take a Black Templars Librarian at that point because I'm running Gladius. I'm not running the Vows,
Which is an affront.
So like, chat. I think you're right, Aaron. I think you're right. Games Workshop probably did say you can take it. Currently, however, I think there's problems there with how it's currently set up. I think they need to clarify that.
Thank you, Crashing Adam. I missed the answer to my what aggro army to play, but we're not going to say it again. But I hear it's Black Templar. Any auto includes things to avoid / fun strategies. Thanks for all the games.
Sword Brother.
Sword Brethren.
Sword Brethren.
Crusaders are cool. Grimaldus is
Characters,
good.
Yeah, the characters.
Yeah.
I think the characters, Sword Brethren,
Land Raider actually
Crusaders,
great.
Land Raider
Yes.
options.
Yeah.
Redeemer.
Like,
Crusader.
yeah, Redeemer's cool.
So narratively, Crusader, game-wise, Redeemer.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
The Redeemer Flamers are good.
They're very good.
We were talking about it.
We
We were
need to
like,
try it.
can't
Yeah.
be that good.
They're
Wouldn't it be
possibly
great
too
if they were
good.
2 damage.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Oh, what do you know? It's 2 damage. And, oh, it'd be
They
great
might
if they had
be- they
more
might be
AP.
too good.
Oh,
Yeah. If they only had a few more shots. Oh my god.
2d6 plus 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saucy.
too much.
I love it.
See, Eldar wish they had that much power.
What we can do with Fate
Buff
Dice.
Eldar.
Thank you, Blake Grauman. Guard list. All right, John, you're up. You
Land
got this?
Raider?
You awake?
Land Raider, Black Templar. Land Raider, Black Templar.
Leaving Russ. Leaving Russ.
With the what?
Battle Tank. Leaving Russ Battle
Yeah.
Tank.
Oh.
Leaving Russ Battle
Battle
Tank.
Tech, Eradicator, Manticore, Basilisk,
Wow.
Sentinels. Scout Sentinels, Cadians, Ursula, commands.
Ursula and Command Squad, Cadian times 20 with
Mm-hmm.
Psyker and Command Squad with Attaché, Cadian times 10 and Chimera, Cadian times... I mean, it's solid.
Yeah.
I think it's really good.
It's
You're
absolutely
hitting the
solid.
points here. You're playing your identity, right? Because you have the line of sight, or you're indirect. You have things that can scout and get line of sight. If you're looking for critique and just like optimizing, I think you want squads of 3 Sentinels. They're a great weapon platform, and you can bring them back to full. So why not jump on that? I know you have the 20-man squads probably for that same reason, but things are gonna die. You're gonna bring stuff back. Why not 3 Basilisks? So good. The Lehman Russes, I feel like are the Adrian
Oh, this
shaking
hurts
is
my soul.
You're part of the
Hurts my
problem.
soul.
lean into it, man.
No.
Lehman
I
Russes
mean,
need line of sight.
They
Why
wrote the
not?
book like it's not John's fault that they wrote the whole book around
It's the
artillery.
same.
Oh, his
It's
fault, he's a
almost the same
fiend.
gun, is it not?
So for me, if you're going to take Lehman Russes, you take the Demolishers. Because they're 24-inch range, right? They're a smaller range, but they can fire in combat with their blast turrets, and they don't suffer the -1. So then you use them as an aggressive frontline tank. Because you're like, I don't care if you time up in combat, I can shoot at you with my Demolisher cannon, and I don't suffer the
cute.
negative.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's what I would do. I don't think I would take battle cannons over standard Demolishers because Demolishers can shoot in combat. I think Basilisk, I'm agreeing with you, Basilisk over Manticore every day of the week. They're just flat better.
Yeah. Hey, why not 3 of both?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually the
Oh,
answer.
indirect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Parking lot.
I mean,
Take your tickets here.
I mean,
Thank you, Miles Tag. Got a Castellan with 4 Warglaves built. What 2 Questoris Knights, so these are the big but not Castellan builds, am I building, do you think? I have 2 boxes. Also, is there any point at building Armigers instead of more Warglaves? Love you guys.
well,
Of course, magnetization's king, of course, but
Yes.
yeah, go ahead.
I rate Helverins. I do enjoy Helverins. It's another one of those weird 10-1-3 guns.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking a lot about these 10-1-3 guns.
Yeah.
But like if you have a density, these guys have enough shots. It's 8 shots. 10-1-3.
And the reliability now, right? You're no longer rolling dice. You know you're getting those 8 shots, and that's pretty nice.
And you're re-rolling ones because that's what knights do. And then you can be standing next to a knight that gives you +1 to hit, so you can be hitting on 2s. So like these guys are very reliable, and there's strats to give more AP to Warglaves or to Armigers. So you can say 2 Armigers can see a target, they both get +1 AP against that target.
now it's really compelling.
Now we're like, we're cooking with gas, okay?
Yeah.
So I think there are reasons to build Helverins, and I think if you have paid the money for a Questoris box, you owe yourself the $5 it costs in magnets and the 2 hours to magnetize it, because what's good now won't be good necessarily a year from now, and you already bought all the bits. You paid so much for this kit.
Okay, right. And I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But let's say magnets are off the table.
Okay.
Which 2 do you build?
Wardens. I rate Wardens very highly right now. The -1 damage just seems just insane. It seems so good.
He writes
-1
them
damage,
royally.
and then you can give him the legendary hero or whatever, where he picks 2 buddies and he gives them -1 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2 of your Warglaves or your Armigers are -1 damage as well. Nobody's gonna shoot at them. It's enough of a deterrent that people won't even try. They could kill them with las cannons, but they won't. They won't even try.
Warden's the first one I would build.
Yep.
Second one I would build would be Canis Rex.
But he's not a Questoris.
He is.
He is a Questoris.
Isn't he his own box because you have to get the little guy?
Nope. They're all one
They
box.
all
it's
have
not-
the little guy.
No. He does.
He's his own
it's a
box.
different. If it's
it's
a
not.
different kit.
It's not.
He's his own box. He comes with a little guy with a briefcase.
Like I've recently bought 4. They're the same. They're all in one box.
So
everything's
Canis
normal
Rex
guy?
is in every night
Yeah.
box.
They all come
Really?
Yeah. 100%.
You have
Why
4
would
little
they
guys.
do that?
Yeah.
But they're
That's
not.
cool.
You buy Canis
Canis
Rex now.
Rex.
You buy Canis Rex now. You've got all the options for all 5 knights plus Canis Rex in one box.
If you buy the Canis Rex box, yes.
Yeah, which is every single knight in the one box.
Right.
So and they're the same price. So why wouldn't you just buy the Canis Rex box? Right? And Canis Rex sustain hits 5 on all of his weapons is incredible.
It's better than he's ever been. Yes, but I would go Crusader.
So 2 Crusaders.
No, Warden,
Warden
and
and
a Crusader.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah,
I think the Avenger Gatling Cannon is nuts.
18 shots, right?
Yes, 18 shots.
shots.
And on the Warden, it has devastating wounds. Against infantry, sorry.
Wow.
Against infantry. Or non-vehicle, non-monster. That one actually works against bikes. The Crusader is the one that gives +1 to hit. So you stand him next to, you could give him double buddy system too. The Ignore 1 AP is good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like all their enhancements are nuts. All the knights are great. I think you magnetize.
yeah. More
Miles.
importantly, Miles, love you too.
Thank you, Andrew Middlemoss. Love you, John. You were the best red card reporter.
I'm just here to bring the information to the people with some great guests. Chain swords. Yep.
Here to bring the chainsaws to the people.
John, I'm
to be
calling into question your reporting. I think the Space Marine's doing all the work.
He's been holding up that mic,
That's
man.
true.
He's
That's true.
holding the mic.
I'm just the assistant. I'm the tech guy.
The boom.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
So Graham's question that we did earlier,
Yeah.
I piped it at the end. So that was it, folks. I do want to give a thank you to Alexic and Dakota who did super chat and after the point. We just want to thank you for your love and support. Come tune in next time, and we'd love to chat.
There's just 2 left to go.
What's that?
There's
No.
just 2.
No,
No, we're done.
no.
We had to cut off an hour
That's not
ago.
fair to
Liam.
other people then.
We had to cut off an hour ago, Liam.
We did it, folks.
Wow.
It's been exciting.
10
It's been
days.
what?
a 10 days.
I gotta say, I did not see Custodians winning it.
Nobody did.
No one did. We
I
didn't
did.
even see.
I
We didn't
did.
even know they were going to be in the
put him in the
tournament.
top 8.
Not a single person did.
We didn't even put them in the. They weren't even in contention.
I love it.
That's crazy.
Oh my
field.
gosh. That was wild, super fun. It was a great time, a great weekend with good friends, and we wanted to explore 10th edition, the launch with you all, and thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for supporting us. Really, a big thanks to everyone. Thanks the mods. Really couldn't have done it without them. They have also done a huge, many hours of work to make this possible. So thank you, mods. Thank you, producers. Thank you to our guests. And it's been a great weekend. Shall we catch them next time?
On the tabletop.
Bye.